you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down and 7 from the Bucks 13. Lamar wants to throw. Slings it. Complete. Henry at the 5. The King is in. 5 touchdown passes for Lamar. And with 6:32 left to play in Tampa, the Hayes in the barn.
Well, that should make today even more fun. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Jerry Jones Tuesday, live at 8:30 here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And once again, grace with the presence of Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair. I thought I was getting ready to come in here this morning and just praise Baker Mayfield, the turnaround, giving up on him as the number 1 pick, fast start for the Buccaneers. Mike Evans out with the hamstring. Ankle issue that could end the season for Chris Godwin, and the Baltimore Ravens turn it up and end up winning and exploding in Tampa in the second and third quarters, 41-31. And the Ravens backfield had a night. Lamar with 5 touchdowns. Derrick Henry. Belichick called this. I was watching the Manning cast for the whole first half. I'm scouting Bill Belichick for next year, possibly here. And I want to see if he's still got the true football insights.
What do you mean? Best team in the NFL. Why would they need a new head coach?
And right before signing off, because he's done it at the half, he's like, this is a Derrick Henry second half. Henry looked like he was a little unhappy. He had barely played. His body language was like, what am I out here for? What the hell does it matter? And then he ends up with 15 for 169, 11.3 a carry. And that set off Cowboy Tolos, Bobby, everywhere throughout the Metroplex.
873 rushing yards on the season. Nobody in this backfield for the Cowboys is likely to get to 873 rushing yards this year.
He's almost doubled them at this point in time, the whole backfield.
873. He's averaging 6.5 yards per carry. It's just reaching an impossible level of spite from Derrick Henry, it feels like. Not specific to the Cowboys, but to everybody. But partially to the Cowboys for sure.
Jared, where did you stand on? Because we have to be honest as a show here. We're now 0 for 2 with off-season running back takes. I think I allowed RJ Choppy to take me too far to the deep end, and I said, Saquon to the Eagles? Ha, ha, ha. He'll be injured nonstop. Derrick Henry, 8 a year? Nah, just go and get some fresh legs. So this show, as a group, 0 for 2 with running back takes in the offseason.
If they wouldn't have signed Zeke and would have signed a running back with fresh legs, then maybe it'd be a different story. But if you're juxtaposing against Zeke, I mean, that's a no-brainer, right? I mean, this guy's an absolute machine. Now, was it 2 years, 16?
2 years, 16.
16 million? Okay, so
his cap hit's 5.1, which is $3 million less than what you're paying Zeke this year on your cap.
Yeah, I just... Listen, I
take Zeke out of it, of Zeke versus Henry. They still could have added Henry.
Here's the deal. I don't want to kill this whole all-in thing. Let's just forget that Jerry said that. The reality is this is
he forgot that he said it.
Yeah, I think,
he spun it.
Must be why he keeps repeating it.
This is a team that has knocked on the door for the last few years, right? 12 wins under McCarthy every year. They've been close. And it goes back to what we said yesterday. Teams in that spot, unless their roster just totally turns over, they try and go over the top. It seems like there's a fear that they're going to go down swinging, and so they just stand in there and take it, right? Like, it's so frustrating.
There's a devil's advocate point to bring up of, well, Derrick Henry isn't going to do anything behind this Cowboys offensive line.
Yeah, except his rush yards over expectation is like 3 yards per carry, which means he's picking up more than is getting blocked up for him pretty consistently. 15 yards. He is on pace to beat Eric Dickerson's rushing record by 15 yards this season.
Hey, one of the things I heard all yesterday, Vita Vea is playing, so Derrick Henry is going to have a tough time. Vita Vea is playing, so they can't run up the middle. You want to know what Baltimore did? Instead of running between the center and the guard, they ran a little bit off tackle, and hey, it worked. And that's the other thing I was thinking when I was watching. It's like, oh, interesting. You don't have to just do the same exact thing if the other team might take it away. That's not something we're used to seeing.
That's a failure of the referees, though, not to call something that's clearly illegal, which is rushing outside your original plan.
Troy Aikman and Joe Buck had a little fun with the Cowboys and other teams last night when Henry was going off.
It's got to be a lot of teams out there that had opportunities to bring in Derrick Henry that are kind of kicking themselves for not doing it. But he has been an absolute perfect fit for this Ravens attack.
This one's batted down off the hand of Levante David. Can you think of any teams offhand? We'll just throw this out there. The offseason home for Derrick Henry is in Dallas, Texas.
So that was Joe kind of taking it more back to DFW, not Troy.
Aikman was, though. Everybody knows who he's talking about. Because here's the biggest problem is that for all of our takes on running backs, which, I was thinking about that driving in. I need to go pull the show the day Henry signed so I can do a receipt segment. Just to be fair, exactly what we said about it. But the idea that
nobody strongly advocated.
What I know we all
save your time and going back. And sorry for us to admit that we were wrong. Now maybe
if there's anything I like doing, it's admitting I'm wrong.
I know. Yeah, trust me, I'm in our post-show meetings. But
I mean, even yesterday in our email thread, he can't even admit he's wrong when he objectively got something wrong.
I was objectively correct.
That was fun. I think we're going to revisit that. I think basically we were like, okay, if it was 2 for 16, we're not going to be mad at it. But none of us sat in here and we're like, they have to go and do this. We were taking the anti-running back stance.
But here's the case. Here's what I know we all took the stance of. You call and you find out.
Yeah.
You don't just.
Yeah.
You were negligent to say, well, we just don't want to even disrespect him with our offer. Call. Yeah. You don't know what the offer is that's going to get him.
Yep.
I wasn't banging down the door to bring Henry here, but I'm just curious. I don't remember what you guys thought about Rico Dowdle before the year. Did you guys think that he would be better?
I like Dowdle. I think Dowdle's a good player. Dowdle can't stay healthy.
I thought, am I going to be able to pronounce his last name? That's the only thing I thought about or cared about with Rico. Am I going to be a Dowdle? Dowdle? Do I say it quick?
Dowdle Rod, yeah.
But no, I had no opinion.
Okay, I didn't know if there was some thought internally that, hey, we got a diamond in the rough here. People aren't really speaking about Dowdle, and he's going to actually be 1,000-yard back. He'll be able to catch, a few balls out of the backfield, and in combination with a little bit of Zeke, that they can get enough out of their running back spot. It just hasn't obviously worked out that way.
He's already more than halfway to the Derrick Henry. He's already halfway to the most rushing yards ever by a 30-year-old,
which would have maybe been hard to predict. But
sure.
There's no doubt that the pressure that would have been taken off Dak Prescott, I mean, it would have been immense. Trying to help him out. The Ravens are 5-2, but Jared, I want you to fill in the rest of the blank. The Baltimore Ravens this year are or will be
the best team in the NFL, and there's no question about it, in my opinion. I think the Lions are number 2. I take the Ravens, even though their defense a little shaky, their pass coverage not great, but gosh, it just seems like Lamar is playing even better than he did last year.
Where are you with the Lamar can't get over the playoff hump when it calls for him to drop back, to win to throw to win, all that stuff?
I think I was on Bobby's side prior to last year. I think last year showed that he could. I mean, that was...
He didn't in the playoff game.
No,
I
understand.
Talking about the MVP?
Yeah, I'm just... that's one game. Are you talking about the Kansas City game?
Whenever they got knocked out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And
I don't think he was great. Was it against Houston? Did they knock out the?
Yeah, I don't remember. That was when we were at Boomer Jacks hanging out that day. I can't. I know they beat the snot out of Houston. I just don't remember how he played.
Yeah,
shout out Zach.
I do think. I think that he is capable of getting a team to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl. Now, if they're down 17-0 because of a freak turnover or something and just a sloppy first quarter, I don't necessarily feel as strongly about it. But he is throwing. I mean, listen, he's my fantasy quarterback, and so I've watched just about every snap of his this year, and he's definitely throwing the ball a lot better than he has in recent years. I thought he took a step forward last year. Bobby probably has the data. And then there was that throw to Rashad Bateman yesterday, not the touchdown, but the scramble. Rashad Bateman kind of broke off his route. They had a deep ball down the right side. And it seems like plays like that, he's not screwing up as much as he used to.
Lamar was 16 for 22, 152 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, and then he rushed for 100 and had 2 touchdowns. But more importantly, Dalvin Cook in that game had a 19-yard run, which would be 7 yards further than any player on your team has had this year.
R.I.P. Dalvin Cook, who sought out, found, actually tried to watch the other game last night.
No timeouts remaining for the Chargers. Ryland is ready. Gillikin to hold. Snap. Ball down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And the Cardinals win it 17-15.
Ugh. Arizona radio with the call. Is it a bad loss? Are we a little bit disappointed with Bobby's boy, Jim Harbaugh, to start off his Chargers career? Justin Herbert actually threw for about 350, but 0 touchdowns. And the surprising Arizona Cardinals. A nice job by that organization, at least surprising me so far at 3-4 when I felt like they were about to go new quarterback shopping.
Can you be that disappointed in that Chargers team quit last year on Brandon Staley? Like, absolutely quit. And, Chargers won a game against what seems like a decent Denver team now. Beat them last week. And then their losses this year, they lose on a last-second field goal last night. They lose by just a touchdown to the Chiefs a couple weeks back. And then they've got a loss to the Steelers. But otherwise, I think this is about what you should expect and maybe say a little bit better. I think the Chargers have been solid. But, yeah, it's going to be a process for them. They're going to have to lean on Cameron Dicker, Longhorn X, the same way that the Cowboys have to lean on Brandon Aubrey.
Were you expecting some leap from the Chargers this year, that Jim Harbaugh was going to be the secret sauce for Justin Herbert, and Herbert was finally going to stop the questions of, hey, man, what are you going to do anything in the postseason? Are you going to take the superstar leap?
Harbaugh's not that guy, right? Like, Harbaugh's not the guy that I typically think is going to be the quarterback whisperer, but I've always I liked Herbert out of college. I thought Herbert was going to be better than Burrow, and I mean, obviously it hasn't necessarily played out that way, but Herbert's throwing to no one, right? Like, we remember when Dak,
Keenan, Mike Williams,
they're all gone. I mean, Will Dissly was his leading receiver. Josh Palmer is like a number 3 in a normal situation. Yeah, Eckler's gone. I'm impressed with Herbert, but Herbert to me is one of these guys who I sadly think is going to not ever meet the potential that he has, because he's just not going to end up being in the right situation early enough in his career to get it all going.
Like Dak, yeah.
Yeah, just like Dak, Bobby. Yes.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It was a great way to wake up this morning. I got the text message from Peyton Russell saying, such BS, as I think I finally ended the undefeated run. No, you had lost one before, but I still got the W. And my team is on fire in the Fan Fantasy League. You lost by, what?
0.18. 0.18. I was down by, I think, 65 going into Monday Night Football, and I came back and almost got it, but Chris Godwin decided to break his ankle. But Sean, welcome to finally being above 500 in the league.
Hey, I was getting screwed early on. No doubt about it. Everyone knew I was getting robbed.
Okay, Trump.
And now
everyone knew.
And Arnold Palmer's penis was really impressive too. Yes. You know what I'm okay. I wanted to see if you were chopping me for a moment there. You had a blank stare.
I thought you changed your team name to that. That's what I was trying to process.
Oh, I do. I should do Arnold's penis.
I thought he was chopping us here a second ago when you were throwing him the Harbaugh question. I was like, ooh, I don't know if he heard any of that.
I thought you were typing away to Sarah. 877-881-1053. And am I in first place in the other division? Look at that.
Oh my, what a
Look
weak
at
division.
that.
Weak division. Who set this league up?
Are you kidding me? I can't read a lot of these team names. Oh, there's Sean's Tiny Hands, Andrew Perloff, Web Guy, Parsons of Interest, Wooly Bully, Custom Vids.
Is that RJ?
Dorchester Sports Hall of Famers.
How'd
That's
you
Jared
know?
Making fun of me. Maggie Gray and Boobs Guys.
Sounds like some awful takes from that one fantasy
why
team.
Who's that?
Hey, why don't
Well, it's
we?
Will Chambers.
Why are you so rude and you don't ever introduce Sean as a one-time Hall of Famer?
Got you down. I should.
Dorchester.
Yeah, because I don't have
Canada.
7 of them like CA.
It's
All right.
shared.
Shots fired back. The Dallas Cowboy, who is not trying to hear it from Troy Aikman, inside the Star in the home of the Cowboys, next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Stay of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233 with Frankel. And Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning for his radio return here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt and our boy Jared Sandler sitting in Choppy's chair here on DFW Sports Station. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. And if you are listening, watching, fan cam, Twitch, all the above, YouTube, you're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
All right, so Troy Aikman had his comments about CeeDee Lamb and the wide receivers. Well, Mike McCarthy yesterday during his press conference, in case you missed it, it aired at 9 o'clock live on our show. This was what McCarthy had to say about Aikman.
Yeah, for me to address those comments, I don't, because they don't carry any weight with me, because I watch all the tape. I get to go to the meetings. I'm at practice. I'm part of the games, so I have a clear understanding of what and where. And in Troy's statement in particular, I don't agree with the word selection, but there is definitely need for improvement in every position. Not just one position that he commented on. So I think you look at the whole picture. You break it down, and that's what coaches do.
So look, he has to defend his guys. I get that. Did he have to include the opening statement of they don't carry any weight with me? That's part one. You want to say something?
No, it's tough guy routine. There was tough guy routine yesterday because they feel he's very much trying to do the bunker mentality thing. Choppy always references this, that Mike will default to whenever things are starting to get a little panicky around him. Mike defaults to us against the world and bunker up and turn it outward. And so that's part of it. Troy Aikman's
Which is nothing wrong with bunker mentality.
Sure, it's a strategy, whatever. You need to employ anything you can, especially when your team's as bad as this one is that when he says they don't carry any weight with me, obviously that's because Troy Aikman's comments carry weight with everybody. And he's gotta downplay it as best he can, because otherwise it's gonna get to guys.
I am amazed though that Troy's football observations were so rare and not said by all the film watchers in this building, all the film watchers on Twitter. It's like some magnificent revelation that he came up with that no one else I had even seen mention throughout all these weeks of the Cowboys season.
I still don't see lazy in CD's routes.
Did Broadus comment on this?
I haven't heard.
On your podcast now?
No, well, we haven't recorded one since those comments have been made, and so we'll record one tonight. In fact, we may go live, right, Peyton?
That's
we may go live on the YouTube. We're going to kick Fred and Blake off, but it's something where I think lazy is a stretch. I think at times what you see is they're getting their ass kicked against Detroit, and in the second half, everybody's a little half-assing it because they're getting their asses kicked.
Do you know anything about Troy Aikman's current relationship with the Cowboys? What is the reality of this?
It's not what you would expect for somebody who won 3 Super Bowls here. It's not always great.
Because of his role as an analyst and his candor?
I think at times some people with the team have thought he's overly critical.
Do you think he's overly critical because
Shocker.
that relationship soured before, and so that makes him feel more free to criticize?
I think it's more in like the comparison that Sean's drawn before. I think it's more in a Barkley Jordan sense of just going to call it like it is. I'm not going to soften anything for you guys.
Or no GM consideration. Does that play into it?
Maybe.
I love Troy Aikman's bluntness.
I think he is the best analyst in football. I prefer listening to him over just about anybody else.
Other than Orlovsky.
Other than Orlovsky, because we're so similar. We're the same person, as you've pointed out, Jared. The bigger issue to me is look at all the other. When Witten did it for a year, look at Moose, look at Romo. Like, none of them ever caused waves talking about this football team. Whereas Troy routinely will cause some, to the point that you have Cowboys fans that say, I hate Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
He's so negative. He hates us. When the reality is just he talks about you in an honest light.
Yeah.
And the honesty is that it's not always been pretty around here for the last 30 damn years.
This comment, at least for my internet search yesterday, got scrubbed basically on X. I couldn't find it anywhere on Twitter. Cavante Turpin answered back to Aikman saying, Troy, whatever he fake thinks, he knows from the outside the building. That's his opinion. But in this, all in here together. We're all in here together. We're just trying to be better and do what we got to do to get a win. So Troy, whatever he fake thinks he knows from outside the building, that is his opinion. That from Cavante.
Yeah, it's funny you said it got scrubbed. I was like, well, that was Calvin Watkins. Let me go find the tweet. It's like, oh no, he deleted it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little interesting. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to text Calvin, ask him what that was. But still, I mean, that tells me that there's probably some word in there that wasn't correct. Like he didn't say fake or something. Like, and Calvin misheard it or something. Is that what that would tell me? But
Micah Parsons described his availability for Sunday at San Fran as, quote, up in the air, close quote. And here's Jared Sandler, who just came up with a topic that we have been thinking about. I had in kind of my back pocket, maybe for the bye week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. But a lot of Tolos have brought this up. Jared, you think there needs to be strong consideration to dealing and trading Micah?
Yeah, Bobby, you tell me. Would the market be stronger for him in the next couple weeks, or would the market be stronger for him at a later date?
who needs him? Does Detroit need him, and is Detroit willing to pay a ransom because they think we're going to be good anyway? Yeah, I mean,
I think the market would be the same.
I'm an idiot.
Maybe in the offseason with more people getting their money in order. Maybe, he's the generational pass rusher now, and he's going to be a pass rusher then.
Anybody can make his money work right now, pretty much. But yeah, the idea of like trying to get capital in order and stuff like that, like Sean says, that's probably easier to do in the offseason. But if you've, shocker, managed your cap well and managed your capital well, then you can make moves in season, out of season, in training camp. You can make moves any time of year. You can truly be 24/7, 365.
There's no doubt.
Steven says that.
There's no doubt that Micah individually is a Hall of Fame talent. We all agree on that, right?
Of course.
No joke, as somebody in the league told me, the most naturally gifted player in the NFL.
We all, I think, agree that he doesn't seem to have the type of impact on a game that other similarly talented players have. Is that fair?
Sure.
From start to finish?
In big moments, Sean had mentioned this recently. We went and looked up the data. Yeah, he's not. A lot of his biggest plays have not come in critical moments.
Like he won the Browns game.
Yeah,
like he was like all-world Lawrence Taylor in week 1.
But and that's 1 week. I'm talking about we're holding him to a super high standard because he's that talented. My thought on Mike is this, and Mike McCarthy can listen and he can puff his chest like he did at the Troy comments and tell me I'm wrong, and that's fine. But it is very clear that Micah is not some beloved or valued figure in that locker room, in that building. He is not a guy who necessarily makes players around him better the way that you would like someone that has his dominance. And you've already made a lot of financial decisions that probably are going to handcuff you. He is going to command super big dog bucks. And when I watch Micah, I think, wow, what a great individual player. I also think, man, I think this team probably could actually benefit from whatever they could get in return from Micah. And I don't get the sense that anyone... Here's what happens. Micah gets traded, and within 48 hours, you're going to get a story or you're going to get a comment from someone that now feels liberated to speak freely and honestly about how they truly felt about Micah Parsons.
But Mike Florio would hop on, and he texted me that we're idiots for even bringing this up a while back.
He texted RJ or Chop?
I don't know. RJ apparently just... RJ will get all the credit for the Jerry interview today. He's not even here. Florio would say, so freaking what? Like, you put up with crap from superstar Hall of Famers. You put up... it has to be enough of an on-field letdown in order to talk about trading him in many people's eyes.
I don't know what the package would be, right? But I get the sense that for a guy like Micah,
get a ransom.
You could get something pretty impressive. And one thing this team has done, I'm not saying they nail every pick, but if you look at what this organization has done well or done better than other elements of team building, it does seem like they have done a good job in the draft. And so I want to put the ball in their hands in a spot where they can score, and that is by giving them draft picks, and that also helps deal with some of the financial ineptitudes that this front office has demonstrated.
Give me someone, first off, Bobby and Fantex, if you can think of someone like Micah Parsons, age-wise, production-wise, who has been traded.
Khalil Mack?
I'm so glad you brought that up. That's exactly who it is. It's Khalil Mack in 2018. Khalil Mack was traded at a similar age, was traded in a similar point of his career, and a similar point in his contract. It was Khalil Mack, a second and a seventh, and they got back 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth.
But we're talking about another level up from Khalil Mack. Fantastic player. He's probably not going to the Hall of Fame. There might be consideration.
But at that time, though, was he not considered?
So here was his sack totals. I'll just use the counting numbers. From the beginning of his career, it was 4, 15, 11, 10.5, 12.5. And he got traded after 10.5 to Chicago, where he went 12.5, 8.5, 9, 6, 8, and then 17 with the Chargers. Yeah, Khalil Mack's a good name. But my other point is, give me a Ranger, if you feel comfortable, who you covered in a similar... Like, is Micah Josh Hamilton? But obviously, Josh, we're talking about substance stuff. You know what I mean? But you put up with it. You put up with... I can't see the glare. You put up with whatever the work habits are. You know what I mean? Like, you put up with crap. Elite, superstar, great players are going to have some personality baggage.
And different sports, different dynamic. But when Josh left,
Kobe,
the Rangers didn't suffer because of Josh's absence. So, sure, Josh, now, again, make it very clear, it's not a substance-related thing. But yeah, Josh,
but
that's fine.
Didn't suffer because they replaced his talent, or didn't suffer in the clubhouse? You got to replace. You got to replace the talent too.
I think both, but yeah, I don't think you have to replace the talent one for one, right? I don't think you trade Micah, you've got to find the next Micah. I think you've got to build a team that allows you to take the next step. And Bobby, tell me if I'm wrong, because You're watching the film 17 times. I'm just watching the game and watching highlights, right? But it just doesn't seem like Micah does a lot of things that individually put him on a pedestal. And I'm not saying he is selfish. I'm not saying he doesn't make guys better because of his presence, the attention he commands. But there's something about the defensive unit that does not seem to benefit as consistently as you would like from his presence. The Browns game, great example, Sean, absolutely. But again, we're telling you that Micah's an all-world player. He's going to have those games. It just doesn't seem to happen consistently enough.
Yeah, I think Zimmer effectively got him to buy in this offseason into being more of a somebody who fits into the team concept. And so in past years, he would just say, to hell with this, I'm rushing, and it would leave them exposed in certain concepts. I think he was better about that this year, and I think that's why the Browns game, I think that's why he was having a strong impact even when he wasn't picking up sacks this year. It's just unfortunate he got hurt, and we haven't been able to see more of it.
By the way, Deebo Samuel was hospitalized due to pneumonia and fluid in his lungs. No timeline for his return, according to Adam Schefter. And then Ayuk, he is gone for the year. Torn ACL in the right knee. Is San Fran more susceptible than ever over the past few years? We will ask Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Did this Maverick deserve an extension? And what does it matter? We're all going to be dead anyway, according to this NBA head coach. That's all next for the 6 a.m. Club here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, I guess we're going to have to go ahead and just settle this and get it out of the way. Jerry Jones interview preview at 7:20. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40. We have a Dane Cook giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, and Rangers insider Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair. Well, we'll get this out of the way first because it's sports information. Jaden Hardy got a little extension from the Dallas Mavericks yesterday. 3 years, $18 million. Hardy, 22 years of age, averaged 8 points during his 2 years here.
Whew, that's like Aaron Jones money, which is a significant amount apparently. But I like it. Lock him in. He's somebody who I still believe. You're not a Jaden Hardy guy?
I think he gets traded. I was a little surprised they signed the extension because it makes it slightly more difficult to move him at the deadline, but it's not a prohibitive number.
I like
him.
him
A year. It's great that you like him.
I objectively like him. I think that when you watch him play basketball, it's objectively enjoyable.
That's a subjective statement.
What is that? What is the reference?
It's last night. I said I was objectively excited about the NBA season in my email. Basically, contrasted it to Choppy in the way that he talks about it, and then Jared took issue with me using those words.
I didn't take issue. I just know that you never admit that you're wrong, and you were objectively wrong, and I was curious to see how you would respond, and as predicted, you did not just admit that you were wrong. And
because I wasn't.
All right, so let's lay it out. I want to see what the fan text says. What are you arguing about?
This was the exact words I wrote. I said, I know Choppy hates it, but I objectively enjoy the NBA, and I'm objectively excited about the Mavs season starting on Thursday. Pretty basic email. Jared writes back, for whatever it's worth, unless you have some sort of tangible measurement to gauge your excitement, I don't think your use of the word objectively is correct. As a matter of fact, you're describing your personal feelings, which is the exact opposite of objective. So
I just want to make this very clear. I didn't actually care. It was more of a social experiment to gauge his response. I'm not sitting here needling everything that you do.
And to be fair, you should know that my reply is just to the fact that you're intentionally setting something up.
100%.
And I said, excitement is a physiological response that you can measure in objective ways like increased heart rate, elevated adrenaline levels, and heightened brain activity. All of those are elevated at my last check when considering the start of the NBA season. He said, right, but you have not measured the data and cannot present the data, sounding more like Dan Orlovsky each day. I said, I don't need a lab coat to know when my heart rate and adrenaline are up. Do I need a thermometer to say it's hot, or will my sweat suffice? And Jared said, still, you just proved it is subjective and not objective. You are wrong, and it's okay. Life will go on.
Yeah. People think I deserve a raise because of the Jerry interview, but it is dealing with this 7 emails back and forth on pulse rate, and then throw RJ into the mix. And I am better than this whole thing.
RJ just
the whole
wouldn't
station.
respond.
I am better than all this.
RJ just wouldn't respond.
We're gonna rename it.
No, RJ would respond to stupid crap like that.
Are you send actual?
Yeah, he will respond to that. He responded yesterday to some text exchange.
I think Bobby's right.
In your next contract negotiation, are you going to fight to rebrand the station 105.3 The Shan?
Yes.
I think
that
that's
way
good.
Everyone will be pronouncing it correctly in the national media. How excited are you, Jared, as you got engaged at Dirk's locker to the great Emily Sandler? How excited are you? Well, thrilled. What's your pulse tell you about this Mavs season?
Objective. No, I'm excited. I think anytime you have Luka, it's tough not to be excited. I think the West is going to be a lot of fun. So Oklahoma City should be better. Denver, as long as they don't get bored by the regular season, should be really good. I'm curious what Minnesota looks like. No Towns, but add Randall and DiVincenzo. They probably won't play defense at a historical clip like last year, but they also should be a little bit better offensively. Phoenix and Memphis, I don't think are on the same level, but they're not teams that you can just sleep on. So I think it'll be a fun Western Conference in the regular season. I'm curious to see. Nico did such a great job the last 2 years. He has done such a great job in the middle of the season making the team better. Novel concept. I'm curious to see what he does this year because there are going to be some needs, and I think that might be the difference. The thing that scares me about Oklahoma City is that they've got a lot of capital to make a big move at the deadline. I don't know that the Mavs can make a big-time move, but they might not need to make a big-time move. It might just be filling in some holes.
Do you agree with every prognosticator who's basically saying OKC belongs in the finals in the West?
No, because I still wonder if they can space the floor enough come playoff time, if too much of the load's going to be put on SGA's shoulders because they don't really have a great roster when it comes to floor spacing. It's almost, I don't want to say like last year's Mavs because the rosters are very different, but last year's Mavs, they didn't shoot well enough, right? And go out and get Clay, But that's where they could make a move at the deadline and try and improve that. I do think Oklahoma City's really good, and they're young. And I think over the course of an 82-game season, that matters. I expect Oklahoma City to get home court. I think they'll be the best team in the West. I guess the question simply is just how important is that going to be come playoff time?
And what a game to start off with tonight. The Knicks and the Celtics in Boston. I'm all in because this begins the final season of Inside the NBA on TNT. So, NBA pregame, how many jokes will Charles make about this being it? Starting tonight, 6:30 tip, and then the new look Timberwolves against, is Bronny on this active roster to start off? Are we going to get history made this evening in Los Angeles? The Lakers hosting the Wolves.
Oh, we've got some exciting news because Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. are going to be in attendance tonight to watch this historic moment of Bronny and LeBron playing together.
And speaking of the defending champs,
oh gosh, this guy is. I know we've talked all offseason. He's my favorite person to talk about, Joe Mazzulla.
He's the most. I think he's the most interesting, fascinating person in all of sports now speaking. He is maybe terrifying.
He is insane. And I don't know why he can't just answer questions like a freaking human being. Everything's. I almost wonder if it's a bit at this point. So yesterday he was talking to Boston media. We'll start out. We'll go down the list. 6, 7, 8. Peyton. First clip here. Joe Mazzulla was asked, "Hey, do you guys feel any pressure as the defending champs this year?"
Zero. No pressure. We're all going to be dead soon, and it really doesn't matter anymore, so there's zero pressure. You're either going to win or you're not. And when you win, you try to forget about it a week later, and when you lose, you try to forget about it a week later. And so it's not pressure, it's an opportunity. And we have an opportunity here over the next few years, however long we're together. We've said this in the past, like we have an opportunity to carry the organization forward, to double down on the tradition and the history of what this organization has. And what else would you expect than someone expecting me to win all the time? I wouldn't want someone expecting me to lose all the time. That would be debilitating. So we have an expectation to win. We have great character, great talent, and we just have to work to maximize that, and we're going to rely on the players to do that.
He talks like a robot.
Is he the new Phil Jackson?
Phil wasn't this weird. This dude is objectively, Chandler, objectively weird. Your response to like, hey, do you feel pressure? Should not be like, well, we're going to be dead anyway. It's like, hey, Joe, do you think Luka poses some challenges to the way that you guys play defense? Well, I mean, it's not like he's going to murder my family, right? So, like, I mean, no, I don't feel any pressure. What? Why do you always got to take it there? And he didn't stop. He comes back. They say they try to follow up on the pressure conversation with him, and he takes it to murder again.
I just don't look at it as pressure, because like a Boston media member or somebody expecting me to win, like they don't have a weapon, like they're not gonna like come after me if we don't win. Like they're saying words, so like they don't mean anything. They're just words. You're just saying them because you have to say them. You're contractually obligated to write a 500-page article after, or word article after. They're just words. You can't do anything, and so it's just a made-up word. We don't have a pressure. If we lose, we're not losing our life. Like we're not surgeons. We're not like in the military. We coach basketball for a living, and no one's putting more pressure and expectations than we are on ourselves. And it's like we have a responsibility, and we have an ownership. And like I ask guys all the time, like, would you rather have someone expect you to lose or win? Like if you came up to me and be like, man, I really expected you to lose that game, I would be pissed. But it's like if you come up to me like, you should have won that game. It's like, yeah, that's what we signed up for.
There's something to be said for a guy who does have good perspective to say, this is not my life. This isn't the beginning and the end.
This can be his new favorite coach.
But holy cow, it doesn't have to jump to like, well, do they have a switchblade? Can they stab me in the kidneys? Like it always goes to them. And then last clip here, really quick one. This is Joe Mazzulla letting all of them know that they're uninvited to his final party.
So like it's not pressure. There's nothing anyone in this circle can do to me that's going to impact my identity and who I am as a person or a coach. We're either going to win or we're not. And 40 years from now, none of you were invited to my funeral, and that's it.
He's a psycho.
Yes.
Is it a bit at all?
I don't know. The thing I think about the most is the brilliant Brad Stevens. What did he see? What did he see in sitting down, interacting, and talking with Joe Mazzulla to say, that's the guy? That is the guy to take us over the top and win the NBA championship when the Ime Udoka stuff happened. All right, that's what I think of. Like Brad Stevens is the chosen one, and he chose Joe Mazzulla.
It was Ime Udoka, way too driven clearly by emotions and blood flow and other things.
Yeah.
He said, I need somebody who is 0-1-1-1-0-1-1. Like, I need binary. I need this guy right here who is just going to be so matter of fact about everything. The man who ruins his wife's vacation by tracking the breathing of Broadway stars and talking about how he's keeping track of how many times players interact with their coaches at the U.S. Open. What a freak. A freak.
He's got to have someone on staff who handles interpersonal conflict with the players. Like, I have no doubt that Joe Mazzulla can X and O the crap out of it. But when there's an issue amongst players, is he the guy who's sorting it out? Because that, on any professional coaching staff, that is so important. So he's got to have someone on staff. He's got to have that go-to assistant who's like the guy to deal with like human beings who don't think about life in a binary way.
We will preview the Mavs season with Mike Curtis. Dallas Morning News at 8 o'clock. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. The Jerry preview at 7:20, along with a Dane Cook ticket giveaway. How long is Jaden Daniels out? We got a PES suspension. Why won't Tua wear the Guardian cap? And someone on behalf of the Dallas Cowboys called this team classless. The response is in. All of that next with Sean, Jarrett, and Bobby. Glad you're waking up with a shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. We want you to win these tickets next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On 2nd and 17, Lamar to throw. Going deep, near side. He's got Bateman open at the 5. Touchdown! Rashad Bateman! And the Ravens strike again! 49 yards from Lamar and Jackson.
Ravens Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. 2 games on Monday Night Football. The one that I think most of us were watching and checking out, the Baltimore Ravens go into Tampa and beat the Buccaneers 41-31. Baltimore improves to 5-2. They've won 5 straight. Of course, they started turning around their season against us in Arlington. The Buccaneers fall to 4-3. I was thinking about Cowboys Buccaneers when Baker got off to this really hot start before 2 stupid interceptions and before all their wide receivers got hurt. Godwin, it looks like, has a serious ankle injury, and Mike Evans should have had a touchdown in his chest, but he leaves with a hamstring. So now all of a sudden, Tampa is really, really hurt, and Baltimore is rolling. Derrick Henry going off again. He is on pace for what, over 2,000 yards, 15 for 169 on the ground, 11.3 a carry.
Yeah, 21-20 is what he's on pace for. 15 yards more than Eric Dickerson's record. Now, I'm curious on the Godwin front. Godwin, who's leading the NFL in receptions at the time of his injury. Was that a unnecessary time to have him in the game?
Yes.
Like, was that a huge topic right now?
Because, I mean, the fact that you're down 10 with 45 seconds left, what, like, is that just... That seems unnecessary.
And I know that football coaches always say, oh, well, play to the final whistle, play to the clock's zeros or whatever. They'd already got an onside kick, and I know this is the wrong way to think about it, but in my head, you've gotten one onside kick. You're not getting another one, dude. So
yeah, statistically, it's just not likely.
I mean, heck, Lamar was out of the game when the Ravens had just a 10-point lead. How often do you see the backup quarterback in when it's a 10-point game?
A little different with the starter versus Ryan Clark said this isn't Little League where you pull your guys so other people can play, for their parents to take pictures. Players and coaches practice all week for 60.
No, but especially after already losing Mike Evans. Like, you've lost Evans, you have one healthy receiver left. You're not going to... I would think you would just say, you know what? Probably unnecessary. Let's just... Let's take this one. We're not winning this game.
Yeah, that's my point, is that Lamar was out in a 10-point game. That tells you all you need to know. There's no reason why Chris Godwin needed to be in there, because now they're incredibly compromised. I mean, they got to rely on who? Like McMillan and... who? Kate Otten? I mean, like, what are they going to do? Because that's a good team. The Bucs are a playoff team, and now they're totally hamstrung there, literally.
Yeah, with Mike. Yeah.
I would have picked them over the Cowboys today if they had their receivers. The Baker turnaround. I know they lost, but where were you on him coming out? And did you give up like many of us did after Cleveland?
Yeah, I think so. I liked Baker, but probably more because I liked his attitude and just thought he had that
you are Baker.
Yeah, that blind confidence that you need to succeed and overcome some of the challenges. But that's we were talking about it yesterday, right? Quarterbacks who they don't click right away. Maybe they're in a bad environment, but if you put them in the right environment, they can succeed, and that's Baker. Now, he's a little bit of that Jameis kind of, he'll lose you a game but then get you right back in it type of gunslinger, but he's definitely a good quarterback.
Falcons, Chiefs, 49ers next for Tampa with their wide receiver problems.
That's a little bit of a gauntlet there. 469 here, and Sean, I'm interested if you would reply to this the same sort of way. 469, you guys would fry McCarthy if he didn't try to win down 10 with 45 seconds left. Come on, man. Don't you feel like we would be...
Not down 10 with 40 seconds. I get mad at McCarthy nonstop. They keep in starters way too long.
Micah, how often have we come in here and said, why is Micah still in the game? Why was he out there? Why don't you just pull... And then the excuse is always the same. Well, you try to pull him off the field. What do you mean? Yeah. This is not... you are the coach. Take him off the field.
It's like being like, Spittle can't take me off the radio. I'm just going to sit here. and curse back and forth with Jerry today at 8:30. Yes, he can. Deshaun Watson confirmed out for the season with the ruptured Achilles tendon. LeBron called out the Browns fans who were boisterous when he was down on the field. Cleveland fans, y'all know how much we've been throughout the years, both good. I thought he was a Cowboy fan. Which one is? I can't keep track with LeBron. With that said, booing anyone that's down with an injury, let alone your own players, lame AF. He then gave a salute emoji to those who did not participate. Jaden Daniels is week to week with the ribs. According to Dan Quinn, Jaden Daniels will take on Caleb Williams, the Commanders will take on Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. We will see about Jaden, and that came off the 46-yard run to start the game. Jamison Williams, we're calling it PES now, performance-enhancing substances. He's looking at a 2-game suspension for the Detroit Lions. And speaking of the Lions, the miracle that is Aiden Hutchinson. Apparently now people are trying to say it's a very real possibility, Bobby, that Aiden Hutchinson can just miraculously return earlier than we think.
Don't Aaron Rodgers this again, people. Like recognize whatever athletes are just.
He has no ligament or nerve damage. No ligament or nerve damage.
Well, that's good. He's just got to have a snapped bone come back together in that amount of time.
Maybe back in even less than the 4 months that the Lions initially said. Of course, it happened against us. And Chris Christie, big-time Cowboy fan, called Dan Campbell classless for all the trick plays and pouring it on in Arlington. Dan Campbell responded to that yesterday.
Chris Christie was really mad at you about the Cowboys, being mean to the Cowboys. Somebody ran up the score. I'm sure you heard the comments. What's your reaction to being mean?
No, it's the only thing. The last time somebody called me classless, I was drinking wine out of a bottle. All right. So, but no, it's all good. I'm not worried about it.
There it is. Not worried about it. Tua, you got something?
No, I do think it's funny. Like, why are we?
It makes us look really whiny.
Why is Russo even interviewing Chris Christie about the Cowboys and the district? Like, why? What was the point of like? Oh yeah, let's get this interview. This is a big one that everybody's gonna want to hear.
I mean, we would have interviewed Chris Christie.
Would we? I would think you would say like, why? What's the point?
Well, he's a big name.
Hey, come on, don't call him big. He's lost some weight.
Okay. Tua says he's not wearing a Guardian cap when he comes back, and they're like, why wouldn't you do that? He's like, personal choice. So there is Tua not wearing the Guardian cap. Both of you are shaking your head.
I'm surprised the NFL's not twisted his arm a little bit and told him he has to. The more interesting thing to me is that he said there was a gray area. He was asked about the idea of play. He said that there's a gray area.
Just like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
In terms of what doctors believe in terms of long-term impact of concussions, and that playing football, quote, is what makes me happy, and I'm going to do it. No, there's really not any gray area about the
Didn't COVID teach you that you are allowed to question any medicine and science? Haven't you learned that by now?
Sure. What I did
Didn't Choppy teach you that by now?
Yeah, that's Choppy's taught me everything. Choppy gets credit for all of it. Now, here's the thing: is that to say it's a gray area, there's no gray area about does this cause significantly greater risks for neurodegenerative diseases?
Yeah.
Do concussions and cause that, and does playing football increase the risk of concussions? Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's been entire lawsuits about it. They made the whole movie about it. Will Smith to tell the truth or whatever he said there. They've made entire movies about this. There's no gray area here to it. This is pretty much settled, and just put the Guardian cap on.
It must be a toughness thing, right? A look.
Well,
yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Because have you heard from players that it's prohibitive in any way, shape, or form?
People who play with it like it. There were players we asked at training camp who seemed to be a little hesitant about. They thought that it was heavy, or there were just other things they didn't like.
Not one player in training camp, and not all this went on the record. Were like, oh yeah, I want to wear it. I want to wear the Guardian cap.
Yeah,
but you're Tua. Like, you'd think his family would beg him to do it. Okay, man. Science. Stone Cold. Did you see Stone Cold Steve Austin in the Vince McMahon documentary? He's like, I don't believe this.
What are concussions? Huh?
I don't believe in CTE. You're just not wrestling right. You're not acting.
Absurd statement of Joe Mazzulla proportions.
Teams are calling the New York Jets for Garrett Wilson. I'm like, why would the Jets give up Garrett Wilson? You did this to put these two together, didn't you?
I see the thought process. The Jets are so freaking stupid and so consistently do dumb things that you would just call them and be like, maybe they're this dumb. Maybe they would trade us Garrett Wilson for somebody.
The Hassan Reddick thing finally got closer to being solved. His agents fire him. He goes and gets Rosenhaus. He agrees to return to the facility, and he will not lose the $12 million for the bizarre holdout as they're going to try to work out a long-term deal, at least according to Rosenhaus. So Hassan Reddick is going to be helping out finally with the New York Jets.
I can't remember the last time I considered an organization so consistently cowardly like the Jets have been these first few weeks of the season. They have no backbone. They are completely spineless. And the fact that you just cower to Reddick after everything that went down is stunning to me.
And they have all the leverage, right? Because if he didn't sign by a certain week, then the contract
His contract tolls.
Yeah, so he has to go through the same song and dance next year. The Jets are in a lot of trouble. That organization, if they don't win a Super Bowl this year, they're going to be right. They are going to be awful for a long time because they have put all the chips in the middle. And yeah, you got some young guys like Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson, but that's not enough to carry an organization with all of the damage and the scar tissue that's going to come from this failed Aaron Rodgers era.
Alvin Kamara wanted to clear things up. I did not request a trade. I'm trying to finish up in New Orleans because I had a buddy hit me up and said Alvin Kamara for a third would solve a lot of the Cowboys' problems, like maybe Derrick Henry would have. So Alvin Kamara is saying, no, that is not true. And not the case.
Yeah, and also, it's something where they're not allowed to make those deals, like you pointed out. They're not allowed to make trades once we're into the season.
We're going to preview the Jerry Jones interview at 7:20. How do y'all think it's going to go? Hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. Let's finish up with some college football. The Indiana Hoosiers? Jared Sandler? Is this for real? What the hell is going on?
Curt Cignetti, all he does is win.
I win. Google me.
Yeah.
That's our boy.
What's their? I think I saw that their playoff chance was like 40% or something crazy.
Yeah.
I had a buddy that he went to Indiana earlier in the year. He's like, if USC needs any lessons about being in the Big Ten, you can just ask Indiana Hoosier football. And he was joking, and now, lo and behold, USC's in the basement. Hey, Indiana's good. They can score. What they've done this season is no joke. Now, the question is, with Curtis Rourke hurt, Taven Jackson, who was a big-time recruit a few years ago, looked good last week, but he's going to have to carry the load. But game day going to Bloomington, that's pretty nuts.
This is.
I thought we were going to get it in Nashville for Vanderbilt and Texas, but y'all screwed it up.
Jerry prevented that from happening.
What's that?
Jerry Jones made sure that you wouldn't.
Jerry
get
stepped in after you mouthed off to him last week. No, this is look, as part of my personal growth, not done through therapy, thanks to Jared. I will admit I took a lot of shots at him this offseason, Cignetti, where it was like when we play that quote of just obnoxious and arrogant of, my message to kids is I win, Google me. And we took all sorts of shots at him. And that's what he's done since he got there. He deserves a ton of credit for what he's built there. And I apologize for the criticism that was levied against him before the year.
I just want to make it very clear. I did not prevent you from going to therapy. I just thought that your therapy segments on this show were absolutely awful.
You talked about my therapy the way Tua talks about guarding
That's
caps.
terrible radio. Jared Sandler with a poll question. Who lasts longer, Brent Venables or Lincoln Riley?
Yeah, those two are obviously tied together, right? Lincoln went from Oklahoma to USC. Venables went from being a failed head coaching candidate at other stops and then went back to Oklahoma. And all the OU fans told me that Brent Venables is going to be a much better coach than Lincoln Riley. Well, unfortunately, I can't sit here and pound my fist and say, see, Lincoln's been so much better. But Brent Venables is trash. He was trash from the beginning. He should go back to being a defensive coordinator. That's what he's best at. OU sucks right now, and Brent Venables is not helping matters.
Venables outlasts Lincoln Ferentz. for sure. The overall explosive play rate.
Ferentz reference?
It is. It's a Brian Ferentz reference. The overall explosive play rate in conference play right now. Iowa 12.9%, USC 11.4%. Lincoln Riley is overseeing an offense that's less explosive than Iowa.
He's had some bad game management decisions.
Yes.
USC has really dropped the ball. I mean, I think all of their losses this year have come on the last possession. And I know some of that's luck, but some of that also has to do with decision making over the last 4 to 8 minutes of a game, and that has not been a strength for USC.
Lincoln Riley, it's getting close to, though, if this continues and this gets bad. Like, Lincoln Riley's going to have to go to the Cliff Kingsbury School of Rehab for offensive geniuses.
All right, there it is, a little pigskin action around the NFL and inside college football on DFW Sports Station. Today, you may have heard, is the radio return of Jerry Jones live at 8:30. How's it going to go with your predictions, and what should we be asking? We'll preview the Jerry interview, a Dane Cook ticket giveaway, and we'll ask Reddit all on top of it with Sean, Bobby, and Jared right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Let's try this.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. If you're brand new to the show, we are on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy is out today, back tomorrow. In his place is our boy Rangers insider Jared Sandler, the best all-around sports knowledge in the building, I believe. Who would be... Shut the hell up. Shut up. I'm so close to punching you in the damn mouth. Who would be number 2 and 3? All around sports knowledge in the building.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Bobby's like campaigning, doing like an eyebrow thing. Peyton? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Bobby's up there except for no hockey, no soccer.
No, Bobby's up there despite his arrogance.
Dawson.
I mean, Bassick ignores certain sports, but Bassick baseball and basketball combo platter.
Yeah.
Really, really good. And he obviously knows full. Bassick's got to be up there.
Nothing about hockey, though. Nothing about soccer.
Honestly, Zach...
How much college football does Mike know?
That's a good question.
Honestly, Zach follows pretty much everything. Zach follows hockey pretty strongly. Baseball, he does the baseball stuff. He does Cowboys pregame. He follows Mavs. He knows college football. Zach's up there.
Yeah, no, Zach for sure.
Jerry Jones is supposed to rejoin us today at 8:30, and I want to preview it. I want to know what your approach is, what y'all think the approach should be, what questions you plan on asking, and another one was added to the list last night after Derrick Henry went off. And ESPN, with the Joe Buck, Troy Aikman call, magnified it even more for the Metroplex.
There's got to be a lot of teams out there that had opportunities to bring in Derrick Henry that are kind of kicking themselves for not doing it. But he has been an absolute perfect fit for this Ravens attack.
This one's batted down off the hand of Levante David. Can you think of any teams offhand? We'll just throw this out there. The offseason home for Derrick Henry is in Dallas, Texas.
So there's Joe Buck with a little more salt in the wound. Now, everyone said, ask Jerry about Derrick Henry. Ask Jerry about Derrick Henry. We did ask Jerry about Derrick Henry. This was after the Ravens game. This is him with the media post-game. Any regret on Derrick Henry after what he just did against you guys?
Not really. Not really. Hats off to him. He had a great day today, and have all the respect in the world for him. And so but that's what happens when you don't sign good ones. They can come back and have a great game against you. But the bottom line is we couldn't afford Derrick Henry.
All right. So that was a few weeks ago. And then we asked him about it in our Tuesday follow-up. So he was just recently asked about Derrick Henry.
Yeah, and I mean that was a while ago. It was a couple months ago. But Derrick Henry has clearly
months.
Yeah, what was that? When did he sign? May, or was it earlier than that?
Jerry commented on this.
Oh no, I'm saying that was a decision that was made a couple months ago, though. So clearly it's just a different time now, and I don't know the biggest negligent point of all of that, like we've talked about, was like just they refused to pick up the phone.
Yeah,
it's like. They knew they were never going to sign him no matter what amount it was. So it gave them plausible deniability to say, we won't even pick up the phone. We won't even talk to him.
Yeah.
Because then we can say, boy, that'd just be so disrespectful to even bring our offer to the table. Okay, but that's still bad on your part. That means that whatever you did, however you analyzed what Derrick Henry could be, you completely missed to the point of you were going to give him a known offensive offer. And that means you missed still. No matter any way you twist it or talk about it, you failed on the Derrick Henry front in terms of, for their favorite phrase in team building, due diligence.
Yeah.
You didn't do it.
Do the Cowboys maximize players? And not that this should prevent them from signing Derrick Henry, but clearly Baltimore has done a heck of a job using him, right? Do you have confidence that if Derrick Henry was a Cowboy, I'm not saying he'd be on pace for 2,000 yards. That's not realistic. But that you would assess the first 6, 7, 8 games, whatever, and say, yeah, the Cowboys are really doing a good job using Derrick Henry.
I don't think we'd be talking about him leading the league in rushing like he is. I don't think so. In that sense, obviously not.
No, but I don't mean it to be
He
that.
just said all that. I know what you're saying. I'm paying attention.
I was paying attention too.
If they're not getting their ass kicked and if they're not getting their ass kicked and blown out, yeah, I think they'd be handing off to him. I think. I don't think Rico would be getting more touches, although apparently if Zeke goes and complains, that shoots him up the ladder of importance after Rico had his best game of the season, and now Zeke ends up with more carries. But, yeah, I think Mike McCarthy does want to run the football. That's my opinion. Tolo Chris just tweeted, is this the most nervous y'all been before an interview in your career? No. I'm not anticipating a blow-up today. I'm ready for a blow-up. I'm prepared for a blow-up if it happens. My strategy in this is, good morning, Jerry. How are you? What do you want to address, clarify, touch on from last week? Then Jerry takes the interview in whatever direction it goes. There's a lot of belief up here that he is going to kind of joke his way out of it of, haha, we gave him some headlines. We had a good old time, guys, right? Like maybe things got a little bit out of control. Do I anticipate a Jerry Jones apology? No. A lot of people think that he owes that to us. I don't feel that way. Choppy, I think, does. Choppy was more personally hurt by what happened last week than me. I'll repeat what I said last week. I'm a big scoreboard guy, as my wife will tell you. She loves that about me. I'm a petty scoreboard keeper. Like Derek Holland, scoreboard, I'm never inviting him to a social outing ever again because he ghosted the other day. Bobby is really close on that list. But look, man, Jerry Jones has put us on national TV basically every week for 15 years. Jerry Jones has, in my opinion, dealt with very sensitive subjects and given us golden content from day one of my career. It is a privilege, I think, and an honor to host the Jerry Jones Show. I don't forget that. And Jerry had a really bad day. I still think a lot of it was intentional. Did he go over the line in terms of personal shots? Yes, it did. Did he belittle and insult and demean us afterwards and during? Yes, he did. But I don't need an apology for that. I just need Jerry Jones to know nothing is changing on this show with the way we ask questions. Shannon Sharp, appreciate what you did, even though he called me weak and made it sound like I had to beg for my next meal. And Shannon said they won't ask him any more tough questions. That is not changing. But the way I think it's going to go today, Jerry, good morning. How are you? What do you want to address from last week? Jerry gives a nice, pleasant answer, and we move forward with business as usual. I'm a little bit worried that we'll catch some heat for not grilling him. I feel like Bobby wants to grill him more than I do, but we do have to continue to have a working relationship down the road. And on top of it, I anticipate a lot more uncomfortable interviews with Jerry with this season. Like next Tuesday, I'm more worried about than today because of what is probably going to happen against San Francisco. Then you get the Texans. Then you get the Commanders and Philadelphia. Like, Jerry is probably going to be really, really, really frustrated throughout the remainder of this regular season.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I think he comes on. I think he plays nice. I think we move forward. If not, and he wants to, relitigate and pick at things that we do, I'm ready with my follow-ups. My follow-ups are going to be, yo, man, how is this any different than the questioning over the previous 14 years? Why are you wanting to give the impression to everyone that you don't want fair media coverage? You want softballs. You want to dictate it. You want us to change and just give you... Why are we doing the interview? Why are we... You have it in the radio contract to do the interview twice a week. What should we be asking you?
A contract you're not paying us for, by the way.
Another follow-up. Can you confirm that you don't pay us and that you don't own the radio station? Odyssey does. So I have all those things ready to go. If it goes south, I'm not going to say left. We know Jerry's probably not going left. If it goes south, I do not anticipate that it does.
A few things. One, I would definitely love for you to dress him as Yo Man, like you just did in your example there.
Hey, man.
Yo Man. Yo Man. Hey, as someone, I'm in an odd spot here. I'm going to be here for the interview, but I'm not a part of this show, right? I'm friends with you guys, but I'm genuinely
They'll say
curious.
your name all week long today, just like they did
I'm
Choppies.
sure. Well, I mean, in fairness, you did call it the Sean, RJ, and Jared show yesterday.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
I would genuinely want to know.
That was on purpose.
I would genuinely want to know, Jerry, what set you off? Like, why was that? I mean, you kind of said it a second ago. Why was that any different? Because not to pick it and re-litigate, but I'm just genuinely curious. Like, what was different? Like, what was eating at him that led him to go down that path?
Yeah.
That to me,
I think he's going to explain that in his initial answer. I think. Now he's going to totally throw us off guard if I'm like, "Good morning, Jerry. How are you? Good, man. How you doing?" And Jerry, let's go over last week. What do you want to clear up? And he goes, "Nothing."
Can I be honest?
Then I'm really going to be thrown off. Nothing. We don't need to talk about it.
Can I be honest with you? I'm going to acknowledge that it is super easy for me to say this because I don't have to interview him every Tuesday. If he refuses to have that conversation, all right, Jerry, have a great day. We'll talk to you next Tuesday. I don't think that would go over well with people.
Including our bosses?
Well, those are the people I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I don't think, listen, I had this is not the same thing. This is not apples to apples, but I had to deal with Dawson, right? With the Jack Leiter thing. And to me, later that day, so that was at like 2:30, and I had my normal 6 o'clock interview with G-Bag, and it did not get brought up. And I thought that was a tremendous mistake. And it wasn't Dawson's fault. I thought it was on the rest of us. If I'm Jerry, I know that it was the story. I know it was a big deal. I know that it's been talked about. It's got to come up. And if I am going to make those comments, I have to be willing then to answer to those or answer for those comments. And if he's not willing to do that, to me, that is where I would have the biggest issue. Just I'm saying that as a listener.
Yeah. There's other people saying, does Jerry realize he, through you guys, insulted us because we didn't play football? So are we football stupid as well? Now, he did say real fans or football people, so he would qualify you as real fans, therefore not disqualifying your question. And that's the other thing I would write down if it gets really, really ugly. Jerry, you said you could take it from real fans. Let's open up the phone lines right now. Peyton is not going to filter anything, and we're going to go live with questions from Tolos. I promise you do not want that. I promise you would not last 2 questions. But if you want to do it, we'll do it. We'll open up the lines. We don't screen anything, and you go. But I don't think it's going to get there. Like I say, I'm more worried about people getting mad that we move past this too quickly today than I am about another fight with Jerry. I'm more worried about that criticism. Like, back to, why didn't you press him? You should make him answer for everything last week.
Hey, I just want to share something. I don't know if listeners know this, and I don't know that you guys have brought it up, but yeah, Jerry talks a lot. He talks after games. He does his interviews twice a week, but...
Yeah, we did not know that.
No. I'm about to defend you guys.
Is that breaking sports news on 105.3 The Fan?
I'm surprised you're not trying to find something to argue with about that.
Yeah, you got to offshoot to distract from your own mistake.
You guys also have a lot of the beat writers, a lot of the people who cover this team, a lot of producers from national shows around the country who listen to this interview every week.
Yeah, Chris Russo, you jackass.
And so I'm not saying you do the interview for them, but you do have people, great job asking this, or why didn't you ask this? And like people, I don't want to say use you to fill their own agenda, but I think there is, like, unlike most interviews, you guys have a little bit of pressure week to week, not this week specifically, to ask Jerry the questions that a lot of these writers want to have asked so that you can do their, I don't want to say do their job for them. You just have the access that they don't necessarily have. And that's another unique element of your weekly interview with Jerry that no other interview really has. I mean, the Mike McCarthy interview, yeah, that definitely can provide some quotes, but Mike McCarthy speaks to the media several times a week.
Yeah. Daniel said, waiting to see Jared Sandler tell Jerry the Rangers pay me so I can ask whatever I want.
He has no clue who I am, by the way.
I've said many times, if we're in a restaurant and I walk by him, I don't think, and this is not a cognitive joke or anything, it's just a relevance thing. And that's why I blame Rich Dalrymple a lot, the former PR guy. Like, we should have sat down like face to face with Jerry Jones year 1, year 5, year 10, and like had a 10-minute conversation. And we've had a good relationship. I just think that should have happened. But if I passed Jerry in a restaurant, he would not be like, that's old Shane Sheriff there. Bobby, your thoughts?
Well, to that point, really quickly, I think that same thought process that has him, he wouldn't point to
Ivan, I'm going to take you behind the scenes. This is a funny prank. Our boy Ivan, who engineers the Cowboys Wednesday show out of the Star, texted Bobby and said, hey, when are you getting here? Someone in a suit is saying Jerry Jones is looking for you. And then Ivan takes all these photos of Bobby like sweating and eating his nails and freaking out, going to the bathroom. And I'm like, Jerry Jones does not know who Bobby Belt is. No offense.
Okay. Context.
That's like when Bobby refused to go to the media party in Malibu, and he's like, I just don't want to be around them, and he doesn't know who the hell you are, Bobby.
I'm not gonna get drawn off sides a second day in a row with mischaracterization. But it was what happened was Ivan texted and said, hey, somebody just came looking for you, said Jerry wants to talk to you. I was like, okay, what? Like, I blew it off. I was like, LOL, I'm on my way up. And he texted back, okay, I'll let him know. And I was like, okay, this is a weak bit. But I walked to go to Cowboys Club, and the only thing that threw it in my head was the elevator's open so I can go up to Cowboys Club, and there was a security official there, and he put his hand out, and he stopped me. And he said, we got to hold the elevator for somebody. You're going to have to wait. And I went, oh, crap, maybe Jerry is here? Yeah. Turned out later it was cheerleaders, by the way. They don't let people ride with the cheerleaders, and they were holding the elevator for them. But that was the one thing that gave me pause, like, if there is one place he'd just be hanging out, it would be Cowboys Club.
We're previewing the Jerry Jones interview live this morning at 8:30. Roberto, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to come out and he'll do like you said. He'll say, my anticipation is, boy, we gave him some headlines. How fun was that? Like, you know, if there's any sort of, and again, I agree with you. I don't need an apology at all because I don't think it's anything to necessarily apologize for.
Well, he did insult the hell out of us.
I understand, but I also can put it in the context of it was your birthday and your team got slapped around and you were irritated and you were about to go hang out with all your owner buddies and get the side eye of, boy, your team looked like S the other day. I get somebody being mad and frustrated and snapping, and I can, like I've said the last week, I could extend grace to somebody who's upset and frustrated in that moment. This is somebody who thought they broke their hamate bone because Choppy was talking about Alabama a certain way. So I can extend a little grace to somebody who said their $1 billion investment made them a little bit upset. I can understand that. The problem is going to be if he comes in with that same energy today and the next week and the week after that, then it's okay. Now you have a different perspective on what your job is and what your responsibility to answering for questions is. You can't say the buck stops with me and then questions can't even stop with you.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And so I don't think he's going to come out with that. In fact, I think we could ask him just about anything today and he'll answer it, and he won't. I think he'll be as cool as he's ever been because he's aware of it.
And do you think if he gives the nice initial response, we should just run down the laundry list, recapping or getting answers from last week?
I don't think we should get answers to last week. I think once that's done, that's done. And I say, okay, we all know what this is, move on.
Yeah.
And then from that point, it's just, okay, let's talk about the football team. Let's talk about the other things that are clearly pressing right now.
Like, we're bringing up the Aikman thing. Yesterday, Mike Fisher was like, that's going to tick him off. Like, that's we have to bring that up. It's a humongous story. It's a Cowboys legend calling your best receiver and the other receivers lazy. Like, that's not going to change. If he does want it to change, then the G-Bag Nation will have Jerry Jones on. Or that's another thing. Were you going to fire us or move your show? Like, seriously. We'll see how it goes. I don't think it's going to be another fight. The most genius The most genius idea here is from Kid Muse, who tweeted, "Let Jared ask every question so we don't get fired." I'll just hand my list of questions over to Jared, and Jared runs them all down, and we're good.
561. If Jerry goes offsides, Bobby should hit him with a dead mom joke. Maybe that's how I cut the tension with Jerry.
You know what we should have done? We should have had Tolos record on the Odyssey app all of my questions. So we're like, Jared,
too late.
You wanted to hear from real fans? Boom, here you go on the Odyssey app to just record it. So that's Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. Let's hook you up for being alongside of us, all the great messages of support, and for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dane Cook at Majestic Theater this Friday, November 1st in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News previews the Mavs season, which gets underway very, very soon. NBA doubleheader tonight. The Celtics hosting the New York Knicks. The Mavs are going to be playing the San Antonio Spurs. Let's get to Brian Broaddus' favorite segment.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It's time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Every Tuesday at 7:40, we take the most viral questions from the nearly 50 million member forum of Ask Reddit, and we get your thoughts over on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and we also get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube as we kick them around the studio here. Let's lead off with Jared Sandler, our distinguished guest here. All right, Jared. First question here. What screams "I'm single"?
Oh. Living at home? Live like being in your 30s and living with your parents or a parent?
That's true. Peyton didn't have a steady girlfriend until he moved out. That makes sense. I think that's a good one. I think it's eternal availability. Like just always being available for whatever and always trying to get something going of just, hey, do you want to do this weekend? You want to go do this? Where it's just nonstop ideas for outings. That to me is like, you're single. There's no way you're taken up if that's the case.
I'll say, and I know that everyone in this establishment is not single, but I'll say being in the strip club. I'll say being in the strip club.
When was the last time? When was the last time you were in one?
I think it was at one of the Super Bowls before you, dear. It was with the old staff, and someone went to the ATM and I think pulled out nearly a 4-digit sum of money and disappeared into one of those rooms for a good 40 minutes.
Jeez, Slater.
No, I was not with Jane.
Jane still talks about, I think, this same trip where she got kicked out.
That wasn't. This was after Jane.
Well, Jane got kicked out. I know Jane's told before her story.
In San Fran or something.
Jane got kicked out because she was trying to take a video of something, and they were like, "You cannot take video when you're in the club," and she got thrown out of there. So it's been a while. Some of the answers on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text: wrinkled shirts.
That's a great one.
Tongue out pics and smelly hoodies.
Tolo Chris said cargo shorts.
940-5 baby daddies. Peyton Russell, do you have an answer for this?
Yeah, mine was, like when you don't make any plans with the group chat, but like on the weekends, you're always like, okay, I'm down for whatever. And then you never leave really. You're never the first one to leave. You're always like, I'll just stay till the end because I don't really have anywhere to go. I'm not trying to go back to my house, and go to sleep with my girl. It just, you're out there for whenever the party ends.
We are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. 877.
Sorry. The pain in Wolchuk's face of leaving. We were at is it Katy Trail?
Katy Trail Outpost. We went to the one in Plano.
Yeah, it was an awesome setup. But man, Wolchuk's wife was kind enough to come out to the first place with the baby, and then she let him stop too for a little bit. But man, the pain, and that brings up, we got to get to this topic that Jared wants to of where to watch the big game. Because Jared and Zach were trying to get us to go to Zach's house, and I'm like, F no. Hell no. Zach's sending me pictures of his 3 TV setup. I'm like, dude, I get out for an outing like this once every 2 months. I need to be around people, a social scene. I need to people watch. I'm not going to Wolchuk's house.
This is
He's like, I rent a house. I said, I'm not going to Wolchuk's apartment. He's like, I rent a house.
He's not me. Great answer, by the way, from EJL Viking on the Twitch. Driving a Honda Civic with a 6-inch exhaust screams, I'm single. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, when in your life has everybody thought you were the bad guy, but you weren't?
Ooh, man. I mean, it'd have to have been because back in high school, I was the messenger for relationships. The guy would tell me something, and then
what an awful role.
Yeah, so I was always the middle guy. So I'd go tell her something or go tell him something. They're people, that word would get out that, wait, you told, the guy was out with the friends when, he wasn't supposed to be. And so I was just the messenger guy, but everyone pointed the fingers at me because I happened to be the one that told the girl something, but it wasn't me.
I have two really dangerous answers.
Last Tuesday.
I'm trying to choose. No, everyone, they praise us for once in my life. I'm not going to get into the specifics. Jared knows a little bit more about it. I'll touch on the one dangerous answer and then go in depth with the second dangerous. The first was my wedding. My family's listening, especially this morning, so I'm not going to get into it, but I feel like I was vindicated. But the other one is, and my bosses will really love this, the Dak lawyer thing. When KNC had on the lawyer, I do a dumb job here in this building. I try to take bullets for every other show, and I'm like, would they take any bullets from me? I don't know about that, but I tried to stick up and defend them having on that lawyer, and I did it so much, and I was so aggressive in attacking and defending. Everyone then thought that it was our show who had on the attorney. So I became kind of the bad guy when we didn't even have the guest on. So that's my answer for that. Which I've changed my mind about. I'm going to admit a long, not because of, well, maybe in part of some of the reaction. I ultimately lost this media journalistic battle with Bobby. But it took me a long time to change my mind about having the guy on or not.
Yeah, it's something that was only going to play out long term before we'd get an answer like that. For me, it was Saturday. I was dead balls right
Our ratings were actually better then.
I was right about Will Chambers, and Will Chambers was wrong, and people just don't understand that I wasn't the bad guy. I heard your segment yesterday, G-Bag, at 4:40.
They recap this?
Yeah, and they basically let Will text in unfiltered his thoughts. And then
you got to be careful when you text in during G-Bag.
Well,
doesn't always go well.
They couldn't read my unfiltered thoughts that I was texting them on the air.
Who did Zach defend? He was there.
Zach played kind of mushy middle a little bit of just I kind of see it, but I'd say he leaned Will is basically, and then Dawson just seemed to enjoy the meltdown. He enjoyed the explosion. That's all he cared about.
He's just happy he wasn't involved.
682 for me, it was when the ex started a fight, recorded it, sent it out to people, and told them I got aggressive with her, never did anything, never got in her face.
Well, if they saw and had the video evidence, how could you be blamed?
Because she recorded and then sent the, here's the middle of the fight without any of the lead up.
Okay.
And so that's what it was. Jared, you got an answer for this one?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is a family-related thing that I'm not going to get into involving in-laws. But
Jerry preventing you from talking, I see.
Yeah. I guess from a radio standpoint, there were times when, early on in my career here, when I would really jump on callers and extra innings, but they said some silly things. I didn't.
You, Jared. Goodbye.
What does it have to do with 2009?
Yeah, I don't know that those are the things that come to mind.
No, you deserve some of that because we all have those explosions where it's cringy to listen back to, and you're like, I wish I wouldn't have done that, and you probably adjusted a little bit.
I think my problem is that I think when I've been the bad guy, I have no problem, unlike Bobby, taking a step back and recognizing, I deserved it. So
really, I don't think you would name the last two big baseball debates you lost.
Well, okay, so
Rugnet Odor 10 times.
Rugi, I'm thinking. Are you thinking of ones that have been brought to this air? Because Rugi for sure, but there are ones I thought the Mets were going to beat the Dodgers. That was
Oh, wow. What a huge. That doesn't count. That's
Jack Leiter having a good start. That was when he lost.
I'm talking about a real topic.
The Rugi one, for sure. Gosh,
Maybe
there's
Tolo
several.
should be answering this.
What's that?
Maybe Tolo
text
should be
Text us in the
Yeah.
argument that Jared's lost.
I've lost several. I think when I first started, like a lot of people who do broadcasting, you really value your record in those things. Like, you think that it is representative of your ability. I don't care about that anymore. I get stuff wrong all the time. I don't mind admitting that.
By the way, 469 says, I missed Jared calling Rangers fans stupid in the post-game show. So they want to hear more of that. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3. We got time probably for one more, depending on how long these go. We'll lead off with this one. Peyton, what's the weirdest way you've met someone you dated?
Well, it's got to be my current relationship, the dating apps. It's
That's
weird.
not weird.
It's not weird. You just because it's not interaction. You're agreeing to hang out, and then because you met them on the internet, basically. It's basically like a.
That's not weird. It's common.
It's odd that you're saying it's not weird and he is, because I would think it's reverse. I would think someone like you who grew up dating without the dating apps would say it's weird, but Peyton would think that's normal.
Yeah, but I was on dating apps as well.
No, I know, but you first, like when you first started dating, that wasn't even a thought.
Yeah, but things change.
You started dating before texting.
For the last, how old are you? How old are you?
Man, that took
are you
you guys way
35
too
or
long.
36?
How many times did you ask ASL in your life?
ASL?
I don't know what that is.
Age,
AOL
sex,
Instant
location.
Messenger.
Oh, AOL Instant Messenger, yes.
No, ASL is age, sex, location.
Yeah, you would text somebody ASL, like, what's your age, sex, and location?
Oh, I never knew that. I was too busy focused on my away messages.
I bet you were. For me, the answer is she walked into the men's restroom. She was a waitress who walked into the men's restroom like.
That's why you're not voting for Trump.
Stumbled in there, and was confused about. Oh crap! I just walked into the wrong restroom, and then I joked with her, and then I made some joke walking out, and then we started talking, and then we went out.
What?
And now she's dead, like my mom. So.
Wow. I don't think you had to add the last part.
I think we're done.
What's your answer?
Is she really dead?
Yeah, you know who this is.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking it was the other dead one. Ask Reddit.
I didn't date my mom.
They did. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Let's preview the Dallas Mavericks season with Mike Curtis. Dallas Morning News. Please tell me I don't have a read, and I do. Screw you, Peyton. All right, let me get you on over to my man at Hurtado Barbecue. I know Brandon would appreciate this type of humor, so it's not bad that I'm talking about his amazing barbecue that's taking over North.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me. I love it.
For Turn It On and Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Rangers insider Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair for one more day. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But on Thursday, the defending Western Conference champions will be opening at home against the San Antonio Spurs, 6:30 on TNT. And Jared, you know of our next guest?
Well, I know that he's from Saginaw, Michigan, and I lived in Midland, which is basically right next door. So, yeah, I know I have familiarity with his background.
And you were going to ask him about police escorts or something?
Well, do we have Mike on?
Mike Curtis joining us right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline from the Dallas Morning News. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. How's it going, fellas?
Going well.
Mike, did you go to Saginaw Arthur Hill or Saginaw High or neither?
Neither one. I went to Buena Vista, which is no longer operating. It's no longer a school, so it closed down a couple of years after I graduated in 2009, but yeah, that's where I went.
Okay, well, Saginaw, for people, there's no reason why anyone in DFW would know this, but Saginaw High, Saginaw Arthur Hill, two big-time basketball programs, Jason Richardson, Draymond Green, some of the guys that came through those schools. It's the only, when I was living in Michigan, and that would be the high school game of the week whenever those two would play, it's the only time I've ever been required to get a police escort from the broadcast booth to the parking lot because there was a major fight that broke out and there were some firearms and whatnot. But that is, I don't want to say the firearm part is routine, but I would say that every time those two teams play, the intensity of that rivalry is akin to some of the big high school football rivalries here, and there are fights all the time. So I didn't know if Mike was ever a part of those fights, but it seems like he avoided them.
Not at all. I was on the other side of the city.
Mike, what should the expectations be for this year's Mavericks?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are placing a lot of expectation on this team, especially since they're coming off a run to the NBA Finals. I think anything less than either making it back to the finals or Western Conference Finals appearance would be considered a disappointment for this team. I think everyone knows that Luka is likely expected to be in contention for the MVP again, and he wants to win a championship. He said at Media Day that getting to the finals was great, but the fact that they didn't win, it was a disappointment. So I think anything less than another finals appearance is a disappointment, especially after adding a guy like Klay Thompson, who's been there so many times with the Warriors.
So, Mike, I'm dying to see Luka at the beginning of the season. Emotionally, last year, he caught a lot of heat in the finals for the complaining and all that stuff and getting ejected. But then at the end of that series, he seemed to be a completely different person. Are you expecting emotional Luka or tamed Luka?
That's a good question. I think Luka has learned from kind of his first lengthy playoff run, making it all the way to June. There were a lot of ups and downs in last year's playoff run. I think the most significant part of last year's playoff run was the fact that he played through so many injuries and he was still playing at an MVP level. You mentioned the complaining to referees, and some people criticize his lack of attention on the defensive end, but when he's locked in and he's just focused on basketball, you can tell that there's a different player there. I think it elevates his game to a different level. He's not interacting with fans. He's not interacting with referees. He's not being reactive at all. He's just focused on his game, and I think he's learned from that experience. I think we'll see. I don't want to say tamed because I don't want to use that word, but I think we'll definitely see a less passionate version of Luka this year.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News. A lot has also paid attention to his conditioning at the start of these seasons. How does Luka look in that respect?
Yeah, I'll say when we saw him on Media Day, he looked like he looked very lean. to say the least. And he went through a left calf contusion that kept him out of most of training camp and the preseason. But he still looks good. He looks like he's in shape. I think he's ready to hit the ground running. Obviously, he had some off-season experience playing the game. Obviously, he played with Slovenia to try to get them to the Olympic qualifying. And obviously, he played in Goran Dragic's farewell game, which isn't as competitive as your typical NBA game. But I think he's in shape. I think he's ready to go. And I think we'll see a good version of Luka on Thursday night.
Mike Curtis joining us here on 105 through the Fan, Mavericks beat writer for the Dallas Morning News. Okay, so Mike, we've heard some of these rumblings, and we saw it flashed a little bit during the finals, and that's Derek Lively's potential perimeter game and being able to develop an outside shot. How much do you think that will be part of his game this year? And if it is, how much more dynamic does that make Dallas's offense?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Derek Lively, before he even entered the league, he had all the capabilities of a perimeter player, just because of how he played in high school and a little bit of how he performed at Duke. You mentioned just the three-point shot. His first career three-pointer was taken, or he made it in the finals last postseason. And it's interesting because I don't think we'll see as much as a lot of people are expecting. Derek Lively has expanded his offensive game a lot over the summer. He's able to make jump hooks with both hands. He has some post moves. We saw in the preseason that he was able to put the ball on the floor and kind of go coast to coast. He said that he loves showing that aspect of his game, but he's not going to do it at the detriment of the team. So he's not going to force anything that's not within the flow of the offense. So I'm not sure how many perimeter shots we'll see, especially early in the season, but I think it's a shot that if he works on it, he continues to kind of develop that part of his skill set, we'll see it in the future. Probably not this year, but like sometime in the future.
Mike, what's a reasonable expectation for Klay Thompson, both on the offensive side, but also defensively?
Yeah, I think for Klay, there's a lot banking on this season. Obviously, after 13 seasons in with Golden State, I think he wanted to change a pace, and he's looking to prove that he still has some value in this league. After the first preseason game, he said he wants to get rid of the notion that he's not the defender that he once was. And obviously some of that attention that he's gotten on the defensive end comes after two major leg injuries that were actually like career threatening. A lot of people can't come back from Achilles and ACL injuries. So I think the fact that he was just able to average 18 points last year and still managed to put up almost 40% from the three-point line, that's all the Mavericks need. They just need a third scorer who can be consistent because that's what hurt them in the postseason. They didn't have that go-to guy after Luka or Kyrie that could get going. But defensively, I think as long as he's able to stay in front of his man and be serviceable, they don't need him to be a Derrick Jones Jr. I think that's why in the offseason, they went out and got Najee Harris and a guy like Quentin Grimes, who they can kind of be a little bit more versatile on that end. So I think as long as he's making his shots and staying in front of his man, that'll be all the Mavs need.
What has surprised you about covering Kyrie?
That's a good question. Obviously, I think when a lot of people look at Kyrie, you look at the ball handling, you look at the way he's able to score in a bevy of different ways. I think all of that is really, really intriguing, but I think his leadership, especially, and I wrote about this yesterday, just especially how he's been able to kind of mature throughout his career. Now he's in a new place in Dallas where he's kind of being like accepted around the organization. He's not being judged for the person he is. And I think that translates to how he's communicating with other people. I think like he's very intentful and intentional about what message he's trying to communicate. And I think his leadership has stood out the most to me.
Hey, Mike, when I think about this team and what's going to happen this year, I always think about the trade deadline and where the Mavs might be able to add. And there's so much unknown between now and then, who's going to be healthy, who's going to be playing well. But I guess I was a little surprised to see the Jaden Hardy extension yesterday because I've been of the opinion that he's not likely to be a Mav after the trade deadline. And maybe that's still the case because $6 million a year is not prohibitive. But I guess I'm just curious your thoughts on Hardy's place on this team, not just when the season starts while Exum's hurt, but do you see Jaden Hardy on this team after the trade deadline? And who else could the Mavs maybe move to try and make the in-season upgrade that they'll likely need to make?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the Jaden Hardy extension, I think that's a really good team-friendly deal for the Mavericks, and it even kind of helps Hardy out because if he's able to perform well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of interest in him. But I think Hardy's place on this team right now, I think he's definitely going to be one of the first guards off the bench for Jason Kidd, especially since, like you mentioned, Dante Exum had the wrist injury, and he'll be sidelined for about 3 months. So he probably won't even be available until January. So I think Hardy has grown a lot in the last year or so, especially over the summer. I think we saw him in preseason. He was scoring the ball at an extremely high level. He was able to find his teammates. I do think that they'll try to stick around with Hardy just because he's a guy who you can get instant offense from coming off the bench, and that's something that the Mavericks needed, especially in the finals last season. I think just the experience of going to the finals is probably giving him some confidence. As far as trying to get another piece, I don't want to say just yet. I think the Mavs like the depth that they have on this current team, and they want to see how it'll look before they think about making any moves.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Enjoy the start of the season. We hope to catch up throughout the year. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Let's do it again sometime.
Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News, D&M Leasing Hotline. Who do the experts think are going to win the World Series, and can you still make any money off of Texas? All that, then Jerry Jones all around the corner here on Sean and RJ.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To you by Window Nation, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adoli swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
Jared Sandler, why are we playing that clip?
1 year ago today, the Rangers beat the Astros in Game 6 of the ALCS, setting up the Game 7. We all know how it ended, but Adolis Garcia was booed vociferously. He was 0 for his first 4 and then hit the dagger grand slam there in the 9th inning en route to a record-setting ALCS and a record-setting postseason in terms of run production. What a sweet night that was.
It was a great game. It was...
I did not think that was happening in that moment. I was like, this is just going to be another strikeout.
I mean, it seemed like it was heading in that direction. He's got an incredible ability to look totally lost for 4 at-bats.
Yeah.
And then be able to turn around. There are guys where you're like, he just looks lost. Like, it's not going to happen for him today.
Like J.R. Smith.
Yeah, I mean, in any sport, you can find... And those guys are more the rule, not the exception. Adolis has this odd ability to just flip a switch within a game when he looks like he's not even on the same planet. But he had 2 more home runs the next day. You know, I remember we flew to Houston thinking, well, are we just flying for our funeral and then winning Game 6, and then you could feel the emotion switch when we showed up to the ballpark Game 7. From Houston people, there almost felt like a very nervous, scared realization of what was happening.
Yeah, you felt that from people? I didn't know that like Brian McTaggart even spoke to you guys down there.
And who's that, Bobby?
It's Astros coverage who just whines about that team all the time and whines about the Rangers, and we're really in his head.
He's the champagne insider. He's the one who judges champagne celebrations.
I know who he was.
Okay.
I just...
What is
other people
for radio purposes?
Yeah, look at this doesn't translate to radio. I'm just looking at his dumb face, though.
Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair for today. That's Bobby Bell. I'm Sean Sharif. Jerry Jones joining us live in 10 minutes at 8:30, and people are already lining up on YouTube, the Fan Cam, and Twitch in order to see. It looks like. All right, the odds are in from Bet Online. Bobby, who's favored to win the World Series?
The New York Yankees.
The LA Dodgers.
That was my next guess.
Minus 130. So that means that the Dodgers have a 56.5% likelihood of winning, according to the experts. Exact series result, Jared Sandler. Dodgers in.
I think Yankees win in 6.
You think Yankees win in 6?
Yeah.
If the Yankees win in 6, you can bet that at 6-1 right now.
Okay. I can't bet on baseball, but
yeah, that is the 5th most likely outcome for the series. Dodgers in 6 is the favorite, followed by Dodgers in 7, then Yankees in 7, then Dodgers in 5, more of a favorite over Yankees in 6. Roberto. World Series MVP.
Ohtani.
Say it louder. Yes.
Ohtani.
Yes, Ohtani. That wasn't louder.
So humble.
That was just sexier.
I would say that's probably sexier. I would say that's probably the most humble MVP award ever given, I would guess.
This Ohtani take that he has, this hatred for Shohei.
Yeah, what is your issue with him?
Hey, if you can't place a bet on baseball, just have Shohei do it for you.
Ohtani plus 225, then Judge, then Soto, then Betts, then Giancarlo, then Muncy. Has Stanton turned around his reputation throughout this postseason?
Well, if they win a World Series, then it doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he hasn't done in the years with the Yankees, and it doesn't matter what he does moving forward because he has been an absolute stud. What's sad is that this is who he should be if he could stay healthy. His body has failed him.
College football update. Who wants to guess the favorite to win the national championship as of today?
Georgia.
What do you think, Jared?
I think Georgia probably is the shortest odds.
Georgia or Ohio State.
Just because of public. I'd go Georgia or Texas.
Georgia is 7-2. Then Ohio State at 17-4. Then the Longhorns at plus 475. Then Oregon, who's currently won. Vegas is like, nah, not believing in it right now. Oregon's 5-1. Penn State and Clemson are 12-1. Of course, after I lost Dabo money to you, now you're wondering if Dabo is succeeding at Clemson.
Well, he definitely doesn't believe in the modern way of college football, and that's not going to work out for him long term with the NIL and the transfer portal stuff. He's got to get on that track. But after Clemson did not necessarily get off to this rousing start, they do look pretty good. And Cade Klubnik, who was a big-time recruit, has looked really good this year. So I don't think that they're a national title threat, really, but I mean, right now it seems like they're definitely a lock to make the playoff.
Clemson 12-1. RJ Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers at 14-1. Value-wise, I'll throw it out there. Alabama 18-1.
They basically won the national title already.
LSU and A&M 33-1. And I think that's SMU 100-1.
I'm not even joking. A&M, that is value to me. A&M's odds lower than Bama's with one loss. Basically, what? They're one of 2 SEC teams that's still undefeated in conference play right now. A&M.
Yeah, but have you seen Connor Wegman throw a football?
I get it, but the whole idea of just you've got one loss and it's a Notre Dame game you should have won, and it was when you were still trying to work some things out. I think A&M's a good team.
I don't.
Heisman favorite.
Well, you're wrong. That's okay.
I mean, they're not a legit national championship
Heisman
threat.
favorite, Ashton Genty.
Yes. Did he make headlines yesterday for listing the Cowboys as a team he would like to play for?
I did not see that. I'll trust you, though. He plays for Boise State, so it's likely.
Cam Ward, 2nd. Dylan Gabriel, 3rd. Carson Beck, 4th for the Heisman. Travis Hunter has gone from 12-1 to 20-1.
I put my money on Cam Ward. At the end of the day, if you're an undefeated quarterback, it's tough for voters these days to not vote for you.
Ward is a really good value because he's put up obscene numbers. The numbers are just ridiculous.
Jerry Jones joins us live for his radio return. What the hell is going to happen? Find out with Jerry Jones next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show every single Tuesday at 8:30. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And in Choppy's chair today, Chop will be back tomorrow from bye-week vacation, is Jared Sandler. And the moment that many around the country and the Metroplex are waiting for is upon us, as Jerry is joining us right now on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
And how you doing, RJ? Good to be on with you guys.
Oh, man, that stings. That stings, Jerry. RJ's the only one not here today.
Well, did he want to avoid the confrontation?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Jerry, what do you want to say, if anything, about last week?
I don't have anything to say about last week. I'm happy, though, that I must tell you I'm surprised that last week got the attention it got. But, really, when I think about what we try to do on this show, for me, is I think we give you 2 shots a week that I get on, and Steven gets on once or twice, and Mike, I don't know if Mike gets on or not, but those are really a privilege. It's kind of like pillow talk. You get some inside stuff. As you know, I don't go before the normal press conferences during the week usually.
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of thing that I would expect and how I would answer it relative to many of your questions. You're going to ask me today, because Henry had a big night, Derrick Henry last night, you're going to ask me again, how come when Henry was available and right here in Dallas said we didn't get him? And I will tell you, the same kind of question is one that my wife might ask me of 60-something years. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I really don't know why I did that. The devil made me do it. And so my point is, those kinds of questions are pointedly toward putting you on a spot to make a certain kind of answer.
Yeah.
I've obviously been asked that Derrick Henry question almost every day since we started training camp. And so that's a get in your ass type of question.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I see that coming, and that's real good.
Mm-hmm.
But when you do it several times, and of course, I keep up with what you guys say when I'm not on the show. And so when you do it several times, I know that when you're asked about a question such as one that you might have at home, why did you do that? And you do it several times, then you really know what the situation is, where it's coming from. So those are the kinds of things that this show, to me, can and be about. For instance, if you ask me how I make a decision, I would say I'd maybe go back to a story of when I was buying the Cowboys. And we got down to where there was a $300,000 difference. And we couldn't get by it, the man that sold the team to me. And so he suggested we flip a coin. And we flipped that coin, and I lost. I really got screwed. I ended up with the Dallas Cowboys. My point is, I don't know why I called heads rather than tails, and I couldn't explain to you why I called heads rather than tails. But some of this stuff works out, some of it doesn't. that's the kind of thing and the kind of answers I would expect us to be talking about on this show.
Yeah. And I get all that, and normally we're usually on the same page in terms of the topics and the subjects. That's why I think last week threw us off a little bit. But look, man, as I've said multiple times, Jerry, you've provided us, radio gold, and it is a privilege to be able to do this show with you for 15 years. And we had some fireworks, and that's kind of the way I view it, despite the payment and suspension and move the show and all that stuff, because we're usually in lockstep. So I understand that.
Listen, here's the thing. The fact that we've been doing it 15 years shows that someplace in between there, we got comfortable in our skin doing these type things. And we did get comfortable with it. Now, I'm tickled to death that we have as much interest in this as we do. And as you well know, but guys, I have no issue, and you know that. As a matter of fact, you've said that. I have no issue with getting up in front of a bunch of media and people of journalism and asking the question and answering, getting questions and answering.
Yeah.
And I don't have any problem with that. Would you agree with that?
Yes, totally.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but the point is that we've, in my mind, we're not playing very good football right now at all. And it's beyond whether or not we have Derrick Henry or not. Derrick Henry is having a career year. I don't know if he'd be having that career year in our situation. And that's really something you really do have to look at, because if he had not had as many carries as our running backs have had, then he certainly probably wouldn't have attained the level of impact he's having. And then he's a real good complement to the type of offense they run. We don't run that type of offense at all. Our situation is more about, frankly, it's more about holding your blocks. It's more about not making mistakes. It's more about, in my mind, the receivers running through a tough man-to-man coverage and running on through it. And, if you will, get away from that. The types of things that we all think we should be looking at is, well, we're designing bad plays, or we're designing bad concepts. The facts are that there's some of that, but there's also some of execution. There's some of the talent. I like our talent. I really do like our talent. I like our young talent, but young talent has a few more mistakes associated with it than if you are dealing with a veteran player. Although you've got to have young talent, as I've said. Derrick Henry didn't fit because, principally, of managing the cap. In anticipation of the players that we were going to sign weeks later, or anticipation of the players we're going to be signing in the future.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, I thought Mike was very detailed yesterday in his bye-week recap. Can you tell us from your perspective some of the things you guys really wanted to refocus or address during the bye week?
Well, we need to really, from every one of us, need to evaluate where we made decisions we'd like to have back. And I'm talking about every one of us. I have to do it all the time. And so Mike has to do that from his standpoint. He said that yesterday. And then he has to ask each player, let's sit down and see what we can do. Players, when they want to work on something, they usually go out with the help of a teammate, or sometimes with the help of the entire defense if you're an offensive player. And you work on what it is you're short on. I remember DeMarcus Ware used to stay out after practice with our tackles. Not for DeMarcus, but for the tackle's benefit of being able to basically get out, quote, take his steps, keep his knees bent, and basically be able to handle DeMarcus Ware. Those guys worked on those kinds of things. They do it now. They just need more of it.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, you got San Francisco coming up this week, and they've obviously been a thorn in the side for you guys. Is this a game you would consider a measuring stick type game or a must-win game potentially for where you guys are at this season?
Listen, we're 3-3, and we all saw it, and we know how we ended up beating Cleveland. We know what we didn't do against New Orleans. We know what we did do against Pittsburgh. You can take all of that. All that counts is what we're doing out here next week against San Francisco and the games after that. Can we be a better team? Can we be, let's say, have better field position in the overall schemes? I'm not talking about really being out on the field. But can we get ourselves where we don't have some things happen to us like happened to us the other day and we get run out of the stadium? Yes, we can. Of course we can. And I remember when I changed and went to Jason Garrett, and we were 1-7. And basically we had the same difference in the score against Green Bay. It was exactly the same difference as against Detroit. And we go up to New York and we win that game the week we changed out the coaching. Now, I've regretted making that change, just so you know. If I had that to do over again, I might not have done it. What I'd love to have done is sit down and talk to Wade when Wade came in and said, we needed better defense. I need to find me a defensive coordinator, and I'm the best defensive coordinator I know. Well, he is, because all he did was go over to Denver, and I've never heard this in the NFL, but people around the league said they won that Super Bowl because of coaching, Wade Phillips. And I let him out of here just because of that. Now, we did win the next game from that standpoint after having the same kind of spread that we had the week before here. So those are just the kind of experiences that make you know that you can make these decisions, but there's a good chance that you're making it and you should have gone the other way. Now, what you have to do is take those bad decisions and bust your butt and get out and make those better or good decisions when you've made them and you look back and say, I wish I'd gone the other way. You got to do something about them if you can. Wise man told me one time, the man upstairs didn't make it to where most people make decisions about 50-50. It's what you do with the bad decisions and what you do with the good decisions that's a differentiator.
Jerry, you talk about San Francisco and this game coming up this weekend. You do have, it sounds like the 49ers are going to be missing several key contributors, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, potentially Deebo Samuel. How do those players missing from San Francisco change your standards, if at all, for what you want to see from your team against them?
Well, first of all, not having really outstanding players is absolutely a part of the NFL. That's part of having a team. There's very few, if any, that I can recall that haven't had major injury adjustments as you go along. That's just like being a boxer and stepping up there and getting jabbed. You know you're going to get jabbed and going to get hit on the nose many times. Well, injuries are a part of that. You have to have the depth. You have to have the readiness to overcome those injuries, or at least be competitive to be satisfied in the mirror or be satisfied for our fans. So I really don't think that San Francisco should be looked at as what they don't have. Now, strategically, if they were weak, we thought Detroit was weak in the secondary. So we came out firing at the secondary. That was our game plan, to fire at the secondary. Had you had it to do over again, you might have done it a different way. Against San Francisco, I don't know that apart from just one-on-one areas of both sides, defense, offense, really even special teams, how we will address they've got young players or new players at that position. And it could affect you, but in general, that's San Francisco we're playing out there. And you're right, they've put it on us the last several times.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ, or RJ and RJ, 105.3 The Fan, as Choppy would like it to be renamed. Jerry, what did you think of Troy Aikman's wide receiver comments about route running? And in y'all's film study, Did you see any of that and agree with any of what Troy said?
Troy knows football. My goodness, he lives it. When he was here, he's one of the most astute and hardworking people I've ever seen at evaluating tape or looking at how a team is playing. Troy's credible, boy, and should be. And not only that, you can imagine he's not just interested in taking a whack at the Cowboys. He feels as much or more than anybody does about the Cowboys. He's very professional. I think he's very fair. And certainly you can look at what we've been doing. You can look at such things as the separation compared to other teams. That's that analytics that you work with today. But fundamentally, I was talking with Mike, and our players need to work on, when they've got tight coverage, they need to work on pushing on through physical contact, pushing on through it. Now, that's just an example. That's not the only thing. But I'm pretty confident that we've got the ability to coach, and we've got some receivers that take the coaching and can improve. That's the big thing, improve.
Jerry, Amari Cooper was traded this past week. I know that it's a different year. Supply and demand is obviously different. But when a guy gets traded, a guy that you have previously traded, do you ever take a step back, compare compensation? Is there anything you can learn from compensation packages from trades around the league, especially when there is a similarity like the Amari trade?
Yeah, absolutely I can. We went for the dollars. When we traded Amari Cooper, we saved almost $20 million for our cap and in the future. We took a lesser draft pick to get that savings. When he made this move the other day, Cleveland went for more draft pick and less savings. It was very simple.
Jerry, when you look at the injuries situation with Micah Parsons and Deron Bland, do you anticipate having either one of those guys available for San Francisco this weekend?
Yeah, and you can't tell today. I visited right before we came on with our trainers, and we've got to see how they're playing, how they're running, how the exercise or the running of the prior day, how they're affected the next day. We're not going to be able to tell their availability until right at game time, in my view.
Jerry, I'm interested in asking you about Tom Brady ownership. A lot of talk about conflict of interest. Are you going to be paranoid? We've seen you a lot of times with Tom before the games down on the field. He's now got some broadcasting restrictions. Is that a competitive advantage? Do you worry about Brady scouting extra, knowing stuff you're doing? Your comments and reaction to Tom Brady, NFL owner.
Yeah, I think we all live lives with an element of compromising. And I think it's different strokes for different folks. And there's certainly the idea that, hey, he's not going to be able to help being for the Raiders if he owns a part of the team. So that's there. But as far as his integrity, as far as coming in, and by the way, he's doing a great job. But as far as coming in and getting some confidential inside information that could impact the outcome of the game, I would bet my life that he will be not only responsible, but he'll be honorable. And there's no question in my mind he will be. And so I don't have the sensitivity of him talking to our coaches around the league and giving the Raiders an ultimate big edge. I don't see that.
Jerry, last question for you. The trade deadline coming up in a couple of weeks. I know everyone's always talking to you about buying and buying and buying, but if the next couple of weeks don't go as you'd like, is there a possibility that maybe you would consider going the other direction and trying to get some value for the future and taking on the role of a seller?
Yeah, I don't see anything that would impact us in any way. I made the decision of how we're going. We made the decision of how we're going forward when I extended Dak and when I signed CD. And so that should have and does put you in a direction that you're going. So that if you see us moving in any way by chance, during this trade deadline, trading somebody. That would be because that we are going in a different direction with defense, offense, whatever you want to do. Obviously, we're going in different directions than we did with Quinn in a small part. And so the same skill, the same player might not work as well in what we want to do with Zimmer as we do as we had when we had Quinn. And you also see the very obvious. You better be thinking about what you want to look like 3 and 4 years from now when you pick up a player or make a big trade or you draft somebody. You better adapt it to where you're going to go. For instance, has anybody thought about that if you're going to invest a huge amount of money in a running back, you better be planning on running the ball. Running the ball. Okay. If, for instance, we wanted to balance it more, then you might not have had as much emphasis on the running back. And so that's just one of the many issues that comes through your mind. And you got to get that straight before you make these decisions that take a lot of space out of your cap for the next 3 or 4 years. So all of that goes into it.
This last one is a selfish question for us to try to make some money. Jerry, would you, being the marketing genius that you are, would you rename this show the Yahoos or the Tribunal?
Well, I'll tell you this right now. I love the lightness of the Yahoo aspect of it. I really do. I really do. Humor or lightness in my life has been vital, because when you get in tough spots or when you get in tough angst, a little humor at the right time in the foxhole is some good stuff. I love the job that y'all do, and you do have an element of that. Now, that still doesn't keep you. I asked Michael Irvin one time, who I'd rather be in a dark alley with Mike than anybody I know. But when Mike really gets going, he starts laughing. And the more scared he is, the more rough it is, the more he laughs. And so the point is, we all have different ways of dealing with angst or dealing with pressure. I like the way we do this show. And I'll tell you this right now, I don't think it does us any harm at all to have disagreements. I don't think it does any harm to show emotion. I think all of that is a part of it. I saw recently where somebody said, boy, you can't be in this game, certainly as a player or coach or what have you, without showing temper, without showing emotion. And I think you guys do a great job of that. I try to basically have more than just answers that you could get by reading the paper. I try to do that, and sometimes with emotion, and I'm not reluctant to show emotion.
Well, look, it's good to have you back. We appreciate it as always, as we have for 15 years. Thank you for the time as always, and good luck in San Fran.
You bet, guys. Have a good day.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to all of that. Final hour. Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday is next. But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Peyton's getting it, Caitlin's getting it, Bobby Belt, and Jared Sandler in Choppy's chair. RJ and RJ will be back tomorrow here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Jerry Jones, with his much-anticipated interview return, was just on for about 30 minutes. Sandman, I know you got to go ahead and run, so I want your reaction and opinion first.
Well, Jerry only paid me for 3 hours today, so I'm actually getting overtime at this point. Listen, none of us expected him to come on and apologize, right?
Right.
Okay.
Which he did not do.
He did not. It did not seem like there was a recognition that he took a very, very fair question and tried to make a point with it. And in so doing, I think took some personal shots at you guys. It did not seem like there was any recognition. I think a lot of what was said is stuff that you would have said prior to last week, and it's all fair and true that there is good back and forth. And I think what made last week so odd is what we've all talked about. Jerry is usually very good at answering tough questions, especially about the struggles of his team. But there did not seem to be any acknowledgement whatsoever that he in any way, shape, or form maybe drifted out of what was a fair lane. And
I think he may look at it, these are theories. He may look at it like, look at the attention I brought you guys. Look at what I did for you guys over the past 7 days. Which is true. I don't know if it was intentional. But he may be looking at it like that. But when he kept saying, when he was kind of explaining why he snapped, it kind of felt like Bobby, it was just getting poked 50,000 times by everyone during your times when you're struggling, and then you crack eventually.
Yeah. I don't even know that he has an issue with snapping, though, the way he just said it. But yeah, he's clearly writing this off to, well, you asked the 50th question, so you got it.
Yeah.
Which isn't good enough. I don't think his explanation for it's good enough. And if that's the approach he wants to have, is that he thinks that, no, look, I mean, I was completely right in how I handled last week. Said he didn't even want to talk about it. Okay, fine. If that's how he thinks it's completely right. All right. Well,
but he was prepared with a 5-minute commentary afterwards.
Yeah, I think it was handled great, and he was right. He did get somebody else to ask the questions because he asked his first one himself. I'm going to ask myself about Derrick Henry and launch into this one and go into it. And so, okay, it just tells me, all right, this is, you had a week to think about it, you thought about it, and you seemingly still feel somewhat the same. I feel like is what I thought I got from that, and that's okay. That just, as long as you said you're fine mixing it up, okay, fine. Just, I expect you to be fine with it the next time we ask you next week. If you get your ass kicked by San Francisco, I expect you to be fine here. And why'd you get your ass kicked by San Francisco a 4th time in a row?
Yeah. And we asked about...
And what are you going to do about it?
We asked about the Aikman wide receiver comments. We asked about the Amari trade, comparing the compensation. What is the main reaction that you're seeing on social media and the text messages? What are the big storylines coming out?
Biggest 3 things are just A, everything he had to say about Derrick Henry. B, obviously just the reaction to our conversation and the fact that he seemingly didn't feel differently about it. But then the other thing everybody's seizing on is the fact that he said he regrets firing Wade Phillips, which is, I heard him explain it and it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You went 5-3 after you fired him. Like, you fired him and the team rallied together and you figured out what you wanted to do moving forward. I don't know how that could have been a bad thing. Or to say that you were fine accepting the fact that your team, openly, players have talked about it, your team quit. So you're openly saying, I regret firing somebody when the team quit on him.
He went into great detail. He was ready for Derrick Henry. That is all the Tolos wanted to hear about after last night. Henry going off for the Ravens win. Are you about to roll out?
I'm about to roll out, but you got final words?
I want you to have final words.
On Jerry or Derrick Henry? Because Derrick Henry helped me win a
Game 6 last year was awesome.
Game 6 was great. No, this was fun. Thanks for babysitting me the last 2 days.
No, thank you for coming in. You did not have to do it. We appreciate you. We love you. Till next time.
Yeah. You were objectively good today, Jared.
Oh, Lord.
You're objective.
But, man, great detail into Derrick Henry. Once again, talked about managing the cap. Wide receivers, to the Aikman point, need to push through that physical contact. And then the Amari deal, they saved $20 million, and Cleveland doing theirs for picks.
Hey, I do have one thing to say. I think you guys did a great job. First of all, you guys take a lot of pride in going about that the right way. I understand, because I get this on the Rangers side, that fans, and as fans, we are all emotional. We're all fans, right? You know, in this capacity from 6 to 10, you're a broadcaster, but we're all sports fans.
Yeah.
We all have that emotional edge where we want to kick and scream and throw the remote control. And I understand that there are people out there who wanted you guys to go on strike from Jerry or kick and scream. But you've got to maintain a professional relationship. It's not that easy. It's a lot easy to kick and scream and ask Jerry all the toughest questions in an emotional way from your couch. It's a lot tougher in this spot. I thought you guys handled it well. I don't think it was on you guys to grill Jerry like he was on the stand and this was a few good men. I think it was on Jerry to offer an apology. He didn't, and that's not anything you guys can control. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, brother.
Adios, Jared.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. Pepe, you've been in the mix of all this the past 2 weeks. What'd you think?
I thought it went, just like we had planned yesterday during the meeting. Everyone texted in, all my friends were like, oh, when's the blow up going to happen? How hard is Sean going to go at Jerry? I was like, guys, that's not what we're asking for here. Obviously Sean was prepared and Bobby was prepared, if Jerry was going a different route, but we're trying to have Jerry on the show next week and for the season. So it went well, in my opinion.
Anything else, Roberto?
Yeah, I like I said, I mean, this week was about letting him address what happened last week, and he did, and it's okay. All right. Well, we kind of exhausted a lot of our questions last week. We're coming off a bye week. There's not a ton more to play out, so it's like, okay, all right, that's fine. We can have it this level. I think he is prepared for if things go sideways against San Francisco. He's going to get similar questions that he got last Tuesday, and he'll be ready for that. And I anticipate he'll answer all of them, and in less of a irritated manner. But if he doesn't, if he is going to answer them irritated, that's not going to change the fact from we're going to ask him next week.
Yeah.
And what I anticipate will be a situation where we're going to have to ask him because they've shown they can't play very well against San Francisco.
All right, so there it is. Thank y'all for listening, all the texts and all the feedback. Of course, everyone wanted to talk about this player after last night.
3rd down and 7 from the Bucks 13. Lamar wants to throw. Slings it. Complete. Henry at the 5. The King is in! 5 touchdown passes for Lamar. And with 6:32 left to play in Tampa, the Hayes in the barn!
Ravens Radio with the call. A second and third quarter explosion after Tampa's receivers got hurt with Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and the Ravens are on fire right now, winning 41-31.
Yeah, and I mean, they look like, I know Jared said it earlier, he's not here now to defend himself, so I'll tee off on his take. But he said that Baltimore to him is clearly the best team in the NFL now after that performance. I would still say there's a tiered level here. To me, the 3 top teams in the NFL, especially after watching Baltimore last night, it's Baltimore, Detroit, and Minnesota in whatever way you want to kind of stack those teams up. But those are the 3 who have made the biggest statements, I think, this year. The only question I have about Baltimore, they have this consistent issue of like what you saw from Tampa at the end of that game last night. They'll give up plays. Like Baltimore will absolutely give up big plays and let teams back into it. They let Dallas back into it at the end. And so same sort of thing. I wonder about their ability to shut a team down when they really need to end a game.
Did you send him the Ed Reed audio?
Yeah. Do you have it, Peyton, the Ed Reed on the Guardian cap? All right, so this was Ed Reed last night on the Manning cast. We talked earlier about how Tua Tagovailoa is not going to wear the Guardian cap. Said it's a personal decision. He's not going to go that direction. So Ed Reed and the Manning brothers started talking a little bit about the benefits of Guardian caps, and boy, Peyton Manning looked pretty uncomfortable trying to shut down all of Ed Reed's takes.
It's another layer of protection, so makes sense.
You really think that protection is going to do something past that carbon fiber that's on the helmet? Usually when a boxer knocks somebody out, he punched the crap out of him in the jaw. He don't hit him in the top of his head. He gets hit here. So when a person gets knocked out, their neck is going to snap too. It's going to send a shock in their nerve, and it's going to make them go numb. It's not going to be just from the frontal lobe. It's going to be because of the head movement of the lack of muscle strength in the neck.
Dr. Reed.
Or the weakness thereof that happens over time in the game is called fatigue.
And your Ravens are giving up some easy touchdowns here. I need a little pep talk from you, buddy.
Game over in their mind.
And earlier, you couldn't hear it. It came across as like a little mumbly. Peyton's like throwing in the corner. He's trying to do play-by-play.
He's just
so
like,
uncomfortable.
Please break away from this topic. Please shut Ed Reed up on his evaluation of like what causes concussions and what causes traumatic brain injuries. You could tell he didn't want to have it, which we were talking about this a little bit. Ed Reed has exposed himself a little bit the last couple of years in terms of, boy, that seems like a personality that would have been pretty difficult to wrangle while he was at Baltimore.
Yes. I love Belichick talking about how great Ed Reed was, but I'm like, imagine coaching this guy with the personality that he has shown over the past few years. He is opinionated. I think he talked about Harbaugh's early meetings. He had to like step out of huddles. Like, what is this guy talking about here? Getting on us as the big dogs. Bill Belichick yesterday, he was on the Manning cast. He predicted Derrick Henry big second half. But earlier today, he was on McAfee. He did not agree with Gerard Mayo calling the Patriots soft, like a lot of times I wish the Cowboys leadership would do here.
I'm kind of hurt for those guys because to call them soft, they're not soft. They were the best team in the league last year against the run.
And those guys went out there and did it, even though we couldn't score many points offensively. So I don't know. I feel bad for the defensive players on that one because those guys, that's a tough group. I mean, John Jones, Godshaw, Wise, Jennings, those are all Uche. Those guys are all tough players. Like they'll strap it up and go. Duggar, I mean, they're tough guys.
So that's Belichick. His petty list is amazing.
Dude, he hates Woody Johnson. I knew he had issues. I didn't realize how much he hates Woody Johnson.
But here he is kind of going at Mayo a little bit. Robert Kraft sitting down with Charlemagne the God was like explaining why he got rid of Bill. Bill, someone is gathering all that stuff up for him. And I think Belichick was made aware before he talked about that. I think he was made aware of Gerard Mayo being asked about this roster a couple weeks ago.
Good evening, or whatever time it is.
No. This is after the game. There's another one about how the roster got like that. Let me know when you get it.
Yeah, where he basically had talked about the idea of just like, well, you guys know. He didn't want to answer. And they're like, what do you say? You know.
Pepe's got it.
Why was the roster in such bad shape entering this offseason?
Oh, you tell me.
He almost said what he...
No, not doing that one. Not doing that one.
Bill got a hold of that. And he's like, I would never call my players soft. That's out of line by Gerard Mayo.
It's a little weird, though, that as toxic as Bill is revealing himself to be, it's maybe showing up a little bit why all of his assistant coaches are toxic when they go off to other organizations. It's like, why isn't this working? Why isn't Josh McDaniels being nuts or Joe Judge or Matt Patricia? Why doesn't this work in these buildings? So it's like, well, it's a unique circumstance.
Well, I'm
Bill.
trying to figure out who he's canceled off his list. The longer Bill talks, the more teams cross off the list of hiring him. Obviously, going back to New England is not happening. He for damn sure ain't going to the Jets. The Falcons is not happening. He rips them apart. And I also, Bobby's holding up a certain helmet, y'all, on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The other one, he kind of made fun of Joe Shane, the Giants GM, on Hard Knocks with the Saquon stuff.
Yeah, I agree, Sean.
Yeah. Sorry, there's this mic cover right here. Sorry. What were you saying about Bill Belichick and where he's going to coach next year?
That you're holding us something that has a big fat star on the side of the helmet.
My mistake. Those bye-week adjustments are going to be great.
Nick Eatman reacts to Jerry Jones on with us and what adjustments can they reasonably make during the bye week. Eatman joins us from DallasCowboys.com right after this. And this
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Woo! Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40. Nick Eatman joining us on a surprising Tuesday appearance, because yesterday we had the Mike McCarthy press conference. Nick is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
I think we would have gotten more out of Nick than we would have out of Mike McCarthy yesterday, but that's...
Mike McCarthy, by all accounts, was pretty damn detailed.
I'm just teasing.
At 9. You're not capable of teasing when it comes to that subject matter.
First time he's ever been detailed.
Good morning, Nick. Bobby, shut up. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
I'm doing great. Guys are dropping bombs here.
What did you take from Jerry, if anything, an hour ago?
That was, it was just like I would have said last week. Interesting. Interesting is always a good word there. No, it was fine. It was, that's
you
Jerry.
knew he was going to approach it that way.
Yeah. That's Jerry, and he's, that's why, he is who he is, and he was kind of like, I'm surprised. I like that part. He's like, I was kind of surprised it blew up like this, but not really. Only the Cowboys. Jerry's masterful at it. Getting people to talk about the Cowboys on a bye week. I mean, he's great at it. That's kind of, I'm not saying it was all planned. I don't know. I know there's theories out there like that, but I thought both of y'all handled it well. I mean, both sides. Y'all asking the questions, and Jerry as well.
Nick, what did you take from McCarthy yesterday morning? People were tweeting, oh my gosh, it's clear and obvious Mike McCarthy is a morning person, and he gave like a 4 or 5 minute opening answer on what their plans were during the bye week, like Jerry's 5-minute answer today.
Yeah, it was rejuvenated is what it seemed like.
Yeah.
It was like fresh off the bye week, ready to go, ready to take on the 49ers. I don't know. Maybe he got some good news. Maybe he heard McCaffrey's out or Ayuk or something. I don't know. Not that, it's not going to be a challenge. I don't know, but you could tell he was rejuvenated and kind of excited to tackle on what they've got here. And honestly, when you're coming out of the game the way they had in the bye week and all that, I mean, that's kind of the attitude that you have to have. You have to figure out how do you win the week? How do you come back and win? The Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, because clearly that's what they have been losing those. They've been losing the middle of the week, and then of course you lose on Sunday, which is what everyone sees. But too many discussions about bad practices and no details and things like that, and then it shows. They're not starting games well. They're not coming out of the half well. So, I mean, that's the stuff that's got to get good. They've got to win. They've got to beat the 49ers today and tomorrow and Thursday, Friday.
Nick, what do you think has been more beneficial in your time covering this football team? The Jason Garrett thought process of the process and, hey, never get too high, never get too low. Consistency is key. Or what seems to be the Mike McCarthy process, which has been radical in-season changes almost every year that he's been here?
Well, I think you could say, I mean, if you're going to compare those two, I would say it would be McCarthy. I mean, they've had better success with the middle of the season or in the season. I mean, I do recall. I mean, with Garrett, I mean, they did have the trade with Amari Cooper in the middle of the season, so they did that at least once, but. Mm-hmm. But I would think from a standpoint, I mean, you don't. The thing about Garrett, you didn't really have a lot of lows. I mean, it was pretty steady, and then there was that 1 year when Romo got hurt. I mean, they were really bad, but for the most part, they were about mid 800, 8-8, and then a little bit better at certain years. The consistency's been there more with Mike. I mean, but I think Garrett maybe Garrett felt like he had a longer leash because of how things started, and this was kind of handpicked by Jerry, and so he was able to kind of do it his way and build the program and all that. And McCarthy's, after his first playoff loss, it was kind of like, well, okay, is this the guy? So he's always kind of had to feel that. So maybe he's kind of felt like he's had to be a little bit more with the radical moves than maybe Garrett did.
Nick, I'm curious. Jerry mentioned, and he's mentioned a couple times now, hey, this is what happens when you lean on young players. This is what happens when you have to count on young talent. Is that as much of an admission, do you think, from Jerry in terms of roster building that you're going to get that says maybe we should have hung on to more veteran depth? Maybe we should have re-signed a Dante Fowler or Dorrance Armstrong. It feels almost reflective when he's answering it and talking about, man, we're really having to bank on some young guys, and it's not always working out.
I don't know if it necessarily means that we should have done it a different way. It's just more of maybe our expectations are a little higher. Maybe not everybody's going to be Deron Bland. Not everyone's going to be, a Tyler Smith even, who they drafted in the first round. They saw that last year with Mozzie. So I don't know if it means we should have done this. We should have done some of these other things. But I think it's more about, hey, maybe we should temper the expectations and knowing that, there's going to be growing pains when you have two of your five linemen that are rookies. And trying to bank on that and some of the other young guys. But I mean, the defensive end, that's easy to say now, especially with Dante Fowler scoring a touchdown and all that kind of stuff. Dorrance Armstrong, he's hurt, but still, I think he's played well before that. But to have the injuries that they had, I mean, it's just a defensive end. I'm talking about the defensive end position. I mean, they were fine, I think, without Armstrong and Fowler based off of what they did. But they had 4 linemen that they liked, but they're all hurt. Every one of them has been out for the last two games, and probably the third game.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105 through the Fan. What did you make of Jerry's explanation as to why Derrick Henry may not have been the best fit here?
I'd like to see, for myself.
What an answer.
No, it's one of those things I'd like to find out and see it, better than that. But no, it's one of those things where I think what he was saying is this offensive line and this defense hasn't been able to support a running back like that. So I don't, he's basically saying that from a success standpoint, it probably wouldn't have been the same. Again, it's hindsight, once you start running early and wearing them down, that's what we always were told about Zeke and Pollard. One guy kind of wears them down, the other guy comes in and runs. So wearing down the defense obviously matters. And you see that. You see Henry's runs in the third quarter, fourth quarter. He did it in a Cowboy game too. It's like he gets stronger, the defense kind of wears down. So, he's certainly a power back. I just honestly think it's a situation that they didn't think that this was and it wasn't just Henry. It's all the backs. Those guys are having success. A lot of the free agent backs are having success, and I don't think the Cowboys just said it was their philosophy. We don't like to pay running backs at this stage in their career, especially that kind of money. And I think it's more of a philosophy thing that maybe should change a little bit, because you are seeing some of the success that these running backs are having in their next contract, on their next team.
Nick Eatman here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. You had referenced it earlier. Deebo Samuel hospitalized, unknown timeline, according to Adam Schefter, with pneumonia, fluid in his lungs. Ayuk is gone for the year. I think Shireen Williams asked, is Trent Williams going to be suspended? Purdy did not play well. Is this the most susceptible San Fran team that we've seen over the past few years?
I think so. I think it is. Now, are the Cowboys able to take advantage of that? And that's what happens a lot. A lot of times people are quick to look outside the window, see what the neighbors are doing, look at that stuff, and kind of forget what's going on in their own house.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are like, well, if the Cowboys can't beat the 49ers like this, then they'll never beat them. Well, let's remember where they are too. Let's remember that their two best defensive players are out, and maybe third if Eric Kendricks is not playing. Especially when it comes to the front seven. So they're playing on defense with one hand tied behind their back as well. So if they were full-fledged and going up against a 49er team that didn't have McCaffrey, and I feel like I don't know all about Deebo, but I just have a feeling he'll probably be back, but I don't know that. You might Willis read the thing and come play, but I don't know. But I just think that, let's not forget the Cowboys are not at 100% themselves, especially on defense. And so, if no one's feeling sorry for the 49ers if they're banged up. If they're banged up and they can't play, that's fine. But I still think, and Bobby said it before I got on, the 49ers have a scheme and have an offense that will give the Cowboys problems, and we've seen that. The Saints are not a good football team. They certainly looked like they were going to be having a parade in New Orleans when they played the Cowboys in Week 2. So my point is that it doesn't take a lot to be able to hurt this defense if they're not doing what they need to be doing.
Nick Eatman here on 105.3 The Fan. You sit there and you look at San Francisco. We asked Jerry about Micah's availability. He said you can't tell today. Are you getting any type of feeling like, is this really optimistic to think Parsons can return Sunday night? And what do you think about Bland?
Yeah, with Bland, obviously there was some kind of setback. I can't tell you that I'm know just how much it was, but how close he was to being able to play. And I don't know if it was a major setback. I think when I'm talking about Bland, I just think it was just enough where let's just give him 2 weeks. If we give him this game, then we give him 2 more weeks, and that's probably what he needs. I have a feeling he'll be ready to play. They're getting close to that window closing, that 21-day window closing anyway. So I think he'll probably be close. Parsons, he's tough because his body language is always kind of like, I don't know, maybe we'll see. And we've seen him run out there and play. So I don't have the strong vibes that he's going to play. But again, I don't know that. I mean, he just talking to him Monday just kind of seemed like he was, it's frustrating and maybe almost prepared to do another game. But I know he wants to be out there, of course, and he always wants to be out there. And, it would be a great boost if he could play. But I just have this feeling that he may not be ready one more week.
Nick, we asked Jerry about Troy Aikman's comments on the receivers, and he talked a lot about execution. But at the end of that, he said, if you get away from that, the types of things that we all think we should be looking at is, well, we're designing bad plays or we're designing bad concepts. And he says the facts are there's some of that, but there's also some of execution. Is that any sort of an indictment you think on, hey, we've got to look at what we're doing schematically on offense?
I think so. I mean, I think it's everything. I think he looking at the plays, and I think that goes back to from the Henry comment about would we be having, we can't get to running the ball, which is it's not so much. He said we have a completely different offense, and of course they have different quarterbacks, different thing. I mean, everything's different there. But yeah, I think everybody's getting a little bit of I wouldn't say finger pointing, but everyone's getting a little bit of the heat right now because. It is the case. I mean, the offense isn't the same. The scheme, it's something. I mean, again, I keep harping on this, but I think it's so important is because what are you doing during the week as you're starting these games and you're starting off slow, these slow starts. And so I think it goes to your preparation, which also leads to your scheme and what you're trying to do and how you're trying to beat teams philosophically.
Thank you for joining us, brother. We appreciate it. Are you guys together tomorrow night?
We are. It'll be myself, Nate Newton will actually be the guest, and then we've got Tommy, your new hire over there, correct?
Oh yeah, he's ready to go. Yeah, he may try to take your job, Bobby. He's a host.
Hey, we settled that today, Nick. Jerry didn't fire us. We settled that.
Oh yeah, that's not what I was. Yeah, I wasn't referring to that.
He's genuinely talking about firing me. Is what Nick's talking about. Nick firing me.
Oh, so Nick has greater odds of firing you than Jerry.
That's what it sounds like. Look.
Oh, no.
Well, I really love you now.
I've learned. Okay, I'm not going to be arguing with Bobby. I listened to yesterday's show, man. I'm not. Especially when he's tired and cranky. No way.
Thank you, Nicholas. Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's crosstalk and get Kevin and Corey's thoughts on the Jerry interview next with KMC.
Coming up in the next Cheap Bag Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
How you doing, RJ? Good to be on with you guys.
What'd you say, Mike?
That was the best when he started that off. Like one person.
That was the worst part of the last 2 weeks, man. Like, just it's the RJ and Choppy show all over again.
Can I ask this question?
I don't know. Did
RJ's
Jerry
the teddy
approve it?
bear of 105.3 The Fan, right? Would you say that?
The teddy bear? Yeah. Just like he doesn't really get angry or take things personal.
No, if
Yeah.
like
you could do
we're
something crazy to him and he'd forgive you the next day.
behind the scenes, wouldn't you say for our bosses, RJ Choppy is the easiest by far to work with up here?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I feel like Jerry says, I listen, and we know that he does listen quite a bit. Is he listening all the time? Not all the time, but he listens quite a bit.
Somebody's listening all the time over there.
Yeah. Wouldn't they go like, hey, Jerry, just so you know, RJ's your guy. Like, this is the guy where you're going to have the easiest, most fun conversation possible. There's not going to be much like pushback.
You think McCarthy
with
told him
RJ.
that?
So I almost felt like when he was like, where's my guy RJ? Right?
Although
That's how I felt like I laughed when he did it because I knew RJ wasn't here, but I'm like,
How you doing, RJ? Good to be
somebody
on
let
with
him
you
know.
guys.
RJ is the guy you want to have this
Well,
conversation.
why did he say RJ and then you guys? Do you think it was a technical glitch?
So when you listen to the first intro, it almost sounds like he's saying Sean, how you doing, RJ? Like, it sounds almost like he's like leading into, and so I think he kind of got cut at the beginning of it.
will
I think he
say
did say Sean.
Sometimes Jerry starts talking before you throw it to him, Sean. I do think that's what happens. I don't turn his mic on until you're done tossing it to him, but sometimes he starts talking a little early.
Although it was good that he learned McCarthy does an interview on here once a week.
That's right.
Corey? With us is the same thing. Kevin, Corey, Mike.
Yeah.
Even Reggie would say that as he was typing up his stuff, he would be saying that the way Jerry would.
Give us your thoughts, Corey. Honest feedback.
You guys did a very good professional job of doing your job as you felt that it was supposed to be done.
Okay. You're saying this like in a timid way. Delivery.
Yeah, what do you mean as he felt it was supposed to be done?
Everybody has a boss that works a job. And they're out here, a lot of people that have bosses and have been told by their boss to do a certain thing a certain way have been like, I don't want to eat this S, but I'm going to have to do it because I have to. And that now those people are out there texting in that you guys did what they are tired of doing. And they're throwing rocks at y'all. And I don't think that's cool at all because everybody has that situation. And I personally wanted to go full stone cold in this situation. I mean, hell,
You think it would have been much uglier if this was last Friday?
I think we would have had, I think the audience would love us more. And that's what I care about the most, honestly, is what our audience thinks about us. And right now, some of our audience is like, hey, kudos to you for doing an amazing job. And then there's some of them that are like, man, I really wanted a pound of flesh.
Yeah.
Now, is that going to work out in a partnership? Because if Kevin and I had a partnership together and all we ever did was try to get our pound of flesh instead of make something entertaining, then we wouldn't have a show anymore. And so to continue doing the show with Jerry and hope that you get good information and entertaining show, you kind of have to compromise on that. It just feels like you had to eat a lot more. And I don't like it for you, but I know what you guys do. I know the work y'all put in, and I know how you actually feel about this thing too. I know how much you care about this station, so I appreciate what you guys did today.
What do you think, Kev?
Oh, he started off by calling you Kev. Let him have it.
Corey.
Oh, wait, is Kev bad?
Yeah, that's right.
Kev. If you want to
you get irritated by
Yeah,
that?
I don't care for that.
I think it's more like it shows that you're closer with someone.
Okay. Yeah, I think Corey said it well.
K-Dog. He likes K-Dog.
K-Dog. Not bad either.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think Corey said it well.
That's it. Would you have been more aggressive? And what else would you have asked? Honestly, I can take it.
No. I think this was probably the wise way to go.
Okay. Michael, dare I ask?
Yeah, I thought it was fine. I mean, Jerry had his agenda today. You could hear him scribbling out his notes. He wrote down his script. The script was, I'm not saying he's reading a script, but he has like points he wants to get to. And you can hear when he scratches out his point. Like I've done my Derrick Henry point.
Yep.
Now I know that they're probably going to ask about Troy Aikman and the wide receivers, and I know what I'm going to say about Troy Aikman. I know what I'm going to say about our offense. I know what I'm going to say about our wide receivers. And then when he gets done with, he feels like he has given his point, he scratches it off and then goes to like, all right, it doesn't really matter what you're going to say today, which is fine. It's the Jerry Jones show. So he was just making sure he hit his point. So I don't know if you could have done really, to me, anything much different unless, let's be honest here, unless you really didn't care about this job and you were willing to possibly get fired for it.
Yeah, I think if you told me this was like my last day on Earth and this was the I'm gone after today, I don't think I would. I mean, I have 5 or 6 other questions if it went south, but I would have said, well, like, what particularly set you off? Can you confirm that you don't pay us and that you don't own the radio station? Why the different vibe last week from the last 14 years? Do you realize we're trying to represent the voice of the fans? Do you want us to open up the phone lines if you really want to hear from the fans? And that would have been probably as harsh as I went with the questions. Yeah. If that was my final show ever today or my last day on Earth. But
I'd be sad if it was your last day on
would
Earth.
you? I mean, after calling you Kev?
Why'd you say only you'd be sad if it was his last day on Earth, not his last day on this station?
Because if it's your last day on Earth, that feels so much more pressing.
But it didn't make you sad.
Okay, but if he had a choice, wouldn't you rather this is your last day at the station?
I think Sean might want to interview Jerry Jones his last day on Earth. I think that out of all the things he could do, the last day on Earth, Sean would be one of the people that would say, I want to talk to Jerry Jones.
I'd be sad if you weren't on this station anymore,
I
Sean.
would too. I would be sadder if you were gone from the Earth.
I know that one of the headlines is Jerry did not apologize. Not for 1 second did I think that Jerry was going to come on here and apologize. No. I think his version of doing that is like paying us some nice compliments.
Ooh, I got a question then.
Yeah.
When do you think the last time was that he did apologize to anybody?
That's a great question.
What do you think the devil made him do?
Which time?
He didn't
What's
say that.
coming up on the program?
We do have Najee Marshall joining us at some point today after 12:40.
Oh.
So we'll talk with the knife sometime after 12:40 today. And then we'll just dive in on Mike and asking all the football questions at 11:20 today.
I love that Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News, who we interviewed, is clearly a football guy.
He said Najee Harris.
Because he said Najee Harris when he was talking about Najee Marshall. So I like Mike Curtis is a football guy, too, after we talked to him at 8 o'clock.
Yes. So there you go. That was Jerry all prepared for the Derrick Henry stuff. Tonight, yeah, Mike?
I have a football question for you.
Yeah, I was going to go NBA, but go ahead.
Real quick. Do you think right now, maybe today's a bad day because Micah Parsons is out and stuff like that, who's better in your mind, Tampa or Dallas?
Are you giving me Tampa's healthy receivers?
Yeah, let's put everybody somewhat healthy, right? We get Micah Parsons. The Cowboys get Micah Parsons and Bland back and Lawrence. They get their wide receivers.
Yeah.
They match up. Who wins?
That's a great question.
If it's in Tampa, it's the Bucks by 10. If it's at AT&T Stadium, it's the Bucks by 20.
So you're Tampa.
Last night I was leaning Tampa Bay. Early on watching Baker, I was like, I would lean Tampa Bay. Bobby had a segment the other day. How many teams would you comfortably pick the Cowboys to beat? I thought his number was a little disrespectful.
It's like 5.
5 in the whole league. But I would lean towards Tampa Bay would win. You?
Think I would lean towards Dallas, but it is a close call.
Tampa by 20.
Oh,
really?
There we go.
Yeah.
Like my mind is playing tricks on me with this San Fran thing.
Ghetto boys.
It's like, all right, they're missing Debo and Ayuk and questions and this and that. And then I'm not like factoring in, I don't think, what the Cowboys really are. And I won't factor it in until I'm watching it play out on TV and watch the ass kicking. But my mind is playing tricks on me to get Dallas closer to San Francisco until I remember all the Cowboys' problems and see them again, especially if Micah and Tank are out.
Detroit tried to hook and ladder touchdowns to offensive linemen. I don't think there's anybody with a good game plan and good players that you can beat right now.
Is that what has you the most excited today, is what Jerry said about basically, is it like we wouldn't know how to use Derrick Henry?
There was a lot in there that was, I mean.
He regretted firing Mike McCarthy.
Wade Phillips.
Wade. I meant Wade.
God, if only.
That's never been said.
Yeah. That was interesting.
Right?
He said that. He also then
But
said.
that's one of the things he planned on giving us extra today.
Sure.
Because it was, kind of a makeup day.
I mean, he basically said that, at times, like, our schemes are dog-ass. Like, he essentially said that. He said that the receivers got to be better. But, sometimes are we drawing up awful plays? Yep.
How can you not use a running back?
Yeah.
I understand if it's
Because
like
you
Marshall.
want to throw the ball.
I understand.
You decided, you made in the offseason the decision to go ahead and be a throwing team. We can't be a running team if we're going to be a throwing team. That's
Also,
how.
you made the decision to be a team that never takes a step back for the next 4 or
Also,
5 years.
It was the decision to pay Dak that made the decision to throw the ball.
I love that he said basically like, well, to be honest, we thought we were going to cook the hell out of those Lions DBs. That surely didn't happen.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so where did you fail, or what did you, like, did you fail in your analysis of Detroit, or did you fail in your ability, like your analysis of your ability to do that?
NBA season starts tonight. Watch Inside along with me and maybe Mikey B as well. And Choppy's back tomorrow for the Hump Day edition. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors. You have the famous Mike Bassick and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Hey, Corey's ready to intimidate today.
Oh.
I don't know, man.
Are you?
No, you're not. That's not intimidation. That sounds like submission.
Well,
what's wrong? There's a wreck on 75.
That
I
was
dealt
a
with it too.
beating.
I was at Norma's. Great breakfast at Norma's.
That was a beating, dude. I sat for 40 minutes from Northwest Highway to Henderson.
It took me
terrible.
32 minutes from Norma's Cafe to get here.
4 exits.
Yeah.
Hey.
But I got to listen to a lot more of Sean and Bobby and Peyton's show with RJ.
Do you think when people get in wrecks like that, and I saw the wreck, it wasn't a major wreck. Obviously, 4 cars dinged each other up. And maybe it was worse than that when I drove by. Maybe it was.
Okay, I did see some cars with dents. But that was about it.
Do you think they feel bad that they ruined everybody's morning?
They don't have a clue. They're getting cussed at and yelled at by everybody, but they don't have a clue. They're so involved, and this isn't a bad thing because
Who do
I've
you
been
think
in
was
this
on their
situation.
phone?
They are involved. They are involved in their situation. They're calling their family. They're calling their bosses. Hey, look, I'm going to be late. I might not make it in today. I was in a wreck. They're calling insurance companies.
All the Frankels.
They don't care. Exactly. They got to call the Frankels first. You
Yeah,
call
their
Frankels
life
first.
isn't easy peasy after what happened.
Yeah. So that's how it is.
Man, do they cause a backup in traffic.
Do people, you said people are yelling and cursing at them. Is that internal or in their car?
Both.
Or do you think people like
People
roll down
their window down and
Dang,
flip on the bird.
man.
I do sometimes.
Oh my gosh.
Especially if I don't see enough carnage. I told you, dude. I've always told you this. If I'm gonna have to sit in the traffic for that long, I want to see something. I want to see some headlights laying on the ground. I don't want a death. I really don't want death. But I do want to see a car that's upside down. You know, like that. That's like yesterday on my drive home. 2 wrecks on the highway on the drive home. It took me an hour to get home on a 30-minute drive.
In
And
Italy,
guess
they
what?
just sweep it off the road as fast as they can, and they're like, "Hey, we only have 2 lanes here because we got to get this lane cleared in 30 minutes."
And that's probably not the right mindset, but there's been a couple times when it's been a wreck in the far right lane towards an exit. And I'm like, he couldn't have
just pull it over to the shoulder. Yeah.
But I'm sure you think about a lot of different things in that scenario, not, hey, what can I do to help out the flow of traffic?
Like, we got a big fire truck here. Can it block 3 to 4 lanes? Yes, it can.
It can. And if we get 2 of them, whole highway shut down.
You're like, my day's effed. Your day is going to be effed.
I do
too.
like this from the 469 because I've done this before where I've driven by. I was in Plano. They were doing construction. They take out sections of the roads. Kevin, you know, you've been.
Yes.
They take out whole sections. So there's just a big chunk of the middle lane gone. And this dude his car was stuck in it. And I rolled the window down and was like, "Hey, you can't park there." And he was like, "I know, a-hole."
Are
It
you
was funny.
embarrassed?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, oh my God.
For the guy that got in the wreck,
Okay.
Kevin, 'cause
Okay,
he should have
good.
seen.
Good.
There's a hole there.
Something that has not been embarrassing. Let's go and kick it off with cut number 5. We're going to start by talking about the Dallas Stars.
Steele gets his first of this season, his second point. Stars right back to work. They score again. Wyatt Johnston. Bang, bang. 13 seconds apart. In the blink of an eye, it's 2-0.
And we also have a Stankoven highlight that we may or may not get to, but I wanted to spotlight those among others and just kind of talk about what do you guys feel like you've learned about the Stars and perhaps their youngsters thus far? Because I've been very impressed.
I guess I've learned that they didn't fall off. 3 of the last 5 years, Western Conference Finals with the Stanley Cup addition to that, and like they are continuing under the greatness of Jim Nill to be guided in the right direction. He's very patient with what he does. Doesn't overreact to anything, but knows that he's trying to build a multi-decade dynasty. But now the dynasty, obviously, you have to win the championships.
Yeah.
But that's what he wants. It's not just about the right now. And the youngsters on this team, Kevin, are contributing already, but look like they have a long future with this franchise.
I agree. Now, something interesting that DeBoer came out and said was, he goes, I can tell you I was worried about the start. 2 long runs to the conference finals. You're always worried about a hangover, whether the tank will be half full. And so he's already encouraged by the fact that they've gotten off to a good start, especially considering the lengthy playoff runs that they've had the last couple of years. You got Ottinger locked up, and I think it was DeBoer, maybe Nil as well, that said he thinks Stankoven and Johnston can still be 1 point per game players. And I'm not saying that's rare as in like only 5 in the league, but those aren't easy to find. And if you've got it with 2 of your younger players, and also, i.e., 2 of your, at least for now, more affordable players, that would be a huge benefit to this team.
Can I don't know this because it won't be really known until playoffs and potential Western Conference final, Stanley Cup final, cup holding. The older players on the team, are they still great contributors to this? The Jamie Benns, when we talk about Jamie Benn, it's like one night, 2 nights, maybe through the series.
Okay, so
I'm just trying to figure that part out, though.
Okay,
because I think the young guys are going to contribute. Can the older players carry that when it gets to the biggest part of the season?
I do think they can, because if you look at last year's playoff run, Rope was a disappointment in the playoffs. I feel like he would readily admit that to you. And so Ben and Sagan were both in your top 5 in terms of point scorers in the playoffs. So if you're talking about the times that matter the most, both of those guys were there. And then I know what you'll hear a lot of is the intangibles and the leadership and everything like that. So I'm putting that aside for now, though that is important. You're talking about who can help me put goals on the board.
I need speed, and I need hits, and I need goals.
Okay. That first one I can't help you with Ben and Sagan. I mean, I'm not saying they're both slow. I'm just, that would maybe not be where I would look for.
They're more like Jason Kidd with the Mavs, where they need to change their game just slightly so that they can help contribute.
They're very smart.
Yeah.
That's what
high hockey IQ.
Yeah.
They use that a lot.
Exactly. And so if you get that combination going, that's encouraging. The young players are doing well. Like I already said, you got Ottinger locked up to an extension. There are a lot of positive things happening early in the season.
I think the other thing that I think this goes to kind of what I said before. The culture that the Stars have built is the right one for continued excellence and winning. Because it's like you walk into it and you're like, I know what's expected of me. I know how we need to perform, and I know that I'm here because I can do this job. Well, I think that's important.
With that in mind, we go to The Athletic, the top 10 front offices in all of hockey. 40 executives voted. Who are the best run teams in all of the NHL?
Donald Fear.
What is that?
Head of the Players Association.
That's not a team.
He used to be with MLB.
But yes, not a team. I'm looking for teams here as opposed to individual NHL front office people.
Are the Bruins on this list?
The Boston Bruins are number 5 on the list.
Theo Epstein.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
No, he said Theo.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Jeez.
All I heard was...
Sometimes I feel really bad if you have a last name and then somebody else corrupts your last name and you're like, I promise.
I was just doing...
I'm a normal person. We won a World Series.
Is Florida?
Florida.
Heck yeah,
Florida.
Number 3
Derek
on
Jeter.
the list. What did you say?
Derek Jeter.
Okay.
He used to be a general manager for the Marlins.
That's true. What else do you know about Derek Jeter?
Oh, he gives out
Don't say it. No.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a big rumor that he might have had something.
All right, Alec, just so we can avoid this, Panthers are 3, Boston Bruins are 5. Any other top NHL run franchise?
I mean, there's a low-hanging fruit that I really want to take, but I don't want to take it.
Is it a shape?
Yes, it is, actually. And it's something that I'm trying to buy for the show.
Look, whatever makes you happy. If buying a star makes you happy, knock yourself out.
Nice, Alec.
The Dallas Stars, did they make the top 5? Let's find out. Boston Bruins, 5. Vegas,
I was going to say
What
Vegas
about
and
the
Colorado.
Kings? They got Gretzky, and that was a big get.
That was a long time ago. He's not even. It's not even close to being with that franchise
You tell me
anymore.
how big that
he
was.
played for like 3 or 4 other teams, and then he went and coached a different team.
If that's the case, then Kevin, why do we always still talk about Gretzky whenever we talk about hockey?
I know, but you don't talk about the Los Angeles Kings.
No, we talk about Gretzky.
Florida Panthers are number 3.
I'll tell you what. So far, the Utah Hockey Club, they've only lost 1 game in their franchise history.
You know, unfortunately, right now they're not on the list. Tampa Bay is number 2.
Where did you say Colorado?
Colorado is 6.
Okay, all right. So that kind of rounds out to what I thought.
The Dallas Stars.
San Jose hasn't even won a game.
Are number 1. They got by far the most first place votes, almost double the first place votes that Florida and Tampa did, and hence they have the most points overall. So that's probably not surprising. You talked about the run to the Cup. You talked about 2 straight conference finals. It's probably not surprising to see a team that's consistently had playoff success, albeit short of the ultimate success in the last 25, 26 years. I have to admit, I'm not surprised to see them at the top of the list.
No, man. It's again, Nils' patience and what he's built over this time, keeping key players around that still had it, but also Pavelski was done, right?
I agree.
They knew it, and they didn't stick around with it. They would let him make that decision, but they were like, "Look, man, we got to know when to cut ties and when to keep sticking with something." And I thought that was a smart move on their part.
Now, do you want to throw in a little bit of Mavs right here?
Sure.
Okay. Basketball starts tonight. I know Sean really wanted to talk about that in our crosstalk. Sorry, we didn't get to it. But on the basketball front, how we feeling about the extension of Jaden Hardy? So Jaden Hardy gets a 3-year, $18 million extension. Interesting enough, along in this mix, Quentin Grimes did not get a rookie scale extension. He will still be a restricted free agent after the season. So I'm not saying he's going to walk or anything like that. There's a lot to learn with him, but he does not get the rookie extension while Jaden Hardy does get the rookie extension.
I love it. Now, I would have loved if Grimes wanted to take a 3-year, $18 million deal total. I would have done that too. I have no clue what Grimes wanted. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We had no clue that they were working on a Hardy deal behind the scenes.
That's
either.
fair.
$6 million is $5 million less than the mid-level exception. So the average salary in the NBA is approximately $11 million a player. And he got $6 a year. So you have him this year at, I don't know, $1 million something.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 more years if you keep him at $6 million. And if not, that is such a tradable contract. To me, this is an awesome job by Nico Harris and the front office to get this done now for a guy who has the potential. I don't think it would be with the Mavericks, but has the potential to be a 6th man of the year and a 20-point guy a game. That's high level, right? I'm hitting his ceiling here, but great job getting a guy who should be going into his senior year of college this year.
Do you think Nico Harrison and company oddly did a good thing last year in terms of limiting some of his playoff time, some of his playing time? Because I
don't think it was. I think they were trying to win.
No, I agree. I don't either. I think it sort of ended up working out for them because they were like, hey, 3 for 18, pretty fair. And he's like, okay, well, I've struggled to get a whole lot of playing time. Why the hell not?
Yeah, I like it. And then my son asked me this question last night, which I thought was a heck of a question. So I'll throw it out to you. Do you think this guarantees Hardy's playing every game? Like it guaranteed him a rotational spot?
I think for now. Because I think, Kevin, in this situation, if A, you want to pay him to perform, but B, you want to pay him to reach that value.
Yeah.
If not a little bit more. And if he reaches that value and another team comes to you and says, we have to have Jaden Hardy, that contract is just too good for us to pass up. We need that player. Then you have some leverage. You'll be 100-0 in that one.
When Giannis comes to Dallas.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Mike's on it right here.
If you mean as a visiting player, maybe. If you mean he will be part of the Dallas
I can't
Mavericks.
believe how much you don't want Giannis Antetokounmpo on this team.
It's not going to happen unless you. Okay.
We also said it wouldn't. Somebody told me once that Clay wouldn't be a Maverick. Guess what?
I mean, he
All you gotta do is get new ownership and things start happening.
Everything changed.
Okay, I'll try to keep it simple like this.
Yeah, this isn't the Mark Cuban-led team
Within
anymore,
the next
Kevin.
year and a half, I do not believe Luka and Giannis will be on the same Mavericks team in Dallas.
Oh, so now you're trying to say that Luka's going to get traded away and play with Giannis
oh
somewhere.
my good night.
Wow, thanks
But
a lot,
hey,
Kevin.
this was, I think, a great job by the Mavs to get a potential valuable player in the NBA, a role player, for so much less money. And think about what nobody thought. By the way, people forget this. Jalen Brunson was not that good going into his last year with the Dallas Mavericks. He got locked down by Nicholas Batum. And they are like, we can't even play him. He can't even do anything in the playoffs against the Clippers defense. And he took off. And then he freaking got maxed out. I'm not saying that's what Jaden Hardy was going to do, but what if Hardy does come off? What if you do feel like he's supposed to play 20 to 24 minutes a night and averages 13 points, shooting 42% from three, and they're looking at this 21, 22-year-old now as a restricted free agent, like, dude, we're not going to be able to afford him because somebody's going to give him a 4-year, $80 million contract that's like a crap team that's just trying to develop. They're like, why not steal him? The Mavericks can't offer him 20 a year.
Look, I would like that. I'm really curious how much time he actually gets throughout the season. Like, will he get more than 15 minutes a game? Will it be closer to 20 minutes a game? I hope so, just because I want to see his development, especially now that you've got him as part of your team for the next 4 years, at least. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how many of the current top 10 quarterbacks will actually be top 10 at the end of the season? Plus, we power rank the NFL Power Rankings next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and long for Darnold, taking a shot for Jefferson!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, from the 817. Kevin, I love you, man, but the Stars and Luka hate aren't good positions to take in the DFW. I hate neither of either of them.
Hey, Alec, can you do me a favor? And this was a suggestion from the Twolos, and we take lots of suggestions from the fan text and the YouTube, and the Twolos, and our Twitters. Somebody suggested if you could just take that clip of Kevin saying that Luka and Giannis will never play together and just hold on to that one for a while, just in case it ever
we're going to cut
happens.
out all of those specifics, are we? That's
Yes. Hey, you know how this works, Kevin.
That's true.
You've been part of this business for a while.
So I had a question about who's leading the way in terms of quarterbacks thus far. Do you want to start with that, or do you want to go to the power rankings?
All right, let's go quarterbacks, man.
All right.
I like that conversation.
Okay, so we usually on Wednesday will kind of break down, top 10 quarterbacks or the worst quarterbacks and all this and that. So before this weekend's game, I was looking at it, and we can go back through this line by line, but there's an unusual amount, it feels like, of quarterbacks at the top of the list that
you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that no one will think will be there at the end. So
Baker Mayfield, namingly.
Okay.
Right?
And if you looked at the QBR of quarterbacks going into this weekend, the top 10 look like this. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, Joe Flacco, Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, CJ Stroud, Kyler Murray, Andy Dalton, and Derek Carr.
Andy Dalton?
Yeah.
Last night's game for Lamar bumped him up, by the way.
Oh,
He's
my gosh.
second right now.
Okay.
Yeah, his
That
game,
was an
his game
incredible-
definitely put him in good position.
That was an incredible game. And then you see CBS Sports, their quarterback power rankings had, Jared Goff and Sam Darnold ahead of Patrick Mahomes. We've talked about just the statistical reasons for that. So I'm curious when let's run down the other power ranking quarterback list. Because that list I just went through, I think maybe 6 of those stick in the top 10. On the CBS one, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, Josh Allen. So not crazy at the start. But then Baker Mayfield, Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, and Sam Darnold. I'm still maybe at about 6 or 7 of those that I think will be in the top 10 when all is said and done. But
Brock Purdy third?
Yeah, Brock Purdy's on my list for sure.
Okay, yeah. But,
Lamar, Joe Burrow, Brock
this is
Purdy.
CBS's top 10?
Yes.
Wow, I'm surprised that he didn't get knocked for how he played against Kansas City.
This is last week.
Yeah, so we're about to see where he gets knocked.
Exactly. I'm sure he will. I'm sure Lamar will stay at the top.
I was mishearing you. I thought you were saying at the end of the year,
yes,
6 of 10 of these guys will be on the list.
And that's where I need some help, and I want to get y'all's feedback, and I want to ask the people, because I still think I'm more likely to say Brock Purdy is going to be in the top 10 than Sam Darnold is going to be in the top 10. But like what you see on the field right now and from the teams, that doesn't really back it up. Now I'm starting to wonder, could Jared Goff be in the top 5? Like, I'm trying to redefine. I'm trying to redefine my quarterback expectations, and I want to see where you guys are at with like your Kylers, your Jadens, and
I think Jaden will be in the top 10 at the end of the year if he can stay healthy. We're already seeing that he doesn't know how to protect his body against grown men.
Week to week,
So Brock Purdy, this will be interesting. The reason he wasn't in the top 10 at the beginning of this year is everybody's like, it's not him. It's Ayuk. It's Debo. It's Christian McCaffrey. He literally has none of those guys on his team anymore for the most part. Debo might come back.
We'll see about Debo.
McCaffrey maybe, I don't know, Thanksgiving or something. I don't know. But if he does lead this team to, let's say, which would be almost impossible at this point, 12 wins, because they already have 4 losses, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 4. So let's just say he gets them to 11-6, and he's missing Ayuk for the year. He's missing McCaffrey for most of the year. Wouldn't you at that point have to say, oh, crap, it's him, not them?
And I know historically that does not get you the MVP, but I would be sitting there thinking, well, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting list. You have the list for this week now already?
No, that usually doesn't come out till Tuesday or Wednesday. Or Wednesday. I'm sorry. Today is Tuesday. Hey, I'll get it together. Usually comes out on Wednesday.
Okay.
So we'll pick that apart.
Yeah.
We'll pick that apart tomorrow. But
you didn't name Jordan Love in the top 10, did you?
So that was
okay.
I was going through my list, Kevin, and I have Allen, who, by the way, 0 interceptions for Josh Allen. How did he
all year?
Yeah. How did he change? And he's only given up 9 sacks. He's tied with Lamar Jackson.
Wow, is that right? That's pretty impressive.
9 sacks. I mean, I think Jordan Love's only given up 7, but he was injured.
But compare, Jordan Love has 8 interceptions.
But I have him third.
Ooh, okay.
Jordan Love, because of he's lethal arm talent. He's lethal whenever he's trying to score. Now, he will turn the ball over. That's a bit of a problem. He's got 8 interceptions, but like I said, 7 sacks. But he is lethal when it comes to scoring and getting the ball downfield, and his connection with those receivers is very good. So I have him third right now, and I got Daniels at 4. Obviously, injuries a thing. I don't know if he'll be there at the end of the year. We got to figure that out. But then I kind of look at the rest of the bunch, and I'm like, like Joe Burrow doesn't excite me right now. His numbers are really good compared to the rest of the numbers in the NFL, but their team's not winning.
Okay. Mike, I'm going to tell you something that is probably going to make you think that QBR is a fraudulent stat.
Okay.
I'm just going to warn you. But right now, if you look at the QBR right now, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th is Kyler Murray, Derek Carr, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts. See, I tried to warn you that you would not care for this stat, and I guess I'm in a position where I don't particularly view any of those quarterbacks as
QBR
likely to be in the top 10.
doesn't care at all about if you win or lose the game.
I think that does feel like a fair way.
It's almost like they're trying to put it as like ERA, but ERA is a basic stat. Like it's not very hard to understand ERA. QBR is like it's fake. It's a made up deal. Where somebody made up a formula.
ESPN invented QBR, I do believe.
But I do like it. I do think it gives you an idea when sometimes you have a guy whose record isn't good, but you're like, well, maybe his team. I don't know, because I can't defend Trevor Lawrence, but maybe you can defend another couple guys on that list.
Jared Goff's completion percentage is amazing.
It is
73.6. I think I heard the stat that their offense has scored more touchdowns than he's thrown in completions in the last 3 games. His completion percentage is still behind Jaden Daniels. That's what I think is still like kind of amazing is how good. We had a game that was perfect for him.
Yes.
And then we had another game that was nearly perfect for him, and he's still behind Daniels, the rookie, who's putting in a really good year.
And he's 15th in QBR.
Yeah.
Which makes there's no part of me that thinks Trevor Lawrence is having a better season than Jared Goff.
But he's having a better year than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody is.
Oh, man.
No, I'm just joking. He's Patrick Mahomes is, well, hold on. I'm looking at his rating right now. Because
some people
QBR is different than rating.
And some people argue that rating is an antiquated notion of, and that's why ESPN came out with QBR. But when you look at these numbers right now,
it's drastically different.
It's hard to argue.
He's got a 57 QBR and a 111 rating, which puts him at the top of the list just behind Lamar Jackson. So like that's where I'm looking at Jared Goff, and I'm like, he's leading the team to wins. And doing it by being efficient, not turning the ball over. He has taken a few sacks, but not as many as Baker Mayfield. So that's like he's doing a lot of the good things that get the team to believe that they can win football games even when it's late.
This is probably stupid, but I'm going to tell you how I kind of want to rank quarterbacks.
Okay.
2 minutes to go. I'm down by 4. I got the ball on my own 30-yard line. Who do I trust to score the touchdown to win the game?
With his guys?
Yep.
Because I can't look at Baker Mayfield like he doesn't have Mike Evans, doesn't have Godwin. Like I can't look at him and go, well, he needs Jared Goff guys.
Yeah.
What his team?
I still think that I love him. So
then
I
would say Goff's right up there.
I still would be like, oh crap. If you know it, if Patrick Mahomes has the ball with 2 minutes to go, with 70 yards needed, I know he has crappy wide receivers at this point. I know his numbers aren't good, but I'm scared to death that Patrick Mahomes is going to run it 50 yards down the sideline or something, and I'm going to be in deep trouble, and he's going to figure out, and their offense is going to figure out some weird-ass play.
Yes.
Like, they will figure out how to score this touchdown because it is Patrick Mahomes, and somebody's going to create some play that's going to create something crazy.
And that's why I believe Goff is there, because I think right now with his guy, I think his guys are that good around him. It's a level team of they're all really good right now.
See, and then I think I would put Allen second if we're going by that metric, because I will probably have Patrick Mahomes number one for the next 8 years, probably under those directives. But then I immediately think at least this season Josh Allen. But I think Jared Goff would be really high on that list.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen right now is. And I got to go look. I think he's playing his best in front.
Okay,
and I think that's that situation. I don't think I've seen him in really enough yet, because even when they lost, they were down bad. Was that Baltimore that they lost to? Yeah, I believe. So Lamar Jackson is a tricky situation for me because he scored me 44 points in my fantasy league last night. He was awesome, and you know what? Watching him throw the ball the last few weeks, I've been like, wow, he's better this year than I've ever seen him at throwing the ball. But I still just don't know exactly how to take him and what he's doing.
And he has a major knock, and I like him.
Yes.
But if you are 2 minute warning, you got to go 70 yards to win the game, and you're kind of somewhat maybe out of timeouts, or you can't really hand the ball off. Like, it scares me that Lamar Jackson scares all Baltimore Ravens fans. If they're in a playoff game and they're down by 4 with 2 minutes to go and they get the ball at the 30-yard line, they are not confident about that situation.
And I saw Dove Kleiman yesterday, who, again, may or may not be a real person, say that Lamar Jackson is the unquestioned favorite to win NFL MVP. I love Lamar Jackson. I don't see it that way at all. Like, he already has 2 MVPs. I think the voters are going to have a hard time being like, you haven't even gotten to the Super Bowl. Here's MVP number 3.
I didn't even know Josh Allen hasn't thrown an interception. To
I was
me,
surprised by it too.
Like, he's been in the conversation for MVP in his career. Hasn't come close to winning it. Like, as in, like, I think it's between him and Josh Allen being one of those guys. So I think Josh Allen, I think the voters will want to get a guy like Josh Allen. If he ends up winning 12 or 13 games this year without Diggs, I know Gabe Davis isn't really doing much in Jacksonville, but with what we see on the field, if he wins that division and has the numbers of 25 touchdowns to 5 interceptions and ran it in 7 times, I think they're going to be like, hey, shouldn't Josh Allen get an MVP in his career? So I think I would lean towards him.
I think his numbers are going to just go up with Amari now on the
True,
field.
I forgot,
and people might forget that too, but you're going to look and be like, good God, he's got a bunch of touchdown passes here.
Yeah.
Because Amari's a really great receiver. We all know that. But yeah, I I think I'm watching Lamar Jackson better than I've watched him in a while, and I think I'm just seeing a different quarterback. I think what happened last year against Mahomes, maybe in the offseason he worked a little bit harder on his accuracy. I think that's a thing you can work on a little bit, but the decision making's been really good, and the decision to the right time to run and the right time to throw have all been really fluid for him. I've been very impressed with Lamar this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will get back around to those power rankings at some point today. But coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
It's hard to look at Aaron Judge's playoff numbers and think he's going to do anything in the World Series. Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, do you like to read while you're watching TV?
Oh, man.
877-881-1053. Let us know, because Corey was pitching something really exciting, and then he said I had to read while I went along. And I was like,
I get it.
Either
That's why
way.
I warned you.
Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, Friday night starts the World Series, and it's interesting looking at some of the Yankees because Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, never been in a World Series. I think we forget this because he was so young. Juan Soto's a World Series champion.
Yeah.
He was a great player at 20 years old for the Washington Nationals in 2019. In fact, I'll just give you his real quick World Series numbers in 2019. In the 7 games against the Houston Astros, he hit .333 with a .438 on base percentage, a 1.178 OPS with 3 home runs, 7 RBIs, 6 runs scored, 2 doubles in the World Series. He was a stud at 20 years old on the biggest stage. My main topic here is Aaron Judge. Never been in the World Series. I can't tell you what he's going to do in this series, but I think the Yankees are probably looking at it going, if we're going to beat the Dodgers, they're not unbeatable. Sure. But if we're going to beat the Dodgers, they would probably think Aaron Judge has to be better. Because so far in these playoffs against the Kansas City Royals, he hit 154 with a 620 OPS in 4 games. These are small sample sizes.
But still what you get judged on.
This is what it is. In the ALCS, in the 5 games versus the Clevelands, he hit 167 with a 761 OPS. And you can say, if you're a Yankee fan, you'll know these numbers I'm about to present you. But if you're not, you can say, hey, it's just 9 games. Yes, he has not had a good playoffs. It's only 9 games. Now, here's the deal about Aaron Judge. I've given you these numbers, so I'm not going to make you guess because you have the numbers. But I think people would be surprised. He was a rookie in 2017. He already has 239 plate appearances in the playoffs. These are not numbers that can change a lot in a 7-game series.
And I'm guessing they're not particularly impressive.
They're not. He has 79 strikeouts, 32 walks. So if somebody's like, well, they probably aren't pitching to him. Well, they kind of are in 239 plate appearances. He's only walked 32 times, which is still decent, don't get me wrong, but 79 Ks to 32 walks, striking out way more than walking. In those years of 202 at-bats, he has a 203 batting average in the playoffs. 203. He has, in those at-bats, he does have 15 home runs, which is solid.
Yeah.
That is good, okay? He only has 5 other extra base hits. He has 5 doubles, no triples, 15 home runs. So the 15 home runs are good. That's his one stat that you can look at and say, statistically speaking, in 53 games in the playoffs, he's played in 53 games, he has 15 home runs. That is good.
Go ahead.
But 203 batting average and a 761 OPS for his career in the playoffs is not.
The kind of joke has been, and I don't know if you think this is a fair comparison, that Judge and Stanton flip-flop in the playoffs, because you have Judge who's like MVP, and then you get to the playoffs, and Stanton, I know last I saw he had like a 1.1 something OPS in the playoffs. Yeah,
I have it pulled up.
Okay.
Now, he has a lot of at-bats. Giancarlo Stanton, 149 plate appearances, 130 at-bats.
Okay.
He is hitting 269 with a 1.019 OPS in the playoffs.
Ooh.
So he has 16 home runs in 36 games. Judge has 15 home runs in 53 games. He has 39 strikeouts to 16 walks. Kind of similar, but obviously less strikeouts than Aaron Judge. He's putting the ball in play a little bit more. He has 5 doubles, no triples. Giancarlo Stanton, early in his career, he could run. As his career has progressed with injuries and stuff, he is not fast anymore. But it is interesting when you look at what he did so far in the ALDS. Giancarlo Stanton batted .375 with a 1.132 OPS. In the ALCS, he hit .222 with a 1.222 OPS. He did win the MVP of the series. So he had 4 home runs in the series. So he has 5 home runs
well
right
deserved.
now. In these playoffs. So it is interesting. If you look at Aaron Judge, history would suggest he's never played in the World Series. We don't know how he's going to do. History would suggest he's going to be about a 200 hitter with a 760 OPS. That could change. It's a short amount of time. You can have a good 5-game or horrible 5 or 6 game stretch in the playoffs. But Giancarlo Stanton, this is interesting. If you are the Dodgers, you have the MVP of the American League.
Yep.
I know it hasn't been official yet, but he will be.
Yes.
And then you have Giancarlo Stanton, who kind of was not a major factor in the regular season. Nice player, but not a major factor. You still have to respect Aaron Judge more than Giancarlo Stanton, don't you, if you're putting together the scouting report?
Oh, man, that is a good question.
Okay, I think I'm to the point now where, man, I could get crushed for this. I don't think I am. I hear what you're saying. You make all the sense in the world. I'm looking at what's happened in this postseason and past postseasons, and I'm like, that's what got the Yankees here, is people underestimating Stanton and overestimating Judge's ability to hurt them.
What's been interesting to me is Aaron Judge, one of the reasons that maybe you could pitch around him being nervous, well, I should say one of the reasons you have to pitch to him, I was about to contradict what I was thinking. You have Juan Soto and Giancarlo Stanton batting behind him. Yeah. So it's like, dude, if we walk Aaron Judge, if we just pitch around him, we're facing, I will suggest, the best hitter on the New York Yankees, Juan Soto. And then behind him is a much better playoff hitter than Aaron Judge. When you get to Giancarlo Stanton, I couldn't understand this from Cleveland's perspective. The lineup drops off after Stanton, not to like it's bad, but there's Juan Soto and Aaron Judge aren't batting behind Stanton. And in fact, at one point, didn't they move Jazz Chisholm? I'm pretty sure they did. It was because of a matchup situation. They put Jazz Chisholm batting fourth and Giancarlo Stanton batting fifth for a game because they liked probably numbers that suggested something. So I look at it and go, your next batter to face most likely is Jazz Chisholm. And then, you think of the Anthony Volpes and the Rizzos, and you're like, look, they're not bad.
They're not bad, but they're not those two guys.
But so you can pitch around Stanton way more than you can pitch around Judge. So in a way, I have to tell my pitchers for the Dodgers, hey, unless we feel like we have a lefty-on-lefty matchup we really like, we're going to attack Judge with good pitches. We're not throwing it down the middle and seeing if he's really bad. I think that he will hit home runs if we decide to do that. But I look at it and go, wow, Aaron Judge, a lot of plate appearances in the playoffs, and he's a 203 hitter with an OPS that is not very high. So it doesn't mean you just throw him down the middle, but it means that for some reason, so far in his career, he has not handled this big pressure situation well. Giancarlo Stanton has. He seems to handle this very well. And for Juan Soto, just to give you a real quick update on him, he does have 168 plate appearances. He has a 278 batting average with a 906 OPS in his playoff career.
Can I have a question about that. I don't know how easy this is to quantify. I know the playoffs are the playoffs are the playoffs. The World Series is its own different thing.
That's why we don't know. Aaron Judge hasn't done it yet.
Okay, because I'm wondering.
Giancarlo Stanton hasn't done it yet.
If there's a possibility that, this is who I've been in the playoffs, but in the World Series, just watch.
Yeah, and that would be interesting. I don't have it pulled up. I know that Barry Bonds only made it to one World Series, and he did great in it. But there were times where he would really struggle in the playoffs. So anyways, it's not so easy to say this is going to happen because this is the history of it. But when I look at the three main guys for the Yankees, if you wanted to put them in order of the best to the least, I would lean towards Juan Soto as the best.
I would
and
too.
then Giancarlo Stanton and then Aaron Judge. But for the year, you would go Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, Giancarlo Stanton. So it'll be interesting how the Dodgers attack the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the New York Yankees and see how it goes there. Real quick on the other side, I just have this pulled up because obviously this is the first time for Shohei to be in the playoffs. So there's not a lot of sample size. We've seen what he's done, what he has done this year. For Mookie Betts in the playoffs, 316 plate appearances. He's played in 69 playoff games. Nice. He has a 258 average with a 767 OPS. So not as good as you would think. Obviously, he's a two-time champ. He won in 2018, and he won in the COVID year with the Dodgers in 2020. In the World Series, his first time around, he hit 217 with a 699 OPS. He had one home run. He had one double in that. And then in 2020, where it was played here, COVID year, he hit 269 with an 898 OPS. He had 2 home runs and 2 doubles in that World Series. Nothing special there. But, Mookie and Shohei, the thing we don't know is their third guy is usually Freddie Freeman, but we don't know with that ankle what he's capable of.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So let's hear those triumphs and heartbreaks next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. What's going on?
Man, it just feels like I know, and I heard Jerry this morning, injuries are just part of football, and I certainly understand that, but you got confirmation that Ayuk's out for the year. Christian McCaffrey probably not going to come back till the bye. And then Deebo Samuel's hit with pneumonia and has to go to the hospital for the 49ers. That they are also facing.
And Juwan Jennings didn't play last week with a hip injury, and I would imagine at best he's questionable. So they finished this last game against the Chiefs without their top three wide receivers, and that could go into this week also. I don't know how fast you recover from pneumonia, right?
It feels like that would be a lengthy recovery.
When your body decides you have recovered.
Okay.
He must not have been wearing his coat when it was cold outside.
Probably
right?
used a pneumonia rag instead of a pneumonia rag.
Oh my God, Mike!
You know how you put that over your head when it's hot and it cools you down quicker, so you can go out and pitch another inning. They gave him a pneumonia rag.
You know, Mike, most of the time I'm really excited when you turn your mic on. That might have been one where could have dealt with
there's
that.
pneumonia rags?
No. I do not think there's a pneumonia rag.
He didn't appreciate not having his coat on, right? When it
Yes,
was cold outside.
Exactly. And for Micah Parsons, Deron Bland, do you think it's just going to be kind of your standard, like let's wait and see as the week goes along?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to see what they can do in practice. I think Bland should be close. Now, he had worked out prior to the Detroit game, and then on Friday his foot was sore. And that's, usually that's what's going to happen, right? You practice for the first time, and the foot that you had surgically repaired, the fifth metatarsal, is sore. So they decided, let's not push it. Let's give him, another, basically 2 weeks before they have to play San Francisco. So I think he has a chance. Micah, at least he's been out there on the resistance court, so that's a step in the right direction, but that is not playing football. So we'll see Wednesday, Thursday, when they actually practice, just how much he's able to do. I think Eric Kendricks is close. I hear that, at least he's running, so that's a good sign. Again, now playing football is a whole together different thing. So would sure like to see him back out there among the injured that the Cowboys have been missing now for a couple of weeks.
I just wonder with the physical position that he plays, is that going to be something you think that's
and it's a
with him?
calf injury, and those things are kind of dicey sometimes. So again, we'll see how much he's able to do. And Mike McCarthy basically pointed out, see what they can do Wednesday and Thursday, because basically on Monday, all they did was a lot of running, try to get back in shape if guys didn't do anything during the bye week, and make sure they didn't strain anything because of inactivity and suddenly going out there and practicing full speed.
How did the cross the hall meetings go?
Everybody loves them, Okay, so let's see you get some results, and I don't know how much you can change in a week, right? You can correct things and try to get a better understanding of the fundamentals and the details as they continue to say, but you better get ready, because this next 5-game stretch is going to be pretty important, dictating maybe which way this season goes. 4 of the 5 teams have winning records. 2 of them still in first place, Houston and Washington. And the irony of this 5-game stretch is San Francisco is the only one of the 5 with a losing record.
Yeah, would not have
That's the way you figured it,
no,
right?
Definitely not. Well, with that in mind, and I know you said, like, how much can you actually change or correct in a week? Is there one particular, I don't know if it's a stat or a trend or whatever that jumps out to you that you're like, yes, I hope they worked on this?
Run blocking.
Okay.
They got to be better. I saw a stat that they're, for the running backs, yards before contact.
Okay.
1.1.
Well, that feels very low.
Are you kidding me? 1.1, and everyone seems to be worried about the running back. Well, if you're getting hit in a yard, not even 2 yards before you get the ball, that's a problem. So I don't know if you can change blocking schemes or design runs or anything, but it's real hard to win in this league when you're ranked 32nd against the run. And I know some of that got away because they lost a couple games, by large margins or behind by a large margin in that Baltimore game before they came back. But still, that's got to be better. When you worry about your protection for your quarterback, well, running the ball is part of that protection. So That has to improve. I don't care what combination they have out there, who's at left tackle, who's at left guard. That's just got to be better.
And I mean, I know you were just kind of touching on this, but like, what is the story with the continual struggles at home to start these games where they have fallen behind massively?
Well, they've played, what, 1, 2, what was the other game that they got? So Baltimore is in first place. They hadn't lost since they beat the Cowboys, right?
Yep.
Detroit's in first place. And then the other loss was
the Saints, who have not won a game since they beat the Cowboys.
That's kind of the outlier, right? That's the last one they've won. And when you see people running on the Saints the way they got run on this last game, that's the head scratcher. But again, when you're playing really good teams, now that's no excuse for falling behind, but sometimes it's not where you play, it's who you played. And, 2 of the 3 teams of the losses at home are first-place teams. They just might be better than you.
Well, then you're going to have to get better then.
I mean, the best road win was Pittsburgh, right?
Sure.
So, and where did they play them? Well, they played those games on the road that they won against 2 of 3 teams with losing records.
Do you feel like the players are coming back with an energy, or are they kind of coming back like, all right, we got to do our stuff now?
No, I mean, I think they're 3-3. They're not throwing in the towel.
Yeah, and I understand not throwing in the towel. It's just it always seems to feel like a different feel when you're excited to go back to work.
Well, they better be. It's their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not over. It's 3-3. I mean, they're 1 game behind Philadelphia when you look at it. And the bye didn't do them any favors, right, since Washington and Philadelphia won. But they sort of had cakewalk teams, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, no, I think I think you should be chomping at the bit that you got a chance to win that 4th game the way Mike McCarthy pointed out. I don't think you come back and go, well, Detroit, you can't have a Detroit hangover. You got to be way over it by the time they get back to practice on Wednesday, and just kind of be excited for the opportunity ahead of you. I mean, you can't throw in the towel. I was listening to Jerry this morning, and it's like, well, if things go sideways, you're going to have a sell-off. You don't sell off in football, not in the NFL, because you got contracts, and you got guaranteed money, and you got to account for it at some point. So it's like, okay, so who you selling off? Because you got to replace them, and there's no farm system in the NFL, right? 16 guys on the practice squad, and it's not like they're chomping at the bit to win starting positions in a half year. That just doesn't happen. So you kind of are who you are, and you better hope that you can improve and get better as the season goes along.
How different is this San Francisco team to what it was last year or the year before?
Well, they haven't had Christian McCaffrey out there yet, right?
Yeah.
He's been on injured reserve. Now I know is it Mason, the guy that took his place? He's been pretty good, right?
They just don't throw to him enough.
To Mason?
Yeah, I feel like McCaffrey can get some passes.
Yeah, and he's a different guy. He's not.
That might be a fantasy football opinion you just got from Corey Majors right there.
He's on my fantasy team, and I'm like, throw him the ball. I need some PPR receptions.
Right, and then when you're missing wide receivers, that matters, and so that's a big portion of your offense. And then, and everybody, well, Brock Purdy, 3 interceptions. Well, who's he throwing to? It does matter. And I don't know how good Trent Williams has been other than slugging somebody with a helmet on.
Sure.
And I'm sure he gets fined. Does he get suspended? He's been thrown out of a game before for swinging at somebody. But I don't know if that happens to San Francisco, right?
Well, it seems like the NFL has decided to take their time on a lot of suspension stuff this season. So,
Yeah.
You talking about the Rashi Rice thing?
Yes,
Okay, gotcha.
I am.
Hey, the game took care of itself there.
Oh,
didn't it?
man, that's tough. All right.
Or maybe the fans in San Francisco get rowdy and start throwing water bottles on the field.
Have you ever been at a game where that happened, Mickey, where you were just like, oh my gosh?
Not water bottles in college. You know, in
I
hockey.
did in
hockey
New York,
sometimes,
pitching
right?
for the Mets. I gave up 9 runs on opening day. There are plenty of bottles being thrown at me as I was walking off the field.
I want to say maybe it was 80s Rangers game. They had ball night, and people were mad, and they start throwing the balls on the field.
Oh, dear.
And it's like, okay, well, maybe we should give these out when you leave the game, not before the game, right?
Maybe so.
That is a very good idea. Excellent insight, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Talk to you.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, there are already some heartbreaking fantasy football notes.
Yeah,
in
there
here.
are, man.
From the 559, won my matchup this week, but at what cost? I lost Godwin and Ayuk after already losing Rashee Rice and Pacheco in my Dynasty League. And it's tough either way, but that Godwin one, where it's like there's 43, 45 seconds left in the game, you're like, son of that's a tough one.
Did you see him on the sideline or on the cart whenever they were talking to him and he was like, back to work? He talking to the trainer.
Yeah.
Time to get back to work, Jay. I think it said Jay. I don't know who the trainer is, I'll be honest.
Okay.
But I feel real bad for him because that's a dude that I love that plays it the right way. And it really stinks to see Chris Godwin deal with something like that.
From the, oh my gosh, this might be the saddest one I've ever heard. From the 817, I was winning by 90 points last night.
Hell yeah.
My opponent had Lamar and Derrick Henry left.
Oh, no.
I lost by 0.4 points. If you're curious, which I was, our league has QB premium scoring, so it's 1 point for every 10 yards passing instead of every 25 yards. Man, you're up by 90 points. Alec looks disgusted by that scoring system.
That's gross.
Yeah.
But you lost. You're up by 90 points. God, that sucks.
Yeah, but I think you kind of know going into, like, you're like, okay, Lamar and Derrick Henry's gonna that team is relying on those two guys for sure. That team is definitely relying on those two guys, just like I was last night. Unfortunately, the guy that I was up against had 3 of the top running backs this week, so it was no matter how good Lamar Jackson was, I wasn't gonna win.
From the 214, man, Tyreek Hill is the best, worst player for fantasy.
Okay. I stand by this all the time. When you're drafting, when you're picking up players, who's their quarterback? And no matter how good Tyreek Hill is, that ball's not getting out. The dude doesn't trust that he can just put it up to Tyreek. He doesn't trust his arm strength. Whoever his quarterback is the key to Tyreek Hill being good. Justin Jefferson seems like any quarterback that throws to him, he's good at. But Tyreek Hill needs somebody that can actually get him the ball. And when Tua comes back, he should be better.
From the... My wife had the Jets defense, which really let her down, and then she was in the 99% loss possibility and came back and won by 3 points. I was up 4 going into last night's game. I had the Tampa kicker and Mike Evans. I won by 0.2. God, Alec, I'm curious, have you had a sub 1 point loss or perhaps multiple sub 1 point losses?
It was, I think 2 weeks ago, I beat Jared Sandler and got some messages from him because I think it was, I want to say his defense gave up a touchdown that made him lose by 0.08.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and he was not happy about that one. I don't remember what exactly gave it up for him, but yeah, that one was fun, and I was very happy about that one. I had no business winning.
I beat Jared this week.
By more than 0.8.
No, 105-77. So his team stunk this week.
Yes.
Yeah, that was really. Oh yeah, by more than 0.8. Yeah,
and I beat Eric Chiafalo. So
there we go.
This is the winning show of record.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, look, I only have 2 wins this year in this league, but I'm still rocking here.
Man, this is a tough one right here from the 737. I lost by 5 points because Devo is a big P. By P, I mean pneumonia, of course. That's way to cover your bases right there.
Pneumonia has a P in it?
That's how it starts.
What? Like pterodactyl?
That's the bad one. You don't want that. You want the ammonia?
I'm going to tell you this. I'm not getting back into that.
Stop with that joke, Mike.
For Peace-a-thon, we're going to auction away a couple opportunities to be on the show. You want to be on the show for some of these interviews just to listen to Mike's rapid fire thoughts when he turned his mic off?
I need y'all to. I see him over there talking. I can't hear him. My earbuds are in. I'm listening to Mickey. I can't hear Mike. I'm just telling you that.
Mickey would hang up the phone.
One of the notes that actually almost made me laugh out loud, because Mickey's right, 1.1 yards per carry before contact is not good. Right when he said that, Mike with his mic off, but really close to me, goes, better than 1. I almost started to laugh right there, because technically true, even though not that great. All right, 2 more for you. For the 903, Tyreek Hill, Kelsey, and Mahomes led me to a 2-5 start. And then from the 214, I lost this week by 0.54. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the hopefully not sarcastic football questions.
Heck yeah, Cowboys 49ers questions.
Next.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, make your way to Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's where Corey told me to go buy a car a little bit more than 4 years ago. And I didn't really have time for a lot of stuff because there was family things that we needed to deal with. There was a death in the family. And he said, go to Platinum Chevrolet. They will treat you right. They did. And thanks to them and terrible DFW drivers, my family has bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet in the last 4 years.
Yeah, and you know what? Customers are interested in lease specials, and they have some incredible options to choose from right now. The Silverado 1500 Custom Double Cab, $599 a month right there. Equinox EV LT, $399 a month, plus...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is that the one who said you talk only baseball?
Yeah, and I'm like, well, it is my specialty, but I do watch a lot of basketball too. But here I ask all of the football questions.
Do you want me to tell you a basketball note?
Sure. You can ruin football with basketball.
You're going to like it. Dallas Mavericks projected to win 49.5 games this season.
That's not enough.
Okay. Well, then you'll be glad to know. Per Bet Online, the number one team people are betting the over on, the Dallas Mavericks.
Heck yeah.
What's that mean?
That means people
think they're
going to
win 50 or more games.
But what does it really mean?
I don't know. It scares me to death because somehow Vegas knows these things and then they're going to
Fade the public, man. Fade the public.
All right. So first question is going to be about the Dallas Cowboys. This is a reminder for people and for me. You both had the Cowboys making the playoffs, correct?
10-7, correct.
11-6, yes.
Do you still believe the Cowboys are making the playoffs?
I think they can still get to 11-6, but they got to be nearly flawless. Based on what I've seen so far, no.
So your answer is they're not going to make the playoffs. Because you kind of answered, you kind of did a political thing where you answered both sides.
Based on what I've seen, I don't think that what we've seen in the first 6 games that's going to be good enough to get them in the playoffs.
Okay, so
but they can change.
It's a no for you. You've changed to no, they're not making the playoffs.
They can change my mind with 6 good games.
Okay.
I'm going to say 9-8, and they just miss it. So
okay.
So I'm only downgrading by 1 so far, but I now no longer believe they will be in the playoffs. But I wouldn't be like stunned.
I think 9-8 is a massive disappointment.
Yes.
I mean, a tremendous disappointment. And then you're looking at some other things going, man, where are the failures on this, and trying to figure out what needs to be replaced.
You guys can play along and answer these questions on YouTube and Twitch. I have them both open right now just to kind of see maybe the fans' response to these questions. All right. You both, well, I shouldn't say you both. You have barely making the playoffs.
Barely missing the playoffs.
Okay, so you both have missing the playoffs. Over the next 3 years, the last 3 years, the Cowboys were 3 for 3 in making the playoffs. You guys are saying no to this year right now.
Because Washington's better than we expected. And if Jaden Daniels is there, I think they're going to win the division.
I don't think
Philadelphia is good enough to be second in the division and get a wild card.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to ask a 5-year question. I just don't. I think at the NFL at this point, we're finding out having a 5-year plan is very tough unless you're in a total rebuild.
And I feel like Steven has told us in the past, usually they try to project the cap out in 3-year increments.
Okay. Over the next 3 years, how many times do the Cowboys make the playoffs, including this year?
1.
2.
So they don't make it this year, but they make it the next 2 years.
The next couple of years, I think so, yeah.
Why do you have confidence that they are going to fix the issues?
This is me projecting what I would do. I would add some other pieces this offseason that make it better. And there's probably going to be a coaching change, and that's the other part that they're going to have to go through, because next year, if they go through a coaching change, go ahead and take that out, because I don't think they're going to be able to turn it around that quick.
There was something there were 2 things Jerry said today that I thought were quite contradictory, and I didn't love it, because he was asked by Jared about, hey, Amari Cooper, they got more draft capital for trading Amari Cooper now than we did a couple of years ago. And Jerry said, yeah, because that was a salary dump. That was a way to get money off of our cap. And then later in the interview, when asked about potentially, like, if things went bad the next several weeks, would you trade at the deadline? And he said, not really, because you have the salary cap to deal with. And then he also said, when we signed Dak and CD, we made our decision. I actually think that is a completely contradictory statement. And I think you could trade off some pieces without, like, gutting the team. Like, let's say DeMarcus Lawrence, for example. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. Like, let's say you lost your next several games and you're like, it's not on the cards. It's not in the cards right now. Maybe you could get some additional draft assets for DeMarcus Lawrence and still take the cap hit now and go forward with extra assets. And that's why I dropped it down to 1, because look, we've talked about it. I fundamentally do not agree with the way they build their teams. They don't care, but that's fine.
By the way, so far, our Twitch is playing along with us a lot more. We have McKever Design saying 1 out of the next 3. You have Shacker 3 saying 1 out of 3. You have Robstar 97 saying 2 out of 3.
Okay.
The next 3 years. They're over here talking about scalping tickets on YouTube, so I don't even know what they're doing. All right, so now
I wonder if any of our listeners have ever been arrested for scalping tickets. I don't know how prevalent that is.
Next question, football question. Cowboys are about to take on the 49ers. Brock Purdy is still on his rookie deal. Do you believe the 49ers already have the money set aside and know that they are signing Brock Purdy after this season is over to, like, that big 5-year deal? Or it could be a few more years, but do they already know he's their guy, or is it still in question in their organization?
Kevin, go ahead first.
I think they know. I think that the 49ers have decided Brock Purdy is their guy. You've seen some of the moves and the way they've financially structured to make that the case. That is my opinion. I think Brock Purdy is their guy.
I think that the ownership is starting to get frustrated with Shanahan and Lynch, despite the fact that they've gone as far as they have. And they're like, why can't you win the big one? And we have a lot invested in a lot of star players. And I think that they are looking at it going, do I even know my coach and my GM are going to be here in the future? And that's why I don't think that they have it set that way right now.
Okay. My next football question. The Baltimore Ravens, they lost their first 2. They've won their last 5. If we stop right now, and I know that Kansas City right now is 6-0, and so they've played 1 less game, what I'm getting to. Who wins more games the rest of the year? I know you'd have to look at schedule and everything, but just off of the feeling, the gut feeling you have, Kansas City and Baltimore, who will win more games the rest of the season?
I think Baltimore.
I think they might be able to win out.
Yeah,
by
and
the way.
just the first couple of games, that they lost, then that Raiders game was weird. Lamar had a chance to win that one, right, with a 70-yard run.
They continue to be questionable in the fourth quarter.
But just the way that they were trying to figure out how to use Derrick Henry, now it looks like they know. And they have the ability, you saw it last night, to just be like, all right, Derrick Henry, we're going to run this clock out. And he's like, no, we're not. I'm going to run for 87 yards. And they're like, oh, crap, we're going to score then again. So that's where they are right now. Kevin, is the number correct that his 2 longest runs this year would put him like second in the Cowboys? Like with those 2 runs alone?
Just those 2 runs total?
I believe the number is he would be second. But I feel like they have a good passing game. The receivers are starting to come together on what they need to be doing with him. Mark Andrews is healthy. That's a key. And then Derrick Henry can just salt away games for you.
Okay, I'm just going to say this, Mike, just for very specific reasons. Kansas City has an additional game left. But all things being equal, I do think it's going to be Baltimore because I think Kansas City is going to view this a different way. They're going to be like, hey, let's lock up our division. We already know we can go to Baltimore and beat them. So, but I think Baltimore is going to be like, hey, we got to go.
Yeah, they look like
Kansas
they want to
City
beat
holds
everybody.
the tiebreaker
Yes,
too. If
exactly.
they have the same record at the end of the year, it would be in Kansas City. So now I want you guys to pull up standings real quick if you can, because this is interesting to me. In the AFC, are there teams that are going to push the division leaders right now? Buffalo is 5-2. The rest of their division stinks. Baltimore is 5-2. Pittsburgh is 5-2. Houston Texans 5-2. Kansas City Chiefs 6-0. When you look at this, what team that isn't winning their division is going to push these 4 teams where we get to week 16, 17, and 18, and we feel like there's a division up for grabs in the AFC?
All right, I'm going to go easy here and say the Colts just because they literally play the Texans this weekend.
Okay.
But after that,
the second game, that's the second game between those 2 this year, I believe.
Yes, and they lost the first one by a couple points.
Yeah, okay.
But after that, they're on the road against the Vikings. Then they host the Bills. So, like, their next 3 games are pretty brutal. And let's say Houston wins again. Then you have the tiebreaker. Now you've jumped it out to 2. And then you might see that thing fall apart as well.
I'll say the Steelers are going to
push Baltimore.
Yeah.
Even though I feel like Baltimore is going to get to 14 wins.
Yeah, I think that
I won't say they win out. I think they only lose 1 more game the rest of the year.
I think Baltimore, when they see the Steelers, they beat them, and that's going to be the edge for them. But Kevin, Russell Wilson was dazzling. The headline said.
Whatever.
Sarcastic, I say.
If you watch that game, like, he was dazzling maybe in the second half.
But listen, if he's good enough, that defense is good enough, Mike Tomlin's a good coach, they'll continue to be good. I am kind of curious what the Broncos really are. Have they just played bad teams and edged out these wins, or is Bo Nix really coming along? What I've seen hasn't looked great, but their defense is so good, it gives them a chance to win. Their defense is that good.
I keep going back to what you said about Baltimore. I think Baltimore is a damn fine team. I think they're going to drop a couple more games this year because they do not close out games well at all. Whether it's just a game that they're just destroying their opponent like Dallas or Tampa Bay, or whether it's that Raiders game, they have trouble in the fourth quarter, like worse than any other team in the league.
If they would if they do what they did last night, then I think they're going to be better off.
If Lamar Jackson is throwing touchdown passes like that, good luck, everybody.
Don't you think, this is kind of question, but also my opinion, don't you think Kansas City and Baltimore, whichever order you have it in, they're going to be the 1-2 seed in the AFC?
Yeah.
Yes.
And remember how it was Cowboys-Niners was the Super Bowl back in our day? Like, that's what we're going to be looking at going, that's our Super Bowl. But then again, the Bills are right there in the mix. They're right there in the conversation. So those 3 teams who have been kind of part of that conversation for the last 5 years now are all there, and they have to deal with Mahomes being there.
Every time this season I've thought I figured the Bills out, then they're like, oh, wait, we can, for good and bad. Mm-hmm. So I think they'll be good, but I can't say I feel like 13-4 for sure coming on.
I'm running out of time, so I don't want to get into the NFC. I had some NFC questions, but I know we're running out of time. I look at the AFC, and I just think to myself, unless there's a major injury, and I could be wrong here, your 4 teams playing in the divisional round will be the 4 teams we already know. Whoever's Buffalo, Baltimore, Houston, and Kansas City. I know there's going to be 3 other teams that make the playoffs. I just don't see how those teams aren't playing each other in the divisional round, where the NFC didn't get to the questions. Maybe it'll be for next week because I still think it'll be jumbled up. It's really tough in the NFC to start having separation.
Is the wild card in this situation Cincinnati in case they break off a run? Because they do have elevated quarterback play. I'm not saying that'll happen, but that's the team I would point to.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I don't believe in the Jets at all, and they're 2-5. But I guess if you wanted to put Aaron Rodgers in that category, that's it, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Nick, how about that football for you?
Right here.
As Jerry said, that's in your A.
105.
Didn't he say that today?
Yes.
He said something about in your A.
Yes,
yeah,
he did.
He gets in that A or something.
Coming up next, context is always king. It's time for Gridiron Gravy, double Monday Night Football right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Cheap Bag Nation, we'll talk with Mark Schlereth at 4:40. The Nation runs 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Guy Fieri called Palmer.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G-Bag Nation, and plenty of G-Bag flags.
Win Cowboys tickets and Cowboys merch courtesy of Miller Lite. Start your weekend early with the KNC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation in Grand Prairie and Buffalo Wild Wings, 2315 I-20. We'll see you there.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
3rd down and 7 from the Bucs 13. Lamar wants to throw. Slings it. Complete. Henry at the 5. The King is in. 5 touchdown passes for Lamar. And with 6:32 left to play in Tampa, the Hayes in the barn.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home?
Wow,
Visit
Gridiron.
rhinoshieldtx.com.
Gridiron gravy with a sponsor, huh? Big time.
We need to work on that. Now, it's probably because of this. Depending on what Alex says and how many people vote against him, I do have.
Oh, is this? Are you trying to get shield put on his tattooed on his arm?
Oh,
underneath
yeah,
the rhino?
that too.
Yeah,
I told him
that's a
about that
thing.
yesterday.
That's a thing.
I do also have another hilarious joke planned for you guys
Nope.
in this segment if you would like to hear it.
No.
Oh, no. Well,
Yeah, when Jerry talks.
yeah, pretty much. All right. So Derrick Henry last night, let's start with the Ravens and the Bucs. Derrick Henry sat for a while before his 5th carry. He had 4 carries in the first half. 4 carries, 23 yards.
How many times in the second half did Jerry say MFers?
Yeah. I mean, look, this is probably the one that stood out. Cut number 1. It is the one that Corey referenced a little earlier in the show. He had 4 carries for 23 yards. Then he got 1 carry in the second half for 4 yards. And then this.
Here's Henry, left side. Yep, it can change in a blink. There he goes. McCollum, the only man that can catch him, and he does. Ricard delivered a great block, and Derrick Henry goes 81 yards, his second longest carry of the year.
Yeah. Okay. So his longest carry of the year is 87, I believe. And
Okay.
then that one's 81 yards.
So then probably, right?
So Kevin, the leading rusher for the Cowboys has 246 yards. Zeke has
so
115.
He's still ahead. We're
So
still ahead.
He would be second.
Yeah,
He'd be second on the Cowboys with 2 runs. 2 runs.
that is humbling.
Wow.
That is unfortunate, but
I get it, man. I get it. It's tough.
do you think, I don't think this will be the case, and I know Lamar Jackson has moved up to the top of the list, and Lamar Jackson, by the way, last night had as many touchdown passes as he had incompletions, which is always crazy. Any chance that right now Derrick Henry's on pace for 2,100 yards rushing and 19 touchdowns? I'm not saying it'll play out exactly like that. If he hits those numbers, do you think he could get the MVP consideration
Yes.
instead of Lamar?
If he hits those numbers.
Okay, and
he
those
has to
numbers
get
are
over
crazy.
2,000 yards.
Okay.
And he has to have close to 20 touchdowns.
Okay.
I do have more Derrick Henry discussion coming up in the C block today. But
Shut your mouth
No,
about
no. But I do think that, yes, answering your question, I think that absolutely he can be considered for that. He is a difference maker for that Baltimore Ravens team. They are a better team because he's on it.
What if Brandon Aubrey keeps kicking 6 field goals a game and hits like a 70-yarder?
You know, I'm going to
Because in the 80s, they gave it to
That's
some
true.
Mosley guy.
Over a wide receiver. I'm going to go back and update my statistics because through a few games, Brandon Aubrey was on pace to shatter the points scored record by like 100. So I'll go back.
Is he still on
and
that? Oh, yeah.
I will look to update that.
We just got to get close enough for him to kick those.
Yeah.
Can we even do that?
We get to midfield.
All right.
Now, speaking of kickers in the other game, Dicker the kicker had a 59-yarder, which gave the Chargers the early lead.
Big deal.
It was Dicker's career-long and tied a franchise record for the Chargers. That's true, and they ended up losing the game anyway. They lost 17-15 against the Chargers. So if you liked defense or maybe plotting offense, the ESPN Plus game was the game for you. If you liked offense and thought defense in the fourth quarter was stupid, then the ESPN broadcast game was for you last night.
The plus was a minus for me. As soon as I was like, oh, it's
Fair.
on the plus, ain't watching.
Wouldn't you think they would have flipped it to try to drive more people to ESPN Plus and be like, hey, here's the better game?
I don't know.
Okay.
You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. That's how I watch football.
I looked up and it was 6-3, and I was like, I thought the people that had to watch Colts Dolphins had it bad. And
this might have been better than that game.
17-15?
Maybe.
Okay.
Not a lot better, maybe.
Is it just because Irving MacArthur was in my district as a high school kid that every time I see the Cardinals helmets, I think of Irving MacArthur, especially when they start tricking it up?
Yes, that is exactly why.
Do you think that's a Mike Bassick only condition, or do you think folks across the Metroplex experience that?
Congratulations to Irving MacArthur getting their helmet in the NFL.
Yeah, they're the only. Are they? No, because I think there are other schools that have like the Green Bay Packers G. I've seen that before.
You got to be careful about this. I swear this is a true story. This is years ago. I was interviewing the Allen football coach, and they were going to be on ESPN. And I was like, oh, hey, are you excited to be on ESPN? And he goes,
Arizona State?
Yeah, Arizona. He goes, not really. And I said, why not? And he goes, last time we were on national TV, we got sued by Arizona for using too similar of an A. I was like, what? Too similar of an A.
It was just it's just really, it's in word.
Darren
right?
Woodson was after him, huh?
I guess so.
No, he went to State.
This is regular Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Damon Stoudemire.
Sean Elliott, Kenny Lofton.
That's what you were thinking. All right.
I actually was thinking that.
Now, unfortunately,
they've never had a quarterback, right?
Sad news. Chris Godwin, it looks like he has a dislocated ankle that is going to require surgery. And
Dislocate it.
Yeah, that he'll be out for the. Stop what you're doing.
I just saw that Adam Schefter posted the video and said now it's under review. The play is under review. I guess the tackle.
Oh, okay. Because I know they didn't show the replay because of the injury at first.
I'm watching it over and over, and I can't see exactly what happened other than the guy tackled him and got his ankle.
It was about 43 seconds left in the game. He left with his leg in an air cast. Like I said, it looks like dislocated ankle that would require surgery out for potentially the rest of the year. And then to go along with that, Mike Evans in the other game, in the same game, he aggravated his hamstring again in the second quarter. There was already thoughts that he was working with a little bit of a hamstring ding, and he didn't come back in the game. So just a disastrous game for the Buccaneers, who made a charge in the fourth quarter. But
that's where we were talking. My father-in-law and I were talking about Baker Mayfield's resurgence and what it is, and I was trying to pinpoint some areas. Obviously, working with McVay was helpful last year when he went to the Rams for a spell. But then I said, it doesn't hurt to be able to throw to Mike Evans. A dude who just perpetually puts up touchdown numbers, 1,000-yard seasons. It doesn't hurt to have that. I am curious, a dude who is currently at the top of the charts with touchdowns in Baker Mayfield, can he continue that if those two receivers aren't out on the field?
I mean, because logically you'd say probably not, but we'll see. A couple of week-to-week injury updates for you. DK Metcalf has been kind of put down as a week-to-week injury. He had a grade 1 sprain MCL. And then Jaden Daniels, per Dan Quinn, is officially week-to-week. They say they hope he can play this weekend, but there are, quote, real unknowns, and they'll be cautious. People are excited because it would be Jaden Daniels against Caleb Williams. And so...
Oh, yeah, I remember I brought up about flexing that game and being like, hey, let's get that one instead.
Potentially, you might not get that matchup. Kyle Shanahan. So there's a better chance Christian McCaffrey is going to debut in Week 10 after the bye. So you're not going to see him. Obviously, we've talked about this weekend. You're not going to see Brandon Ayuk. And then Deebo Samuel had to be hospitalized because of pneumonia. So San Francisco comes into this game exceedingly banged up as well.
They're finished.
Okay, that was actually going to be one of my overreaction questions. I
No, I'm not. I don't think so. I think they're going to beat the Cowboys. So
I think they'll beat the Cowboys, but I'm curious about what the hell the rest of their season is going to look like. Is it because I said hell? I'm sorry.
Yeah, throwing in cuss words on that.
Right, I'm
really,
sorry.
Holy cow.
You're really
bro.
emotional, okay? Calm down.
Let's talk about the Lions.
Okay, well, are they the damn Lions to you? Like,
yeah,
what are
these
they?
damn Lions. Jamison Williams is now facing a 2-game suspension for violating the PED policy.
Really?
Now,
What do you do? Get too skinny?
I don't know all the restrictions on their PEDs.
Looks like you were taking
I
them
don't know
wrong.
if Ozempic is on there or
You might
anything
wanna
like
eat
that.
some-
But
you might want to eat some food with those roids.
I don't really know what to do with that, but it's looking like he's going to be out for a couple of games. By the way, I forgot to mention.
Isn't it amazing how we don't care at all? Like,
Yeah.
let's do this.
Absolutely.
All right. Aaron Judge suspended for PEDs. We lose our mind.
But if it's football or hell, boxing, like the biggest name in boxing,
or the kickboxing thing you guys watch, UFC.
MMA.
Yeah.
He was going to say FCC.
Tybo.
Whatever it is.
Is Tybo still a thing?
In my life.
Okay.
I still have the DVD VHSs.
Thanks for telling us that. I don't really know.
Do
what
I
to
ever
with
put
that.
them on? No, but I still have them.
Okay. I appreciate.
Did I buy
You're
them?
looking
No.
good. What are you doing? I'm doing Tybo. People are like, where'd you get DVDs from the 90s?
3 payments of $49.99.
It still works.
It's great. That's a great point. That's a great point. And then also, I wanted to throw this out there. Tua is supposed to practice tomorrow with the hopeful aspect that he'll play Sunday against the Cardinals. However, he told reporters he won't be wearing a Guardian cap, and he said it's just a personal decision and he doesn't want to wear it.
All right. I have a thought on this because I don't get it. I really don't. I do not understand why you wouldn't do it after what you've already been through because of the way it looks. The other thing, though, is I went and looked last night. If one player is wearing a Guardian cap, it reduces it by 10%.
Wow.
If 2 players are wearing it, it reduces it by 20 because obviously the 2 things.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the mask.
Yeah. So it can, exactly, when you do that math. And then so when you look at they said up to 33%. Why wouldn't you put that on your head after what you've been through? That doesn't make any sense to me. I guess it does weigh about a pound more on your head. And if that's a real problem, that is a real problem. But it just doesn't make any sense considering the gruesome stuff we've seen him go through.
Then I want to just give you guys an update. Yesterday, I swallowed a bunch of synonyms, and it gave me thesaurus throat I've ever had. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Jokes don't make
My
any sense.
wife thought that was so funny. Coming up next, the biggest storylines of the Cowboys season thus far, and can any of these persistent issues be fixed? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. At some point before the show is over, we're hoping to talk with Najee Marshall, perhaps after kind of 12:40. So keep your ears tuned in for that. But want to talk some Cowboys here. I know that we haven't talked a ton of Cowboys just because they've been coming off the bye. Obviously, it's been a up and down, strugglesome season thus far. But I wanted to get y'all's thought. I'm going to go with that. want to get y'all's thoughts on the biggest storylines of the Cowboys season thus far. What do you think?
Dude,
they are?
strugglesome is a word.
Hell yeah.
The synonyms for it, even though you
You're
had
on
a
one
bad
today.
synonym joke.
Drink coffee or something?
Nope.
Challenging and difficult to manage. Good job, dude.
Thank you very much.
Did you even know it was a word?
No.
Okay.
I
You
wish-
just said it.
Yeah,
You're like, well,
I
I'm
wish
going
I
with
could
it.
tell you that.
Can I think? I think number one is Jerry losing it last Tuesday on the radio and it becoming the biggest story of the Cowboys season.
Because they haven't been good.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but I think the biggest story so far, 7 weeks since you have the bye, is the Jerry Jones interview last Tuesday on The Fan.
Believe it or not, that is actually part of the number one answer per the Dallas Morning News. All in backfires. And it says, Jerry and Stephen Jones' fingerprints have been all over Dallas' stumbles through the first 6 games of this season. Jones' all-in off-season mantra has completely backfired, and it's gotten to the point that the Cowboys owner has lashed out and doubled down with the media covering the team. This is not me saying that. This is the Dallas Morning News saying that is part of the number one story.
I mean, I have other ones, but I'll let Corey guess because he's a guesser.
Run defense.
The run defense is number 5 on the list, and it encapsulates the bigger issue as well as just injuries across the board on defense. But run defense, obviously, the struggles are a part of that.
Go with the run again.
You can do that.
Yeah, I don't know. The Rico, Ezekiel Elliott, Thunder and Lightning combo.
I'm with you. But the fact that that is not
Thunder
in
Dan and Lightning McQueen.
the morning news' top 5 shows how troublesome at times this season has been.
The CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott signings.
Ooh, actually, no. I really thought you were going to get it there.
Oh.
It's the Dak and CD misconnection that they think is one
I feel
of
like
the
that
top 5.
kind of goes together.
Okay.
At least
So
their
I'll put
body
those
language is good on the sideline.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No,
Well,
their body language is
CeeDee Lamb told Dak, throw a jump ball next time. I got you.
Yeah.
And Dak looked straight at the ground and didn't say anything
Yeah.
to him because he was focused.
So these 5 issues we talked about, all in backfires. Mike McCarthy being on the hot seat, I feel like that has been prevalent for a couple of years. The silver lining of this team being Brandon Aubrey. I mean, he has been incredible this year and in otherwise.
I wish you would stop smiling like that when you say his name. It's frustrating. The kicker is the biggest silver
I think he's going to
lining.
have a lot of opportunities Sunday night.
Unfortunately, I do too.
And you seem to be relish like you know what? We love Brandon Aubrey.
He's
He hopped
awesome.
on the show. He was great with us. It's just that you look like it's like, yeah, boy,
Look,
Brandon Aubrey.
They need love and attention because in training camp,
That's it.
handlers come by with every single Cowboys guest that we get in the tent in Oxnard. But when they dropped off the kicker and the long snapper, they just showed up and the handler left. And they, essentially, it kind of felt like they're like, hey, if you guys want to keep them for the rest of the show, this is at like noon, then have at it. Everybody else, it's a very like, you have 8 minutes, you have 13, you have one, and there's somebody standing right there.
We could have talked to them for 2 hours.
We had them on for like 20 minutes, and they're fine.
We were
They're
like,
in
so
no rush to
y'all
take
need to
off.
go, and they're like, I mean, no, we're cool.
Yeah,
We're like, all
no,
right, then
we're good. Now you mentioned the Dak and CD misconnection in the contracts. Does the lateness of those contracts getting done make that lack of connection all the more frustrating or predictable? Maybe.
I mean, I feel like it should be kind of predictable. It is frustrating though, because what we were told during the entire holdout for Lamb was, they worked together in the off season. They put in so much time at Dak's backyard.
Right.
That everything's good. We have no concerns there at all.
Right.
So yeah, it is frustrating that I mean, that's what you're hanging your hat on for the next 5 years for this team, is that those two look like they did last year together. And right now they, because of defenses have caught on. Mike Tomlin admitted a couple of years ago they didn't know who CeeDee Lamb was. And everybody's like, there's no other option. What was the biggest problem in the playoff game against San Francisco? When Tony Pollard went down, it was CeeDee Lamb, and that's it.
Yeah.
And now nothing's changed. It's CeeDee Lamb, and that's it. And that's
Brought
why
Zeke
that's
back.
frustrating. Okay. Zeke was there for that game, Mike. He was the center. Remember?
No, that is true. Yeah. That was a good game.
That was whenever they were like, hey, look, man, we only have one option when Tony Pollard goes down. And now they don't have any other options right now.
Oh, well.
Now, in terms of potentially improving, instead of, let's see if we can improve any of this. You guys asked about this. Do you think it's more likely you can improve the run offense or defense, assuming neither is not an acceptable answer?
Why not try Mozzie at running back?
Oh, and try.
I mean, you're taking
Zeke at defensive tackle.
Yeah, I think if you flip flop their positions, you might have a chance.
He played center once. Why can't he play the other side of the ball?
Yeah.
Corey, do you have any other thoughts?
I mean, when Zeke runs in the middle, usually he takes 2 or 3 guys with him, like they all go down. So now you just tell him, act like you're running the ball from the defensive tackle position and take out the guard and center.
At times, we've seen the defensive run stopping be better. Detroit, look, man, you were without your best linebackers. You're without a lot on that defense. I think that the defensive line part can be better. I'm still kind of curious. Mike Zimmer said right before the break, he was saying, I'm used to having really good teams, and I still want to know what he meant by that. Did he mean, because I think it was a John Machota piece, did he mean I'm used to having better talent than the crap I'm having to deal with right now? Or did he mean I'm used to having people already being good enough and me not having to grow them? And I'm having to grow some of these guys. So I do think that there's a better chance of that, because right now the offensive line is struggling on a variety of places.
Yeah.
And Zach Martin being the biggest surprise of it all. The drop-off's been that drastic for him. And I don't think you have the talent behind that offensive line to go the place that it needs to go.
And that's an interesting point, because, look, Mickey and I don't totally agree about the run game, and I think even if the holes are created and the space is made, we do not have the backs to take advantage of it. But he does have a valid point when talking about you have to create more time before that first contact.
Absolutely. And I guess that's where he's like, once you've done that, then I can judge whether or not the running back is good enough. Does that make sense? So I can sit with that. I can accept that a little bit too.
Any chance?
Which one did you pick, Kevin?
I think it's the run offense, because, like, to Corey's point, players come back, or at least like Tank and Micah come back. That gives you maybe another look at it. Overshown continues to get better. I know, even though he's at the second level, that could have an impact in your run.
Kendricks is my biggest concern.
Yes, but for the Cowboys on the offensive line, I guess I'm stuck in a spot where I think even if they do get better, you still don't have the components to take advantage of that.
Well, and because Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton are unproven commodities still at this point.
Agreed.
And so until they prove it, I can't believe it. Zach Martin falling off, even if it's slightly, is a huge ding to what you're trying to accomplish, and Terrence Steele just isn't any better right now. So it's all kind of on Tyler Smith, and if he does anything wrong, then you're just like, holy crap, we're all screwed.
From the 214, no one said McCarthy. I'm disappointed, guys. Remember, that was the second one on the list, that the hot seat of Mike McCarthy
and his hot seat.
Yeah, it's been there for some time. All right, you guys ready to power rank some NFL power rankings? Would you like NFL.com, The Athletic,
the NFL,
or ESPN? NFL?
Yeah, I'm not an athletic supporter anymore. I don't pay for it.
I'm with Mike on that one.
Okay. Who is the worst team in all of football?
It's either Carolina or New England. Right?
One of those is correct.
He said Carolina.
That is correct. Carolina, last on the list. New England, next to last on the list. Who would you put as third worst football team in the land?
The Giants. They're horrible.
I do agree, but they're only 26.
I feel like they were like 25 or 26 last week.
Yeah, Jacksonville's moving up. They destroyed that England game.
Dolphins or Browns?
Oh, the Browns.
Browns?
Browns are number 30 on the list. The Dolphins are only 25, so
okay.
They're doing
have
okay.
Have they fallen Does it feel like they've been falling?
Yeah.
Like when Tua went down, that team changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Who is the best team in the NFL?
Cowboys, $10 billion.
If you go off of not financial value.
It shouldn't change.
The Chiefs.
Yeah.
With an eye.
They're undefeated, Kevin.
Right now, you're right. Right now, if the Ravens and Chiefs played again, neutral site, not in the playoffs though. Do you think the
You mean in the
Ravens?
Super Bowl?
Not.
You said neutral site. London.
You can't say that.
London.
Yes, what he
Oh yeah, the big
he just-
game.
He
My
ruined,
bad.
We just got fined.
Yeah, my bad. The big
No,
game.
that's fine. You could say Super Bowl. It's not an ad.
In the big game in London.
I'll still take Kansas City
Okay.
because somehow, some way, Patrick
Okay.
Mahomes is going to win that game.
Yep.
So they are number one.
And I think that the Chiefs are in the Ravens' head.
I could see that. That's very fair. Would you put Baltimore 2 or would you go a different direction?
Yeah,
I'd
Baltimore.
put Baltimore too.
They're really good.
How would you go after that? So 1 and 2 is Kansas City and Baltimore.
Lions took over the Vikings.
That's your team.
Like Lions took it from the Vikings this
They
week.
have the similar colors to the Cowboys. They play on Thanksgiving.
That Honolulu blue.
You can go Lions.
Look, man. I've just been adamant that I think Dan Campbell's a good coach and Jared Goff
He's
is a
from
good
Glen
quarterback,
Rose.
and then now they got all the pieces together. So
Remember when he wanted to be the Aggies head coach? Are you mad about that?
He wanted to be, but the first time, yes. The second time when they were like, what if we can lure him away from the Lions? I was like, that feels
Too late.
And right now, the way
unlikely.
your team's looking, your defense is pretty good.
Hell yeah. The Lions are 3rd, the Vikings are 4th, and the Bills are 5th to round out the top 5. Where do you put those Dallas Cowboys?
On a bye week.
I think they were 15 last week. I don't
15,
even know if it was
16.
NFL, but I'll just say they stay the same. They didn't play.
That seems fair.
On ESPN,
15.
they're 15. Stayed the same. But that's not the one you chose. In The Athletic, they're 16. Stayed the same. On NFL.com,
Moving on up. Don't play.
the Dallas Cowboys are number 19 in the power rankings, just ahead of the Cincinnati Bengals and just behind the Indianapolis Colts.
That's very fair.
I think that's fair too.
The way that they've looked.
You just wait till they play the 49ers on Sunday Night Football.
And for what?
If I told you I would give you Cowboys plus 11.5.
I'd take it.
Okay. What's your cutoff point?
Well, that I would take the Niners.
No, take the Cowboys.
I'm taking the Cowboys if you're giving me 11.5.
Okay,
the bet would be.
What's your cutoff? Because the spread's like 5.5.
I would say if you get it to 7, I wouldn't want to bet it.
Okay.
Does that make
Yeah,
sense? So
absolutely.
if you put it at 8, and I'm like, I'll split at 8.
Yeah.
You know, like I think the Cowboys could lose by a touchdown. I mean, I'm going to pick them to lose 27-6, but that's just my score pick. I don't think that's going to be right. I like betting wise, you got to take the numbers. Like,
sure,
you can't put me at plus 21. That'd be a stupid number.
Are y'all doing this?
No,
This happening right
I
now?
was just,
live on radio.
No, I was just curious. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Aubrey's having a game, man. And you know what? 27-9. Aubrey kicks a 60-yard.
Head shave bet.
3 field goals. Coming up next, let's go across the
improved by 20
NFC
points.
East. This is how you know the Commanders are really on a roll. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
3rd and 9 for Carolina. Dalton on the move. He tried to throw it to his own man. He threw it to the other team. Intercepted by Fowler. And he's gonna go. Touchdown, Commanders.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, looking more and more like 12:40 or 1 o'clock for Najee Marshall right now. Time to go across the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure. Would you like to start with the Cowboys?
No.
The Commanders?
Heck yeah.
Okay. We just played the cut. Dante Fowler grabbed his first career pick 6.
Yeah, former Cowboy. Congratulations, Dante.
Does that make it sting more when it is a former Cowboy?
No, he doesn't fit our system.
I had a feeling something like that was going to be said. All right, I will.
Jerry said almost none of the defenders fit our new defense.
Yes.
Which we knew that we were going to have a new defensive coordinator and who he was in February-ish, but we decided not to help out that new defensive coordinator with players that would fit his system well in March. Told him to deal with it, and now we're like, gosh, can you believe some of these defenders don't fit exactly what Zim wants to do?
The Washington Commanders have scored 20-plus points in each of their first 7 games. That's the first time Washington has done that in 25 years.
All right,
So
they're
the-
back.
The whole time Daniel Snyder owned the team?
Pretty much. They're like, and then, look, this is how you know the new ownership group is rolling. Marcus Mariota took over in that game, and he was 18 of 23 for 205 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Heck yeah.
I will cede that is better. It was also the Panthers.
Oh, my God. Panthers are the freaking worst.
I mean, you just went through the list. They're the worst team in the NFL. So.
I will be honest. I really want Washington to succeed over the next 5 or so years and make it at least to the NFC Championship game.
So we'll be the last one in the NFC.
And that the change in ownership really changed their franchise and just go, oh my gosh, for Cowboy fans, like just the blinking light of there's no way to get around it.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. By the way, just to throw this out there for the Panthers, just to really hammer home how terrible they are. The Panthers are the first team ever to trail by 20 or more points in 4 of their first 7 games. Never happened in the history of the NFL. They're allowing 34.7 points per game, which would be the worst by a team since the 1966 Giants. So we're talking about 58 years. So they did one thing that's on pace to be the worst in 58 years. They did another thing that is literally the worst in the history of football.
That's impressive.
And they can't blame Bryce Young.
That is true.
Do that. So here's the thing. I do a lot of times go coach's first year, give him a little break, but Dan Quinn's doing what Dan Quinn's doing. I don't know that I thought Danny Canales was the answer to anybody's prayers, but he got Baker Mayfield to look good. Baker Mayfield's still good. Danny Canales done after 1 year, or does he get time to build? And they go, you know what? We've turned over our coaches too much. But then you're looking at it going, this is historically bad.
I mean, it's
Look,
tough to argue.
They traded for a quarterback who's doesn't look like an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
They traded multiple firsts. They
Yeah.
traded seconds. They said this franchise is going to be changed by Bryce Young and somewhat Bryce Young alone. When you do trades like that, they were wrong. At least we don't know for long term, but it looks like they are.
Yeah.
And that hurts so much that they are 2 years away from digging out of the grave that they dug.
Now, I have
that sentence ended bad. I'm sorry.
I have one more note for you that is concerning when it comes to the Commanders. About a month ago, we talked about, is their defense a potential fatal flaw? This past Sunday's game was the third time in 4 weeks in which the Commanders have given up 14 points or fewer and won handily. It was also the fourth straight game in which Washington forced at least one turnover.
Hey, it was the Panthers. You got to expect. Oh, hold on. That was a good stat for the Washingtons.
Yes.
Des Bryant just tweeted that you should have paid Quinn. So
paid him?
Huh.
To keep him around.
I don't know if he totally understands what happened in that situation, but okay. All right. Would you like to go with the Eagles, the Giants?
Made him the head coach.
The Cowboys?
Which one starts with an E?
All right.
Hey!
I got it. That's enough.
Sports.
It's in the game. Saquon Barkley. He finished the game against the Giants with a season high 176 yards rushing on 17 carries. He ripped off 3 runs of 35 yards or more in the same game. That hasn't been done in 6 years.
And then he was like, he could have broken the record.
But he wanted the young people to play.
Nah, let the other guys get some. Let them eat too.
All right.
Is that an ultimate team, or is he just like, I'm tired, I'm ready, I just want to relax?
I think that's some
team guy.
Sweet teamwork right there.
Yeah.
Are we seeing, or are you? I'm not seeing. Are you enjoying the Saquon renaissance, the Saquonisance, or are you like,
I still think he's going to get hurt.
Okay.
It's still early in the year.
Okay.
I agree with Mike, but I also am looking at it as like, again, as we brought up earlier, it's kind of like the Christian McCaffrey addition to the Niners. Did it give them that kind of, they're that much better of a team when all their pieces are together and healthy. All the receivers are out there healthy, and Saquon's on the field, they look like a better team.
Yeah.
And that part of your game gives you balance, but it also gives you strength in 2 different areas, which helps you balance out. The Cowboys, like their balance is, they are out of balance right now.
That is true. And unfortunately, I have another positive defensive statistic for you for the Eagles, just like I did with the Commanders. Philadelphia entered the weekend's game against the Giants with 11 sacks total in 5 games. In this game, they got 8 quarterback sacks, including 7 on Daniel Jones, who, once again, much like Carolina, I will concede is not a good team, but that is still pretty darn impressive.
They are getting a lot of pressure, and that's a positive that I'm a little concerned about right now.
You ready to go to the Cowboys, or do you want to go with the Giants?
Cowboys are in third. They are.
No, you're right. That sigh is not at you.
They're better than the Giants.
The sigh was dreading to have to throw out this statistic, although I can't imagine you're going to be surprised by this.
You are in charge of your mouth. You can say things or not say things.
I've never thought of being in charge of my mouth.
Yep.
But you are.
Yeah, nobody can make you say something.
That's well, yeah. All right, fair. I apologize for my mouth when I tell you this. The Cowboys are in the bottom third of the NFL. Bottom third in red zone offense and red zone defense.
Okay.
And rushing offense.
Okay. All right, good.
And yards allowed per play. And
stop saying and.
Giveaways.
Use also instead.
Also takeaways. The good news is that's the end of it. But what a disastrous combination that is. Hey, are you good at red zone offense? Nope, bottom third. 37% conversion rate for touchdowns. Oh, well, how good is your red zone defense? We give up touchdowns 74% of the time.
You know what, Kevin? Here's my new thought on this. All right? Mike said the other day, hey, let's give this Mavericks offense about 10 games at least before we say Clay's the worst. And then,
I'm not going to say that, but I'm telling the people that are already mad at Clay for preseason.
A lot of times we say 25 games just to see if something works out, right? With this Cowboys team, the first 6 games, like, wasn't that a good opportunity to see what you actually are and correct the
All
things?
we've done is ordered the appetizer, and it's come out. We haven't even got the meat yet.
But your appetizers go exactly against what you ordered.
You only had 3 bad appetizers.
I don't know food combinations that go against one another.
We got sushi, and we're ordering some chicken fried steak later.
And the pretzel bites.
Yeah, it felt like your main entree is gum, and you chewed on tinfoil to start this whole thing.
So that doesn't mean that the rest of the meal can't be good.
I've never seen gum on a menu before. What restaurant are you going to?
Dude, imagine going to a gum restaurant and they're just like, yes, all these different flavors. This is genius.
But it would say gum with like a line over the U, right? It would be like, welcome to Goom.
I mean, I feel like you have a good idea, but isn't that like Walgreens and CVS?
That's a fair point.
I feel like they have all the flavors.
Yeah, but if you
I don't know if we can beat them. They also have like a pharmacy and toilet paper.
Hey, I didn't say we don't have work to go.
This is your garden to your mouth gum.
True.
Tastes like juicy fruit, smells like fruit punch.
But just now that you're prepared,
the gum garden.
Yeah.
All of these stats work against each other in the exact same like areas of the game, and that's why it's concerning. We're terrible at rush offense, but we also give up a lot of plays on a lot of yards per play on defense.
All right.
We're in the bottom third in giveaways, but we're also in the bottom third in takeaways. So we give the ball away a lot. We don't get it back a lot.
That's all luck.
What's your point?
My point is,
it'll
those
change.
6 statistics
we're 3-3
are a really good indication of why you have not had a better season.
Are you trying to
thus far.
suggest that our off-season moves are a reason that those statistics are the way that they
You
are?
stir it up, you mix up the positive with the negative, and you're 500.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
If you
Something's
finished the season 500, then you missed a game.
We're just hoping the positive aromas arise from the cauldron. And that the negatives end up going away. Add a little extra salt.
We raise our goblet of rock and have a good night.
What? Do you guys want to talk more about this, I guess, or go to the Giants?
We're just trying to be positive.
Yeah.
I think this is what I'm trying to get out of this.
If
Is
we're
Mike
3
and I are,
witches mixing up a potion, you're the one trying to put in the raw onions.
What the hell does that mean?
I get it.
Do you like
Do
raw,
you?
Do you like raw onions?
I don't.
You'd say they're a negative.
Okay, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to have a witch's potion either. Never
Hey
mind.
Mike, I'm bringing a roast. I'm putting that in there.
I'll tell you what.
Why'd I fall for this every time?
I'm writing this down.
Please don't.
Mike likes it. Pot roast.
Pot roast is really good.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll talk about it in 5.
I really hope Najee Marshall calls in instead. All right, you ready to talk about the Giants?
Heck yeah, man. They've won 2.
You know, Kevin, a moment ago,
They scored 3.
when I was talking about the pressure and the Eagles, I was thinking about the Giants too. And the
Okay.
Giants have been very good at getting
Mark
pressure.
Bavara is rolling over in his grave.
That's about the best thing they've done so far.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
I would say he can
In the
roll.
span of 2 minutes, you've like, it doesn't matter if
I'll tell
someone's
you what.
dead. Let's make a
It
witch's
does
brew.
matter. When somebody's rolling over in their grave, they're still alive. You should dig them up and get them out of there.
That's a good point.
So if they're not rolling over in their grave, keep them in there.
Mark
They're
Bavara's
dead.
still alive.
I know. So I'm saying he pointed this out to me, and then I just logically thought about it. If somebody's rolling over in their grave, get them out of the grave as fast as you can. They're alive.
From the 682, I'm so lost. Agreed. All right, for the Giants, did you know? I did not know this was a thing. Did you know that Dexter Lawrence's nickname is Sexy Dexy?
I did not.
Because why?
Maybe it's because he's attractive. Maybe it's because he got paid $87.5 million. I'll let you decide.
Being rich is sexy.
He had 5 tackles in this game, all solos, 2 sacks, 2 quarterback hits, and 2 tackles for a loss. So he continues to thrive while the team is clearly not good. And let's talk more about why that is. Daniel Jones got benched in that game by your guy, Brian Dable. He said Daniel Jones is still the quarterback. Daniel Jones said it was frustrating, blah, 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 blah. Here's the deal. Daniel Jones had completed 14 of his 21 passes in that game for 99 yards.
Only 7 incompletions?
Freaking bum.
Yeah, he was also sacked 7 times for a loss of 56 yards.
Ouch.
And then there's this.
Doesn't sound too bad if you're playing high school football in the 90s.
All right, I was going to say, if you needed a worse statistic, surely I can provide that. Daniel Jones has lost 6 consecutive home starts dating back to last year. He's one shy of tying the record. And you might be like, okay, well, that's a positive. Except, of course, that the record is also held by Daniel Jones.
Oh.
In 2019 to 2020, Daniel Jones lost 7 straight home games. He is now 1 home loss away from matching his own record.
But when was the last time he threw a touchdown?
Now!
You're saying 6?
That's 6. That's a great question, Corey. Daniel Jones is the only quarterback since at least 1950. And then they just gave up looking. They're like, I'm tired. The people at Elias, I assume, to lose 6 consecutive home games and not throw a single touchdown in that stretch.
Oh, that's even before the merger.
That is true.
Wow.
But Daniel Jones is the absolute just worst at this.
So how about this? I'm going to throw this out.
Drew Lock?
No, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, my God.
You're talking about 0-6 at home. The Cowboys' next home game is against the Eagles. I do think the Cowboys are going to win that game because they play good against the Eagles at home. Then the next one's at home against the Texans. If they were to lose to the Eagles and then lose to the Texans, those are not pushover games. They would be 0-5 at home. But then Thanksgiving, they get the Daniel Jones Giants.
Hell yeah.
So could Daniel Jones
win
put
that game.
6 on the Cowboys?
And then Lainey Wilson singing Heart Like a Truck.
Points. I'm talking about points. Could he actually?
She's doing that. Yeah, that's her, and she's doing the halftime show.
The Heart of the Truck Lady?
Yeah.
I'm in.
I know you are.
Get me tickets. I only want halftime tickets.
Do they do that?
I don't
You
know.
can only get halftime tickets, and you get to be on the field for the halftime show, and then you have to
know
leave.
what? At that point, we'll have the daylight savings. The sun have already set, so I could see what's happening on the field if I have the bad seats, the sun seats.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
I got a heart like a truck. You can hear that live Thanksgiving on 105.3 The Fan.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
I'm a platinum Chevy guy, Heartbeat of America.
That's right. Right
I
here.
didn't say what kind of truck.
Oh, okay.
That song doesn't say I have a heart like a whatever truck you're supporting.
Could you not think of any kind of truck?
I don't know. I
Chevy.
didn't want to.
You've heard this
That's
commercials
a Dodge
for
commercial,
years.
I think.
It's a Dodge?
Yeah, I think it's a Dodge.
And they almost go over the cliff. The Dodges almost commit,
to going over to the
but
cliff.
they stop.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right.
You don't seem like you're doing well, man.
Well, I don't have anywhere to pivot because now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Sounds like
and
you
I
want
can
some-
just really hope that Najee Marshall
Does it sound like he
calls
wants
it.
basketball talk because he talks about pivot? Remember, you have 2 pivot foots now in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
It used to just be 1. They've changed it to 2. All right. So we're going back to Italy. I forgot about this until somebody brought this up to me today, and I wanted to talk to Corey about moving to Italy.
All right. Look, man, Italy sounds awesome.
I support this move.
All right.
You going too?
Nope.
Corey, here's the deal.
You still have to do the show with
When
me.
I was in
Crap.
Italy, do you know what they eat for breakfast?
Spaghetti.
That's later.
All right.
They don't wake up that early. So here's the deal. We can sleep in.
Oh, cold pizza.
They might, but I think that's just at home.
All right.
They serve croissants.
Ooh.
I saw
I see where this is
croissants
going.
everywhere
They're
in
good.
Italy. You're in Tuscany. You're in Rome. Give me a croissant with a coffee. They have different kinds of coffees like espresso and stuff like that. But we'll figure out the coffee thing. That's easy. We just ask somebody to run that.
Yeah, make some espresso.
They don't have cronuts. We could dominate the country of Italy. We go over there and we show them what a cronut is.
Yeah.
They will lose it.
Yeah.
They won't know what to do. We've taken now American, brought it over to Italy. kept Italy in there.
Yeah.
With the croissant.
Yep.
I almost said cronut.
Yeah, we still got you, Italy.
We cronut them to death. They don't even know what's happening. We take all the croissants and put them out of business because they're like, these Americans have come over and they have made the cronut. Now, we don't even actually know how to make one. Nope. So we're going to have to hire
the lady from Morning Donuts.
Is that your one in Plano?
Yep, that's one I'll ask her to go.
I need her to get with the person who's making the cronuts for Dan, who we're going to see Friday in Grand Prairie at Buffalo Wild Wings.
You know we're on the air right now, right?
He has the best. He brings the best cronuts.
He's suggesting everybody go to Buffalo Wild Wings and see our Tolo Dan.
I just told you. I'm just cross-promoting. I think that's called cross-promoting. And guess
Friday,
what? G-Bag Nation's going to be there, too, with Whataburger flags that say G-Bag on them, I think.
Yeah. They're right there. It says G-Bag Nation right there on the wall.
It has both. It has the Whataburger logo and G-Bag Nation. It even tells you what time they do the show at.
Afternoons, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Yeah, unless the Rangers are playing, then their times change. Okay, so I'm just saying, when we were thinking about what would we do in Italy if we lived there, I thought, cronuts! So if you want to move to Italy and you do make cronuts.
That's what you thought while you were in Italy on vacation with your wife?
Because my wife wants to move there. I'm not so keen on moving to Italy. But
you can move to Italy. They'll pay you like $5.
I don't know how to make olive oil or wine. I can maybe figure it out over years of studying with them. I don't even know how to make a cronut yet, but I feel like I have a better chance of figuring out how to make a cronut than I do at making a good vino.
We just glaze the heck out of it, dude. And that means, by the way,
they don't even have, as far as I saw, they don't even, they just don't have American donuts. They do have some donuts.
What does that mean?
Just like your pure glazed donut.
Okay.
They kind of more sugar it up like your sugar donuts.
Okay.
You know, like Crystal.
Oh, the
sparkly.
Yeah.
You know, and they put chocolate on top of bread. But it's more bread than it is donut.
Okay.
All right. Mike likes it, number one. Figured out how to dominate Italy. Done. Number two. Pot roast.
Pot roast is
you brought
really
it
good.
up. Pot roast is great.
Yes.
We made pot roast at some point since I've been home. Okay. I can't remember what days are. Last night I made steaks. Filet mignons. Okay. I just want to tell you something. I'm just giving this is really not a secret. Nothing against these other places that I'm about to name. Costco has the best meat.
Okay. I agree. The meat from Costco is delicious.
If you get like the pot roast from Costco, it's going to taste better than like normal grocery stores.
Is it premium? Is it?
I don't know. It's very comparable to Kroger, Albertsons, Tom Thumb. I'm not trying to take any shots at any of them, like specific shots. I'm just saying Costco has better meat. I don't know where the normal grocery store in our metroplexes are getting their meats from, but Costco's getting better meat. And last night I cooked filet mignons. They are so good from Costco. They made me look like a superstar.
Nice. Does it have the bacon wrapped around it?
Nope.
It's just a filet.
Just a filet,
okay,
gotcha. A nice red filet. And I mean, my wife likes it super rare. So I can do that with theirs. I can't do that with other people's meat. I will tell you this. If you go to a real butcher, like you go to but they're going to cost a lot more. We have one of those in our neighborhood. I know we don't have an H-E-B. But we do have a butcher who, like, they have their own meat there. It's very special meat. It's good meat. It might be the best meat. That's my Donald Trump for a second. But I will say that their meat costs a lot more.
By the way, everybody is texting in and saying that H-E-B is the best.
Okay, I don't know. I have to drive a country mile to go there.
You think everything is a country mile. If you have to drive
Waxahachie's a long way from Oak Cliff.
But if you have to drive like 15 or 20 minutes, I feel like you're like, oh, I'm not going all the way out there.
That's my preference.
From the 806, spoken like a peasant that doesn't have an H-E-B nearby.
Man.
Oh, I know. And H-E-B now uses their brisket and their queso and everything.
I feel
it looks
like we
great.
have two in Plano.
You do have two H-E-Bs? You probably do. There's a lot
still...
of people in it. And remember, what's the saying of the bad Plano? It's still Plano. That's their marketing. It's still Plano.
You live in a very nice house, Mike. I don't understand.
Even if you're in the bad part, you're still in Plano at least.
Yeah. Is there a saying that says you're still in Oak Cliff? It's still Oak Cliff? Probably not in a positive way. Even though their football team's really good.
They are. They're very good. I'm proud of that.
Not as good as Duncanville. Okay. So now.
This is all one segment. This is the longest segment of my life.
Well, my next one was, and I don't think, who are you voting for?
Shut up, Mike.
I was talking about the World Series.
Oh, okay.
We can do that.
Dodgers.
Actually wasn't. I was just goofing with you to really put pressure on you and see if you'd sweat a little bit. All right. When it comes to basketball tonight, do you think Bronny James plays?
Yes. Actually, word is, watch out for the second quarter. And that's when it's going to happen.
This is like we don't care about winning, right? We're just trying to put him in a game.
You know, that's an interesting point because I think it's Windhorse who was like, depending on how the game goes. And I was like, well, what is going to happen in the first quarter that is so dramatically one way or another?
They're losing really bad.
Okay.
Or they're winning really bad.
And I still think they're going to put him into that scenario. It sounds like, by the way, I don't know if you'll like this or not, at least Ken Griffey Jr. is going to be at the game tonight as well. So I wonder if there's even going to be like a little stop down and everything. I don't know, but I think it's going to happen tonight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That seems like it really disappoints you.
It's just a joke. Like it's real, but it's not real. This didn't happen based on Bronny earning anything. To me, it's all fake. Why doesn't you have to get somebody who's a lot older. Just get an old player and put his kid out there too and be like, my kid played in the NBA too.
Yeah.
Let's just all do it. I guess your older players would be Kevin Durant. I don't know if Udonis Haslem has a son. Just throw Udonis Haslem's son in a game too.
He's old.
Like, that's the thing. Now, I will say this. This is interesting. Tonight, Celtics host the Knicks. Lakers host the Timberwolves. These games are on TNT. The NBA is back tonight. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to tune in because my son they're playing their Black-White Bishop Lynch last fall ball game of the year, and I'll be like announcing some of it.
Ooh.
So that'll be fun. I'm going to be talking trash on there too.
About your kid?
Everybody out there.
Good.
Like if it's 0-2 and the kid took the first two pitches, I might say, hey, you might want to think about swinging the bat.
See, I envision you being like, wow, look at Jake out there. He can get a hit on a curveball, but he can't clean up his room. Like, that is what I kind of anticipated.
No, I might say, hey, why don't you challenge him with a fastball here? Stuff like that. So I'm going to have fun doing that. But Celtics are hosting the Knicks. The Lakers are hosting the Timberwolves. You just brought up, we're going to have this historic event. The next Ken Griffey Jr., who averaged 5 points and 1 rebound as a freshman in college, is just like Ken Griffey Jr. How much do you think the cheapest ticket is right now to watch the Celtics? They get there. It's all the ring ceremony. It's taking on the Knicks, their rival, and then the Lakers with the Bronny James moment where he plays fake minutes in the NBA.
$250.
That is exactly what I was going to say.
$250 for the Lakers. And how much for the Celtics?
$300.
It is right now before taxes and fees, which crush you. $323. To get into the Celtics game right now.
Wow.
For ring ceremony, first game of the year. For the Lakers, I was surprised at this. $101.
Really?
It's still, after fees, you're going to pay about $160. But
still cheaper than I would have guessed.
It's cheaper than I thought, too. And then the Timberwolves with Anthony Edwards. So I will say this. I don't think the Lakers fans see this as that special.
Interesting. That is very interesting.
So as much as LeBron is faking this thing,
if he would have been like a lifelong Laker, then do you think same scenario otherwise? Do you think this would have been a huge deal?
I think it'd be a huge deal if Bronny James was a real basketball player.
Yeah.
He should be in college and he should be starting for USC or whatever school he transferred to because they gave him more money. But he should be playing. That's all he is a college basketball player. He's not close to the NBA. There's 100 guys not in the NBA that are better than Bronny James right now. And he's going to, if he gets to play in the second quarter, good for him that his dad was able to manipulate him actually even playing NBA minutes. But I think it's a joke. And I think that if you look at the ticket prices, this is not seen as a special thing in LA. I think they're actually like, oh my God, can we just get this over with?
Yeah.
And here's the deal. Do they have to do this every game? Do they have to put in a guy who's the 1,000th best player in the world at best? Do they have to put him in every Laker game? For Bron? For LeBron?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
I mean, if he's my kid, I want him to earn that. You know, I mean, I want the moment to be able to be on the court with him. I get it, but I also want him to earn that right to be standing next to the other guys.
It's interesting when you listen to it. This is just the way I've interpreted it. But when LeBron says, like, block out the haters and everything, I think he is of the belief that Bronny has earned this, like fair and square. I'm not saying that is accurate. And in fact, we just talked about it. I think he could have earned it eventually.
We're all proud of our kids.
Yeah.
Like, I'm proud of Carter for getting out on the football field. And, that Carter. I'm proud of Avery for his grades and his music that he's doing. I'm really proud of it. But do I go, man, Avery belongs next to Diplo right now? No, I don't, not yet. He's got a lot of work to do. And whenever he earns it, though, he can stand up there proudly next to him. That's how I feel.
It'll be interesting if this carries on how, I don't know, I'm just looking at people on their team. If they're sitting the bench.
Yeah.
While Bronny, I have to remember, while Bronny is getting 12 minutes a night.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh. We're going to have a discussion about Derrick Henry and why you have to pay to volunteer. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you one of the newest Dallas Mavericks. It is indeed Najee Marshall. I'm off to a terrible start. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing? How you doing?
I would be doing better if I wouldn't have messed up that intro, but you know how it goes, right? All right. So I'm curious. The NBA season starts tonight. We're just about 48 hours away from the Mavericks starting. Every year when it's almost time for the season to start, are you like, finally? Are you nervous? Is it just excitement? Like, what goes through your mind for that?
I think a little bit of excitement and, like you said, just finally. Been a long training camp, just putting in a lot of work, getting accustomed to the guys. I feel like it's been a long 2 to 3 months, and the season's finally around the corner, and I'm just ready to unleash the beast, man.
Najee, I do want to tell you, my co-host Kevin really is excited to have you, despite the mess up on your name. He's really he's one of those people that's very stoked.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that.
When you got here, did you see like some of these guys? They're already on that same page, and they're already kind of like back in championship mode, trying to get back to that finals.
No, for sure. Everybody's been working hard. You know, I come back to the gym late night. The whole team is here, so it's just amazing to see from the strength coaches to the medical staff. Everybody just locked in. So just amazing to see and just get energy to feed off.
I'm going to make this question long so that you can take a drink of water if you need to, Najee. Do you agree with the saying, you can't go 82-0 without winning the first one? Because my co-host thought that the Stars didn't really need to work that hard to win the first game. They reeled off four straight to start the season. Do you agree that you can't go 82-0 without winning the first one?
No, for sure. I mean, that's really impossible. So I just think, man, it starts from day one. And that's even before the first game, training camp. If we want to, accomplish the ultimate goal, I just feel like I have to be locked in from before when it starts. So by the time it does start, you already ready to go, man.
Okay.
That's what pace.
I just want to clarify. Obviously, I hope you guys beat the Spurs and roll from there. But we had people on our airwaves, on our station, saying that if the Stars lost their season opener, they were done for, which is the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's it. No. You win some, you lose some, man. That just comes with sports, period, life. But definitely, if we can put in enough effort to win the game because it's a game and not just because it's our first. Definitely, like I said, good energy to feed off going into the rest of the season.
I love it.
So, Najee, when it comes to coming to a new team, the Dallas Mavericks, I was wondering on the Pelicans, did you have a teammate that you just really clicked with that's one of your best friends, and have you found that guy on the Mavs who you just love hanging out with off the court?
Definitely Jose B.I., Trey Murphy. I mean, all of us were kind of very close in different ways. But I vibe with everybody, man. The Morris twin, Marquise, he's one of my great friends. Kai, Q Grimes, we came together. So a lot of this stuff, learning and getting new, we're trying to do that together right now. So we've been together for the most part. Jaden Hardy, D-Live, like, it's all good vibes, man. We all got a different kind of friendship connection, so it's just a good thing to see. But most definitely, as time go on, probably gain that friend. But Jose, man, he's still top dog. That's my guy right there.
Now, we appreciate all the positivity and the vibes. I don't know if you're like me at all. Sometimes outside of work or basketball, do you just kind of like being by yourself too and not necessarily being around a whole bunch of other
that's
people?
My MO, man. I love hanging by myself. 9 times out of 10 I'm by myself. So, yeah, for sure. For the most part, unless I'm playing basketball or something or with my fam, I'm by myself.
Do you find that other people in your life find that hard to understand? Because my wife loves to be around people, and I'm like, either way. Do you think people have a hard time understanding that you just like alone time?
I think most definitely. Especially with me being away and stuff sometimes for so long, or people having to come visit me, not being accessible as I used to be. I think people, when they get around me, they just want to be around me all the time and don't understand. Like sometimes, I was just around 20 dudes, man, all day. I just want to sit in the room and watch YouTube videos and just chill, so.
Absolutely. I'm with you 1,000,000% on that.
What should we be watching, Najee, on YouTube?
I watch all highlights of my opponents.
Oh.
Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Do you ever see, not that maybe you don't want to admit this, do you ever see some of those highlights and you're like, crap, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to defend that person?
Never.
Okay,
Ever.
good.
What is the key then? Like, is it just being aggressive, and that's going to be the win there, or are you going to find that thing against them?
Just doing the best you can, honestly. At the end of the day, you do the best you can, and you just gotta leave it up to whatever happens, man. Every day is not perfect, but you just gotta keep taking it day by day. I just go into it, no conscience, no thought, no nothing. Just do what I gotta do.
Now, eventually
the game gotta end.
Do you go by, if people say, "Hey, knife," do you answer to that, or is that just a nickname that you do? Okay, all right. That toughness that we've heard about so far. When other people were looking, when you were on the outside of the Mavs looking in, did you look at them and go, "Yeah, they're not that tough of a team"?
No, not really. I don't really look at the toughness of other people. That's definitely not what I thought. I just thought it was a great team, and I always thought of how I could, help the Mavs or what they could do to help my game, and it's just crazy how I ended up on the same team because I really used to think that, and I really wanted to play for the Mavs, so it's just crazy how God works.
Najee, have you been in practice yet where I'm sure you've seen plenty of highlights of Luka where he finds the guy in the corner and it just seems impossible that he saw him or got the pass to the corner? Have you been in practice with him where he has found you in the corner and you have no clue how the ball got to you?
Every day. Yes, sir. Every single day.
Is he the best at finding the corner guy?
I mean, he's just one of the best passers on the pick and roll, honestly. He just finds whoever's open. If the corner's not open, he's going to find you. So
now,
you just got to be ready to shoot.
As we learn more about you, the player and the person, because like I said, everyone here in Dallas is excited that you're here. We were doing some research, and can you tell us anything about your dad's boxing background, and did you ever think about maybe I should go into that?
My dad definitely was a professional boxer. He stopped early. He was 3-1. I think he stopped early just to be there for his kids more. I had 5 brothers, 1 sister. But we definitely grew up boxing training. I grew up 4 to 13. I never really fought nobody, but definitely almost pursued that career. I'm glad I did it though.
Did being around him give you a different type of edge because you were like, fighting is something that I know how to do, or is that just like, did you not fight much?
I just was born with that edge, to be honest. I don't think no one person really gave it to me. This is just who I am, honestly. I think if he wasn't my dad and I didn't know how to fight, I still, kind of have that edge and, just that chip on my shoulder. But, yeah, I think I was just born. I was just born with it, to be honest.
How much of a luxury is it for an NBA team to have a Gafford and a Derek Lively on the same roster?
always seems like a video game, to be honest. Like, defense, offensively, it's just, like, amazing, to be honest. So convenient. And, man, I just love it. I just look forward to playing with them guys, man, honestly.
How difficult is it, or maybe how easy is it to improve as the season goes along? Because I know not a lot of time sometimes for practices in between days off and everything like that. So how much do you think this team, or maybe just you on this team, can get better as the season goes along?
Definitely get a lot better. Like you said, as the season goes along, we can't practice as much, but we can watch more film and really break down the game even more and understand it. So the less practice, I guess, the more film and just getting to understand, like, a connection with the players. And the best way to get better is just natural born reps. So just going through the game and stuff like that.
One of the things that we talk about a lot, I know people are like, oh, who's starting the game, blah, blah, blah. We like to talk about who's on the court for the final 5 minutes. Is that ever something that players talk about? Or are you like, hey, did we win or did we lose? That's what I care about.
Definitely, talk about the game in itself from all aspects. But definitely, I think the majority just wants to know if we won or lost. They're trying to get the W, that's all.
So, hey, growing up, I know I'm a lot older than you, Najee. Two of my favorite basketball players growing up a Mavs fan was Rolando Blackman and then Del Ellis, who immediately went to the Sonics and kicked the Mavs' butt when I was a kid. Who were guys when you were a kid watching basketball that were kind of your heroes you loved watching play?
On the Mavericks?
No, it could be wherever. Obviously, you might not growing up a Mavericks fan, so.
Growing up, I love Allen Iverson, Russell Westbrook, KD. Those are mainly the three who I really used to pay the most attention to growing up. But my favorite Mav is Corey Brewer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
From
Yes,
Florida,
sir.
yeah. Big game against the Lakers in the playoffs.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get to play against, obviously Iverson was retired when you got to the NBA, but you can play against Russell Westbrook. You play against Kevin Durant. What is it like playing against guys that you idolized growing up?
I mean, it's amazing. Just to be able to share the same floor with them, just for them to be able to read scout and just see my name on it, just like unreal feeling. I feel like Quincy, who cried the other day when he met Steph Curry, my Xavier guy, but yeah, just amazing, bro. And it's a true blessing to be able to share the court with those guys and even get a W, man. Like, that shit, to go through my head, like, I just beat KD in a game or he just beat Russell Westbrook team is just crazy to me,
Man, I appreciate the fact that you're in Dallas. We appreciate the time very much. Best of luck, not only on Thursday, but obviously throughout the rest of the year.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
There you go.
Man.
Najee Marshall right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to stick with basketball or do you want me to throw out a football note for you?
I mean, I can roll in 4 minutes of C-Block if you need me to real quick, or unless you wanted to roll that over to the next segment.
Okay, yeah.
Because I know we got Carter in all the college football action coming up. So
for people that are curious, they gave us the next version of the senior Hall of Fame class, and it looks like the group is down to 31. And as I scan this list, Everson Walls and Harvey Martin remain on the senior Hall of Fame football list.
might as well go ahead and mark them. Might as well go ahead and give that jacket to them, man. Make the busts now.
I would love that.
Yeah, we need to go ahead and do that.
Now, C-Block.
All right, we'll make this one pretty quick, Kevin. Derrick Henry last night, my Carter, said he didn't do a celebration when he scored his touchdown. He just stood there in the end zone and looked around at the fans and then turned around and walked back to the sideline. And I was like, I said to him, that's because he's the GOAT. And then I went, all right, okay, hold on. He's not the GOAT, but he's more like King Henry.
Sure.
And then my father-in-law said he is a generational running back. And I wanted to bring that discussion to it real quick because in this generation, we haven't seen anything like him. And I never saw Jim Brown run, but he's the closest thing that I can think of. And my father-in-law was like, yes.
In terms of aggression and violence?
Just size and ability to make other men on the field look like little boys. And that's what Derrick Henry does sometimes. He'll be running and he'll just push you to the ground like you're nothing. And he said Jim Brown on a weekly basis would just run past people and run over people, or people didn't want to tackle him. They were just like, why would I try to waste my time? Because he's that good.
They run a little bit different, but didn't Adrian Peterson kind of put that type of physical run?
Yeah, that's interesting.
they were a different
Yeah.
running back because you've seen Adrian Peterson and they run a little bit different. But I mean, he was a guy like, all right, you want to get in my way? Let's see if you really want to tackle me right now.
Yeah, and that's where I was like, have we given Derrick Henry that nod of he's a generational running back yet? Have we like come to the, you know what? He is, and we need to recognize that, because I don't think we have yet.
Look, I might be alone on this. I did when he repeated as the rushing champion, because that had only been done by 11 people ever, and every single one of them was in the Hall of Fame.
And then he got injured.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like, okay, that's it. That should begin the downturn. But then since then, he's just been 1,500 yards, 1,100 yards, and the TDs are still there over and over.
I think running backs today are like pitchers today. And so they'll like the way that we saw, whether it's Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Jim Brown, you can go to, I know, O.J. Simpson, but I think there was this running backs meant so much to the game in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. As you got to the 2000s, it started changing a little bit. Doesn't this sound like pitching in baseball?
Yeah.
And now we're to the point where running backs just aren't that important. I'm not saying Derrick Henry isn't great, but we think of, is Derrick Henry a for sure Hall of Famer today?
Personally, I think he is a for sure Hall of Famer.
But if we compare him to Emmett, Barry, right, we start going, oh, he falls way short. It's not maybe fair. Because the game has changed so much.
He's at 10,375 yards. He can, how many more yards do you think he can get in his career?
3,000.
3,000 more?
Yeah, I was going to go all the way up to 4,000, but that would be staying really healthy.
That would put him in the well into the top 10.
Okay.
All-time rushing.
Kind of like Max Scherzer, 10th, and Justin Verlander challenging. They're both 10th, 11th, or 9th, 10th in strikeouts.
He's got 98 rushing touchdowns, and he can add to that, and he'll be, actually, he's in the top 10 rushing touchdowns all time already.
And I mean, at the pace this year, I imagine he'll go up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if let's say he's tied with Barry Sanders right now. If he gets 10 more rushing touchdowns, he'll be 5th all time.
Wow.
6th all time. With one more, he would tie Walter Payton for 5th all time.
Who has the most rushing touchdowns?
Oh, it would be Emmitt Smith, 164. And attaining Emmitt Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson, 145, 164, that's a lot to ask of him. But he's right there in that conversation with the best all time, and we got to see it. That's what I'm kind of taking here is my kid is watching it. He's getting to see it. We got to see it too.
Has your kid watched Zeke?
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
It's the Tuesday tailgate, ladies and gentlemen. SMU continues to roll. Nebraska does not. And is this the biggest Notre Dame Navy game since? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The play fake from Jennings and a quick shot on the slant, and this is Moochie Dixon. And Moochie Dixon, on the first snap of the game, scores. 87 yards on the slant from Kevin Jennings.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Tuesday tailgate in just a second. But Diana Rossini throwing the word out there that not only would the Rams be open to trading Cooper Kupp, they're actively calling teams to trade Cooper Kupp, and they're willing to eat the salary this year, and they want a second-round pick. Now, the issue for a lot of teams is going to be Cooper Kupp still has money over the next 2 years, but just keep an eye out on that, and we'll see if Cooper Kupp is on the move. Now, the Tuesday tailgate. Let's go ahead and start it off as we welcome back Carter Freeman with SMU that continues to be excellent on the opening drive of football games, and they are now up to 6-1 after beating the crap out of Stanford.
Yeah, ACC game, an Atlantic Coast Conference game between a team in Texas and a team in California.
So weird.
We're halfway through the season. I'm still kind of getting used to that. But
yes.
Yeah, SMU's rolling. They look really good. Unfortunately, they lost their star tight end, RJ Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
I love
Russell.
Russell Maryland.
Maybe they could
Is
bring
his
him in.
son?
Maybe he still has eligibility. But RJ Maryland, awesome tight end for SMU. He's
he
going to be
play
out
what-
for the rest of the season.
What high school did he go to? Because Russell lives here, right?
I don't know.
He might be local.
Okay. That's
But-
it. That's all I got.
Okay.
That's a big loss for them, and they do have 6-1 Duke and undefeated Pitt as their next two teams. And that game against Pitt will be here in 2 weeks.
That's interesting because Pitt, maybe BYU, that might not be fair. And then I know for some people, Indiana. It's a group of undefeated teams that perhaps not yet everyone is taking seriously. Where do you fall on those three teams? And because I know Indiana just had an injury as well.
They did, yes, and it sounded like it was going to be bad to their quarterback, Curtis Rourke, but now it sounds
so
like
bad.
it might not be as bad. He'll probably miss this upcoming game against Washington, and then he'll be back after that where they go to Michigan. And I don't think Indiana's beaten Michigan probably in my lifetime. So,
wow.
And if Curtis Rourke plays in that game, I would totally believe that Indiana could beat them. Because, one, I believe in Indiana. I do think what Kurt Cignetti's done there in his first year.
He's incredible.
Google him. He wins. Watch his team. They win. I'm totally in on that. But also, Michigan just is an absolute husk of what they were last year. I mean, they
Agreed.
sold out to win the national title, and they got it. And, now they're paying the price with how poor they've been this year. But if those three teams, Indiana, BYU, and SMU, I would probably rank them in that order. I think I'm higher on BYU than a lot of people. And now for SMU, that actually does not look like that bad of a loss like it did back in September.
Yeah.
They're undefeated, and I think they might be the best team in the Big 12.
Woo! All right. Now, you talked about who you believe in. Let's go to cut number 13 if we can. How much do you believe in this individual right here?
Ward on first down. Look at how relaxed he is. Sam Brown into the end zone.
Cam Ward, 319 passing yards, 4 touchdowns. Defense was optional in their 52-45 win over Louisville. How are we feeling about Cam Ward in terms of maybe Heisman, in terms of anything else, and then about Miami in general?
I think he should be the leading quarterback for Heisman, not the leading contender. I still think Ashton Genty with Boise State is and should be the leading contender for the Heisman, but I got to see Cam Ward in person in week 1 when I went to Florida to watch Miami play in Gainesville, and he just was incredible. I mean, it's like Tessitore said there on the play, it's effortless. And that effortlessness has translated to the better teams they've played, and obviously the poorer teams, but anybody he plays, he makes it look easy. And it's not. And his numbers, both passing and even running, are pretty much better than most other quarterbacks at the top. You know, like Dylan Gabriel at Oregon, you know, even Curtis Rourke at Indiana. Like, I've seen his name get some Heisman buzz lately. Ward, as far as quarterbacks go, is far and away the best in my mind.
I do remember in our first episode of this, I asked, is Miami the best team in Florida? And you said, let me see this game. As you were heading to that game, they are the best team in Florida, bar none. Right?
Not even close. I mean, Florida State is putrid, obviously. They lost last Friday night to Duke. They'd have to win out to make a bowl, or to have a guarantee at a bowl game. At 5-7, there's a chance, but I don't want to get into that. And even the other, smaller schools in Florida, UCF, USF, teams that you might have thought, they could have a pop-up year, they haven't. Yeah. So, I mean, it is Miami way up top. Then actually Florida has looked a lot better since week 1, and then everyone else below that.
And I pose this question to both of you. If Ashton Gianti is so good, why did he only have 1 touchdown rushing last week?
Because he saved the other one for receiving.
Yeah, he had 2 touchdowns. 7 in the last 2 games. So
he's amazing.
I think they could stack 11-man boxes and he would still have 6 yards
How
of
good
carry.
would UT been if they would have given him $2 million to leave Boise State?
Oh my gosh!
To be at UT this year.
Well, he said at the beginning of the season he got plenty of offers to leave and he chose to stay.
Wow!
Like that was just his mantra, was he wanted to do it at Boise State, and so far they have. I mean, they took the number 1 team now in the country in Oregon to the brink in week 2, and they have looked excellent ever since. And this Friday night we get probably the best Group of 5 game of the year. Boise State at UNLV, and UNLV's only loss is to Syracuse, who only has 1 loss. So that's going to be an epic matchup.
And you mentioned Oregon is back up to number 1 for the first time in 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I didn't realize it had been that long, but the pecking order of Oregon, Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State, Texas as the top 5. How do we feel? I know plenty of time for movement. How do y'all feel about that as the top 5?
I would like to slide Miami up into that, but that other group,
Texas.
Yeah, that group of 4 that you just dropped out there is very impressive. So I think it's pretty good, considering 2 of those teams at least have beaten up on each other.
Yeah, Oregon has finally looked like the team we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the year. They had struggles like that Boise State game I just mentioned. They took them to the brink. They looked poor against like FCS Idaho, but I mean, you beat Ohio State at home. You then go on the road to allegedly a tough environment in Purdue that has gotten teams like Ohio State in the past and shut them out. That was Oregon's first road shutout in over 30 years. And
wow.
they just, right now they look the part. Just as far as the other teams, I think Georgia deserves to be up there because they did beat the number 1 team on the road. The coaches poll has Miami at number 5, to Corey's point, and Texas at number 6. So I think they're right there next to each other. The fact that Texas got shut out and switched quarterbacks, that I think is going to give people a lot of pause just with the overall way they play.
Yeah, the way and at home, like all those things considered.
Do you think they got more, because I know a lot of people like to say exposed, or do you think Texas just lost to a really good team?
A little bit of both. I mean, if you look at the teams Texas has played, none of them are super great. Oklahoma, OU's awful. Michigan, we thought was going to be a good win at the time. It's not anymore. Their best win is 5-1 Louisiana Monroe, which that's an incredible side story, but that's a Group of 5 team. So they hadn't played elite competition yet, and their first shot at it, they don't score in the first half. And they figured out a little bit in the second, but the whole benching of Quinn Ewers for that one series, I just thought that opened a can of worms that Sark had managed really, really well for several years, and I feel like it's open now.
Let's go to cut number 14. What I want to know is, are you, Carter, and Corey in particular, reveling in seeing this head coach struggle?
Pressure! Lost. Oh! The throw. It's picked off. Maryland's got it heading the other way. That's the big change of pace they need.
The USC Trojans have now lost 3 in a row and 4 of their last 5 to start the Big Ten. They have had a fourth quarter lead in every game this season, yet they are 3-4.
All right, man. We discussed this yesterday. Bob Stoops wishing he'd never left the program.
Mm-hmm.
I still have questions about that, by the way. Long story, but when he turned it over to Lincoln Riley, it was nice to see what they were doing. Then Lincoln Riley leaves like a coward in the middle of the night. And I was like, why would anybody ever want to play for a dude that does something like that? Like, that doesn't teach me how to be a better man.
Yeah.
So, yes, Kevin, I am.
You are reveling in this?
Yeah. I just put all the relish on this hot dog right now. All right.
I saw this week that he might have tanked 2 blue bloods for the next 10 years because, ever since he left Oklahoma and even before he left OU, the signs were there that things were going on a downward trend. And we've obviously seen what they've turned into this year. But then, with USC, it was, brighter pastures. There's no way he's going to recruit better. He's going to do all this, all that. Since he started out 11-1 in his first year with Caleb Williams, that program is 11-11. And the same mistakes week in and week out keep popping up because, like you mentioned, those fourth quarter leads or second half leads, they keep doing things. They don't play smart football. Just the decision making allows a lesser team like a Minnesota or a Maryland, who Maryland is awful post September. They should not win games like this, and yet USC managed to let them do that.
All right, they're mad. USC's mad. They fire him at the end of the year. Oklahoma stinks. If he wanted to come back to Oklahoma, wouldn't Oklahoma just say, "Come on back, Jack"?
Well, we need an offensive coordinator now. Since so you just fired
not
theirs.
even as a head coach.
Well, he's not coming back.
Well, then no.
You're done with him.
See you later, buddy.
Even though he might lead you back to 10 wins.
I'd take Stoops back 1,000 times right now.
Why would I believe Lincoln Riley would do that when I saw what he's done at USC for 3 years?
Facts.
He's better at recruiting Oklahoma kids.
Now, Nebraska got absolutely smashed by Indiana. Indiana 7-0.
I hate, man. Y'all's faces changed. You're going on, but their faces changed when I brought.
They're having none of that, Lincoln Riley. Indiana, as we all predicted, along with Army, are the only 2 teams that haven't trailed thus far this year.
That's impressive.
I'm not saying that this is the best game, but are you excited that for the first time ever for football, College Game Day is going to be going to Bloomington, Indiana.
What's there?
On a weekend. The Indiana
No, I get it, but
team?
is there anything cool there?
Nothing's blooming in Indiana right now because it's winter. It's getting close to winter.
Did you start that statement and not know what the finish was going to be?
A little bit.
I did that in my head, and I just let Mike say it out loud.
It is 77 degrees there.
Yeah. Oh, it is?
There's a ton of blooming, actually.
It's a beautiful time to be in Indiana.
Yeah.
How it looks like it's freezing bees, man, up there in Cleveland for baseball time. What's going on? Indiana's close to Cleveland.
They're undefeated. The vibes are good.
If you want to answer those 2 questions, what's up with Indiana freezing and stuff? And do you like that they're making this decision, even though this is clearly not the best game of the week?
Sure. I'm a fan of whenever game day goes somewhere new. Like a couple of weeks ago, they went to Cal for the first time. And programs like Cal and Indiana, they don't not have fans. Just because their football teams might be poor doesn't mean that the diehard fans don't exist. So when they get an opportunity like this, like we saw with Cal, that's a West Coast, people are riding on the BART to Cal at 2 or 3 in the morning to get there, so they're early front row for it. I expect Indiana to be exactly the same because Cal had some excitement at that point. Indiana's undefeated. Indiana has never won 10 games in that program's history. Their only tough games left are really Ohio State. I know they play Michigan. You could say that's a toss-up because it's a lesser program versus a blue blood, but on paper, Indiana should smack Michigan. So they might, not even on 10 or 11 wins, that's college football playoff talk right there.
The last thing I've got for you, because I don't know the answer, this is the biggest Navy-Notre Dame game since when?
Roger Staubach.
You might be right about that.
Honestly, yeah. The stat was Army and Navy are ranked at the same time for the first time since 1960.
Yes.
And that would be right around that time. And I'm sure Notre Dame was good around then, too. Otherwise, I would have said, World War II.
This is Navy's best start since 1979. And they're ranked 24, undefeated. Notre Dame is ranked 12, Are you excited about that game?
You know what? I love a good rock fight, and I feel like that's what that's going to turn into. Navy can definitely pass the ball more than previous Navy teams could, and Notre Dame has looked good since that awful home loss to Northern Illinois. So I would still expect them to win, but yeah, Navy's going to put up much more of a fight. We saw this game in Ireland last year, and it was
true.
Notre Dame just ran all over Navy. So it's just a fun flip after 1 year after that game.
Thank you very much, Carter. It is a pleasure to have you back.
Happy to be back.
Kevin, in 1893, the final score to that game was 6-4.
Well,
what?
That was a good one.
That's
Two
what I
field
think.
goals
I think
and two
A&M won
safe-
the national championship that year.
I think touchdowns were worth 2 points back then.
And
Or maybe one.
Mason Reeves, I believe, Joseph Mason Reeves was the first player to ever use a leather football helmet in that game.
Oh,
So there you go.
interesting.
Some notes.
There are some notes I was not prepared
Cut a
for.
football in half and put it on his head.
Probably.
Look, I have a helmet.
Like that
Like,
picture
oh,
of Kellen
God.
Moore with...
How is this guy passing class?
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Oh, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-cloud?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And the Mavs have a chance to go in front. Pass went behind Holmes, but Hardy kept it in play. Going to have to craft some magic at the end of the shot clock, and he does precisely that.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Having a hearty party. Hey,
I like it. I like it. Our opinions off air were just misrepresented. Jaden Hardy, 3 years, $18 million. I'm good with that. How do you guys feel about that extension?
I mean, it's great that the guy gets a big payday, and the Mavs get a young player with a lot of upside. 3 years of control at $6 million a year. I think it's team friendly, but also the player has to feel outstanding about the windfall he's just received and the chance to earn so much more. You know, I think
True.
Ideally by the time he's done with that contract, he's too good to keep on the team.
My son asked this question to me last night. He said, does this guarantee Hardy's in the rotation? And I thought that was a good question from a teenager. Like, this contract.
Did you tell him you had him traded yesterday?
I think that he
you
still
threw him
is
out there as a tradable piece yesterday.
I still think he's trade bait.
That's what I'm saying. I think he maintained that status.
Yeah,
I think he's more of a tradable piece than he is probably a rotational piece for you, right?
Yeah, I guess it'll be interesting when it comes down to you have your two superstars at that position, the guard position. So there's limited minutes at guard on this team. You have Hardy, you have Grimes, you have Dinwiddie, you have other guys that might fit into that category. Like, I think Najee Marshall's more of a forward, like a 3, but he's 6'6". In certain situations, we hear that he's really good at guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at times. So that would maybe put him in a little bit of a guard combination type of deal. So it'll be interesting how Kidd, and I forgot to mention Exum. I know he's hurt to start the year, but that's another guy that can play 10 to 20 minutes off the bench.
Yeah, I think Hardy is involved a lot during the regular season. As you're trying to develop him, I think the postseason will be potentially a lot different if the coaching staff trusts him.
Now, NBA season starts tonight. Do you guys care at all? Because I know Mike is not feeling this moment about potentially the LeBron-Bronny big-time celebration in the second quarter of tonight's game.
Can't say that I overly care too much. I mean, it's one of those things where I can check Twitter later.
Yeah.
I can see the little clip of it. I'm not going to be making sure that I'm tuned in live to be watching this amazing moment of Bronny and LeBron. I do think it's cool, the Griffey connection here, like the father and son sports history, but no, it's not something where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be making sure I'm on the couch and watching this take place live.
It just reminded me that I needed to ask if Bronny was really an NBA player.
Okay.
Which I just did.
I mean, and he's not right now. Like, if you saw him play in college, he's not. I think he could get there, but right now, he's absolutely not.
I'm excited to see just the general choreography of it all, and just like
it's all spontaneous.
It's all. I think Windhorse is like, just keep your eye at the start of the second quarter. They're going to have like a whole thing
pre-done.
What song are they going to play? I guarantee you they've picked their song, like all of their different exchanges, their handshakes, their hugs, their crowd waves. I'm looking forward to just seeing how they drew
I wish
it up.
he was closer to an NBA player. Like, there's 1,000 guys not in the NBA today that are better than him, and he's only 19, 20. Like, we don't know what his development would have been like, but LeBron was like, I don't care. I have this thing set up for you. Where if you're too young, Ken Griffey Jr., obviously you know who he is, but Ken Griffey Jr. was one of the greatest 16, 17 years olds in the history of like watching high school baseball in the Cincinnati area. Mm-hmm. And so it's a totally different thing than Ken Griffey Jr. playing with his dad, who was a very good player for a very long time. Then this just is so manufactured. I can't get behind it. It's cool. If Bronny would have really been good enough to play today in the NBA, super cool. But it's just so made up. It just doesn't feel right.
I asked this guy, I says, Bronny an NBA player? He said, not yet. And I said, does he have a chance? He says, minimal chance.
He's only 6'1", too, which makes it very difficult in today's NBA to be 6'1" and to be in the league.
Do you guys have, since the season starts tonight, I know the Mavs don't go until Thursday, and we get the chance to talk to Najee Marshall. You got a finals prediction? Because I think I'm going chalk rematch.
I think we're running it back, too. Yeah. I'm with you. I think this time Mavs are winning it in 7.
I think the popular thing with the national experts is to do the Thunder. I don't see it. I respect Hartenstein and Caruso and Jalen Williams, but I think the Mavs put him in checkmate last year. And that was an awful, compelling display. So I'm gonna go with the Mavs over the Thunder, over the Nuggets. I think Luka is better than Jokic at this point, and I think the Mavs are going to own the West for a while.
To your point, 5 of the 7 people from Yahoo picked the Thunder to win the West.
Yeah.
1 picked Minnesota, 1 picked the Mavs.
Yeah, and it's a fun pick because it's young and it's up and coming, and you're expecting this next big leap from them. But I don't know that Chet Holmgren gets there, as an actual star. And I think Jalen Williams, nice complimentary star player, but it's It's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's a scorer. So you watch them play, and it's a lot of athleticism and brilliant individual one-on-one stuff. And if you're going to do that, that's great. You just need more dominant players than Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren attacking, is what I would say.
Do you want to fight Dawson over his Luka is better than Jokic thing? Is because you looked very upset just now.
I mean, maybe that'll turn out to be the case.
Yeah, I think Jokic was proven defensible, and the Mavs have the answer. The Timberwolves had the answer with two giants that could stay in there, Luka, you can't defend because if you take away his inside, he will go outside. If you take away him, he will find the wide open guy. And Jokic might be a better passer because of his height, but he can't dominate the perimeter like Luka can, so that's why I do that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets are really, you don't even really fear them all that much.
I think that team is in trouble
because of the way their roster, and it's like, man, you're supposed to be going all in around what might be the best player in the sport, worst case top 2, I guess, and their roster has just been kind of falling apart, losing parts over the last couple of years since winning the title. So if I'm Jokic, now I don't know how much he actually cares because his personality, but
That's a
I'm
fair
so
question.
annoyed with the way they've not built around me.
Now, Ross, I don't know how much you've been following this or how much.
By the way, I got the Knicks in the East.
Okay. All right.
I got Minnesota in the Knicks.
Ooh, spicy. I like it. Do you guys think that Everson Walls and Harvey Martin should be Hall of Famers? Because we got another cut
I'd
down.
love for Harvey Martin to be in the Ring of Honor. That would be my first love.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think that this family and for all the great things the Joneses have done, this team was really good before 1989.
Yeah.
And we need to go back and find the Harvey Martins and those guys that were a big part of you. They like to, when they give you the tour over their star, they tell you about 20 consecutive winning seasons, which is an NFL record. Harvey Martin was a big part of that.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys were part of that. It's not something that happened post-1989. It was pre-1989. They like to tell you that part of history. Please acknowledge those guys that were part of that history before you bought this team.
Everson Walls and Harvey Martin both advance to the next
It's a
group.
good thing. And
Yeah.
if you have a guy like Rick Goslin on the call, Shereen Williams, Buddy Clark Judge is another good one that votes. Hopefully that'll get pushed through.
I don't know, I've just lost a lot of hope with seeing how long it took for Drew Pearson and the fact that Darren Woodson's still not in it.
That's tough to argue.
We've had, Mother Football on the show plenty. She's amazing. Rick Goslin grew up loving him. I mean, he was the draft gospel with his mock draft.
Yeah.
He would hit it more than anybody. And they're great champions to have for these players. But for whatever reason, the other voters, I don't know what's going on there in Canton, but they're not doing what they should be doing, and that's putting in some legendary players like this that I don't think you can write the history of football without them.
I'm with you on that. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. Hope you guys have a great afternoon. We'll be chatting with Mark Schlereth at 4:40.
All right. I like it. Roll home.
And the guy that crapped on Wolchuk's couch at 6:20.
Jared.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Is that going to be most of the questions, or probably some
Eric's
baseball?
probably going to just handle that one. I know he's very nervous. I'm equally as nervous, but I think the couch is about to be cleaned here in an hour. So
Okay.
hopefully it's pristine when I get back to the house.
It's fine because it was crapped on only 2 days ago.
Okay. Fantastic. I love the optimism. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
I can't do that with other people's meat.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Jerry Jones made his return to the Fan airwaves this morning. We'll give you some audio of that. Talk about everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day here on a Toxic Tuesday in the G-Bag Nation. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh, set for 5 hours flawless. Of course, once again, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30, LA Live at 5:40. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your Nosebleed brothers. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Everybody having a good day today?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Really awesome day.
Yeah,
It's beautiful
Love a
outside.
Toxic Tuesday.
I did. I do have a bone to pick with one of my neighbors, and I'll probably throw that into the hodgepodge at 4 o'clock. But I was a little bit frightened this morning.
You get a little spooked in
some of these Halloween decorations. Like I'm cool with
that.
I'm cool with a lot of this stuff, but
Scaring your kids?
Where's the line? Scaring me.
Oh
wow. This thing is. Some people are
Lifelike.
really Halloween.
They get into
it.
They are
you
intense
know?
with it, yeah.
And it's like some of it's just fun pumpkin stuff. There's a lot of skeletons, whatever. But some people cross the line in my neighborhood.
Do you guys decorate ever?
We got to come take a look. I got a
picture
little
of
bit
it.
for Halloween. You know, you have the kids who are at that age, and when they start noticing that it's fun in other people's yards, you want to put a little something down that they can get excited about to come home to. So currently we have 2 pumpkins, 2 ghosts, and a skeleton inflatable. And some lights in a front window. You know, we're probably a 3 or 4 out of 10. Some neighbors, though, are going huge, like with Christmas-style displays. And we're having a blast driving around. Like, after we go to the park in the mornings, we'll just cruise around the neighborhood and, you know, see what people are throwing up.
So we've got a street by my house that every year growing up has gone crazy for it. Canterbury, they, like, block it off. They do a whole block party one night before Halloween.
Hell yes.
Maya asked, like, hey, do you wanna go ahead and decorate this year? Like, maybe when Eliza gets a little bit older, and she can appreciate it. It's also the pure laziness on my part. I don't really want to go out there and
kick
do
that
it.
I'm
can
right
as
there
long
with
as
you,
you
brother. I did not inflate those bad boys.
If you want to go ahead and decorate
I'm all
the
for
house,
it.
by all means,
Yes.
I'm into that. We can get festive.
What's our budget on this?
That's a good question. Right now, there is no budget for it, Brian. We're trying to cut costs where we can.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Supply chain.
I've got to the point now where I've bought
supply of dollars.
I bought candy the last 3 years and hasn't had one person stop at the door.
Oh, wow.
So I'm out on Halloween now.
Okay.
I'm not. I mean, I buy the huge bag and I buy the big candies. I don't get the little candies. I get the
You do
full
it
size.
right.
I get the full size candies. And
Yeah,
I end
and you
up
end up
like
eating
giving
them
them.
all.
I used to like take them, take them up to work or take them someplace and then just like give it away.
Yeah.
But yeah, you the decoration part, I would rather decorate for Christmas.
I think
than
some of these
would-
houses
than
are
I
putting
would.
up at least $2,500 of stuff.
See,
I mean, giant, like 15-foot tall, like screen characters.
Yeah. My neighbor's got that 20-foot big old inflatable cat.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, my dogs bark at it when they see it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
That's fun. I think the best thing my neighborhood does, though, there's this family that owns some taco restaurants around town. So at one of their houses, there's like a taco stand, basically, where like
There you go.
a chef's doing that thing where it spins around with the flame, and they're just plating up tacos constantly. And then their other house, which is like, I don't know, 200 feet away, they have a tamale stand. So
See,
you're cruising
that's
through
amazing.
there as
So
an
if
adult.
you're,
Yeah.
if you're walking with your kids, you get to stop by and
You
have
get tacos
there you
and-
go.
and
That-
tamales.
Well done.
Now I know why Halloween's your personal favorite holiday. It makes a ton of sense. That's phenomenal.
what?
Dude. What a great service that those neighbors are doing. That's like MVP of the neighborhood kind of stuff. That's putting the entire community on your back and saying, parents, I got you tonight.
I kind of feel like country living would make me decorate more. Like city living makes me not want to decorate. Does that make sense?
I think that's
if you're out in the
that's so you-
country, you got space, you got land, you could kind of maybe do a lot of things. I think the city aspect of it makes me not want
You
to
need a
decorate.
bigger canvas is kind of what you're
I-
saying.
you
feel confined and
yeah.
you
build your own haunted house.
But then again,
Some
after,
people just go all out on their little balcony on their little crappy apartment.
They do.
You know,
Yeah.
in college, it was just like they'll put a house worths of
Some
Halloween,
lights,
stuff
some little
right
spiders.
Yeah,
just
I'm more into
capitalizing
the
on
Christmas
every inch.
decorations than the Halloween ones.
Okay. And I think now, at least for the foreseeable future, some Rangers World Series nostalgia kicks in Halloween night, doesn't it? I know last year my parents were in town. You're watching it, Game 3 Corey Seager with the 2-run bomb ski as the Rangers win 3-1 Halloween 2023.
Yeah. Your folks in town for that, right?
Yeah, they were. It was great.
Yeah.
This
and
year
you were at the game with them, right?
well, that was game 1.
Okay.
This would have been game 3 in Arizona, where I thought you were going to take Wolchuk for decisive game 5.
He was all had it ready to go. We got blocked.
We got blocked.
Oh, that's right. You
We
did.
got blocked, yeah.
Jerry Jones back on the Fan this morning said he was surprised to hear about all the attention he got. We have cut 2 here. Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ this morning on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't have anything to say about last week. I'm happy, though, that I must tell you I'm surprised that last week got the attention it got. But, really when I think about what we try to do on this show, for me, is I think we give you 2 shots a week that I get on, and Steven gets on once or twice, and Mike, I don't know if Mike gets on or not, but those are really a privilege. It's kind of like pillow talk. You get some inside stuff. As you know, I don't go before the normal press conferences during the week usually.
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of thing that I would expect and how I would answer it relative to many of your questions. You're going to ask me today because Henry had a big night, Derrick Henry last night. You're going to ask me again how come when Henry was available and right here in Dallas said we didn't get him. And I will tell you, the same kind of question is one that my wife might ask me of 60-something years. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I really don't know why I did that. The devil made me do it. And so my point is, those kinds of questions are pointedly toward putting you on a spot to make a certain kind of answer.
Yeah.
I've obviously been asked that Derrick Henry question almost every day since we started training camp. And so that's a get in your ass type of question.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I see that coming, and that's real good. But when you do it several times, and of course, I keep up with what you guys say when I'm not on the show. And so when you do it several times, I know that when you're asked about a question such as one that you might have at home, why did you do that? And you do it several times, then you really know what the situation is, where it's coming from. So those are the kinds of things that this show, to me, can and be about. For instance, if you ask me how I make a decision, I would say I'd maybe go back to a story of when I was buying the Cowboys. And we got down to where there was a $300,000 difference. And we couldn't get by it, the man that sold the team to me. And so he suggested we flip a coin. And we flipped that coin, and I lost. I really got screwed. I ended up with the Dallas Cowboys. My point is, I don't know why I called heads rather than tails. And I couldn't explain to you why I called heads rather than tails. But some of this stuff works out, some of it doesn't. That's the kind of thing and the kind of answers I would expect us to be talking about on this show.
Okay, I think in his way he explained a lot. There is a little bit of more cooperation in there, less aggression. Even though he didn't say the words "I'm sorry," I heard it in his tone. Even if he didn't want to say it, that's fine. He felt nagged. He felt irritated. And I think that's his way of explaining. Sometimes when your wife nags you for the 100th time about something, you have a reaction that maybe is a little bit explosive. Sure. Why'd you do that? Devil made me do it. I think Jerry is kind of explaining, and maybe you want to hear an actual apology. I think it would have been appropriate, but I'll take his explanation as good enough. And I think there towards the end, he let it be known that this is the kind of show where those conversations can be had. Even though he said it last week, I'm not here for you guys to ask me everything and be here as your piñata. He did circle back around today to let it be known. I'm all right with that. Maybe I didn't have the best reaction to it. Now, at the same time, you're doing your job as a journalist, and you're telling me you're looking at me like a nagging wife. That's a little. I'm kind of walking away from that if I'm the interviewer. Like, okay, I see where we are. And yes, Mike McCarthy is on. I guess Jerry listens quite a lot, but not Fridays, a few hours before he comes on when Mike McCarthy is on. So I guess that would be my thoughts on it. What were you guys thinking as that lengthy cut was playing?
I did appreciate when he said, Derrick Henry's having a career year. I don't think that he's doing that here in Dallas. That's fair. Those are the kind of answers that I'm looking at because he's right. Derrick Henry's not having the same success in this Cowboys offense that he's having with Baltimore. It's a perfect fit there. You've got the threat of Lamar Jackson as well. Defenses can't just key on Derrick Henry. There's so much different nuances offensively that they can provide to give defenses fits that the Cowboys wouldn't. But it still doesn't mean that Derrick Henry wouldn't have helped this offense. He certainly would have, in my belief. I don't care. Well, you can point to the offensive line struggles. I think there's been times the offensive line's blocked okay. Derrick Henry probably would have had much better when it comes to effectiveness than you've gotten right now with your other backs out here. So I totally get where he's coming from in terms of I'm asked about this every single day. But when you're coming on this platform, which you do ask to do and you enjoy doing, those are the questions you're going to be asked that. In a sense, and Sean's talked about this all week, we get the backlash of you don't ask the difficult questions. So when you're a voice for the fans, you're asking what the fans want to know. For him to have said they're not the type of guys, I would have pushed back a little bit and asked for more clarification here. Can you clarify when you don't pay us? And we are asking you questions that the fans want to know. I would have liked a little bit of that, but overall, Jerry's answer, I wasn't upset by it. I liked a little bit of the refreshness of he was being a little more honest and letting us in on the thought process there. But we do always have to get a story about going back when I bought the Cowboys. That's always the thing. We're always going to find a way to fit in here. Well, going back when I bought the team back in 1989. Let's just remember this now.
You might be mad at me now, but how do you like those championships?
Everyone was ticked at me then.
Yeah.
You got 3 Super Bowls, didn't you?
Chief, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Walchuk a little bit. I do think that it showed some self-awareness of understanding, like Derrick Henry would not be doing for you what he does for the Ravens. But him acknowledging that shows the larger indictment on the team that he's built, one, and two, the coaching staff that he has. And he was more direct with some of the stuff that paints a bad picture for McCarthy here as it pertains to some of the design and concept stuff that he got into in a different question there. But it was definitely a bad day to be McCarthy, I would say, with some of those responses. But that's a huge indictment on your team and your personnel and your coaches to say that he's right when he says it, but that's acknowledging a lot about your football team right now that's bad.
I'd be curious to see Rico Dowdle with 75 more carries in a game. Or not in a game this season.
Yeah. Another 12 carries a game. Because
if you look, that's the difference between him and Henry right now. But, if you look at successful plays, successful runs, which are 4 yards plus per carry, they're both at 46%.
Wow. Yeah,
both of these guys are the same amount of successful 4+ runs, but he has 75. Dowdle has 75 less carries. Maybe he wouldn't be successful because your team's not good enough defensively to stop people. That's the running game is affected because you're always behind.
Yeah.
And I would be curious. I mean, because like I say, you might have a capable back in Dowdle. You just don't. There's a 75 carry difference between the two players.
I thought the question might have been, and maybe this morning's not the day for it, but what do you think Zeke would have done last night for Baltimore with 15 carries? Would it have been 170 yards like Henry got? No. Would it have been half of that? No. Would it have been maybe 4.2 yards an attempt? Probably. You'd have probably got 15 carries for 70 yards or something like that from Zeke last night.
That's right about where Dowdle is on his carries, right around 4.2. But his 4-yard plus carries are the same as Derrick Henry's.
Yeah, but you also have Derrick Henry being the number one in the sport in terms of rushing yards over expectation per attempt. He's number one, and
you get the breakout runs from Henry with that top speed and that freight train effect that Dowdle would not give you.
Defenses just have a respect with Derrick Henry in the backfield that they don't. No disrespect to Rico Dowdle. But defenses still fear Derrick Henry. They're going to play you differently than lining up with guys like Deuce Vaughn and Rico Dowdle and an aging Ezekiel Elliott.
Alrighty, so that kind of puts a bow on that story. We'll see. I do not think we are done with angst and frustration and disappointment with this Cowboys team. So maybe this is just the first chapter.
Yeah, and I do think that the Derrick Henry stuff is a little bit overblown, and I think the bigger indictment from the offseason, the bigger mistake decision-wise, is not drafting a running back in the third or fourth or fifth round.
Absolutely.
Getting a young, something like that would have made a ton more sense.
It didn't have to be Derrick Henry, but look at all the top running backs in the league now. Most of them were free agents.
Hey, you still could have signed a guy.
Yeah.
If you're going through a rebuild year, though, in honesty, I'd rather start the running back clock next year. You need those 3 years or, maybe 4. For Derrick Henry, it's 9. But usually, by the time the rookie contract is done, the best years are behind. NFL True or Fart coming up next. Then the G-Bag of the day. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. G-Bag of the Day is now 7 minutes away. Of course, Krusty's Corner every day, 3:40 on Wednesdays and Thursday. He's previewing the opponent for us on tape, so that'll be, tomorrow and Thursday. Looking forward to that, getting everything we need to know about this 49ers group that is now so banged up, we can actually talk about the Cowboys having a realistic chance of winning. Let's do this. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Let's do some NFL true or fart overreaction from a Week 7 in the National Football League. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, let's do it. Brian Broaddus, the Amari Cooper trade to Buffalo is the missing piece that will put them over the top and into the Super Bowl this year.
I love the way that Buffalo has been aggressive throughout and trying to help their quarterback. They made some really hard decisions this offseason, letting some guys go. But
I feel a butt coming.
Yeah,
but
no, this is true.
It's true.
It is true. I love it. Yeah.
Oh, this is true. You're going Bills to circle the wagons all the way to the Super Bowl?
I tell you what, I do like what the Bills have done. I think that they're to me, just adding Cooper, that toughness that he brings, the security that he could bring, a bad weather player the way he is. Yeah, I think this was a big move for them.
Yeah, I'm still going to go with the Chiefs until further notice. But, I think you're taking what is Buffalo's biggest weakness and now turning it into a strength. He is, one of the better number one wide receivers that you could get. So, yeah, always been a big fan of Amari Cooper. Routes are as good as anybody's, and it's really what Josh Allen needed. It'll be interesting to see what else they can do here with the trade deadline approaching, because they got to be looking at this now like, okay, this might be our last chance for a little bit.
Yeah, I would have to go ahead and unfortunately fart on that one. I do think it was a nice move for them. I do think it does move the needle for them to have a chance now at the AFC Championship game, but I still put them behind Kansas City and behind Baltimore. Let's not forget we saw Baltimore tear them up a few weeks ago. That's a bad matchup for them.
Absolutely.
Their defense is they got a light in the rear end kind of defense, and the physicality of Kansas City and Baltimore puts them at a huge disadvantage there. So I don't see them being better than either one of those two teams, with or without Amari.
Yeah, I would like to say true there, because I do like this move, and I think Josh Allen is playing phenomenally well. I think I would take them to beat Baltimore in the postseason. I think we've seen that Lamar's also been a little bit different in the playoffs, but I still got to lean forward. I'm just going to give the benefit of the doubt to Kansas City. But I do see where you could be very, very right on there.
Buffalo will keep making moves.
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to keep trying to add pieces as they go forward.
And Sean McDermott's done a hell of a job with that defense. Even with all the injuries, they still find a way to put a stingy group out there. Okay, let's go to the Lions on the NFC side, Gavin Dawson. Even without Aiden Hutchinson, they are going to be the representative in the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Man, that's a great question. I'm gonna have to agree with that, though. I don't see a better team in the NFC right now. I don't think the 49ers have enough defense, even if they get their offense healthy, to withstand that Lions attack. I don't think the Commanders got it together yet, and there's nobody else. I mean, it's kind of a pathetic NFC, I guess, other than the North. So if it's not the Lions, it'll be maybe the Vikings or the Packers.
Yeah, that was a statement game that they had that win to go and play that game without their best defensive player, maybe the best player on their team, and they go out there and handle Minnesota the way they did, keep coming back a couple different times. That team's well coached. They got a great play caller. Aaron Glenn is an underrated defensive coordinator on that team, and they got a quarterback that is as deadly accurate as you're going to get. They got a great scheme. They're going to put up a lot of points. Detroit will be your representative in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was my preseason pick. I'll stand by it. Their offense is undeniable. They're the only team in NFL history to have a 3-game stretch where they have more touchdowns than incompletions. They've gone 18 touchdowns and 16 incompletions, I believe is what it is. I mean, they're playing at a ridiculous level, and I do think they will make a move at the deadline to help out the Aiden Hutchinson situation. So I still would pick Detroit.
Yeah, I'm going to go far and just stick with Green Bay. I think Green Bay quietly is just still a good team that's going to get better as the way the season goes, just because that was my preseason pick. But yeah, the Lions are the best team in the NFC today. There's no question about that. They really, really are. They're playing at a really elite level. All right, Eric Chiafalo. True or fart? The Giants made a big mistake letting Saquon Barkley go to the Eagles.
Oh, that's a fart. That's not a big mistake. The Eagles aren't doing anything this year, and in terms of actual Super Bowl contending, and Saquon Barkley for the Giants, unless you're ownership and you care about the marketing dollars and the jersey sales or whatever, then that's one thing. But in terms of tangible football stuff, no, he's not changing the course of the season for either one of these teams.
This is interesting. Barkley had 187 yards from scrimmage alone on Sunday. The entire Giants team combined for 119 total yards.
I mean, I'll say this. At least it's looking like a good contract. Like $12 million for that kind of production might actually be worth it if you could guarantee me that. He's at 6.1 yard an attempt. He's dominating in every way, but Chief nailed it. A running back only helps you so much. 6 yards a play. Okay, we need to make
6 yards of play.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great
good.
season,
Oh,
right?
it's fantastic.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So I don't want to poo-poo on what he's doing at all, and I think the conversation isn't that the running game doesn't matter. It's that overpaying for a running back is a bad proposition because this kind of season is just impossible to predict.
I think this is true. I think this hurts more than anything. And if the fact that the guy can stay healthy, he hasn't proven overall he can stay healthy, but so far for this team, he has been healthy. I think this is a big, big move for them. If they get to continue to hand him the ball, that's going to take Hurts out of a lot of these games, the mistakes that he makes. The problems that the Eagles have, really, in my opinion, are on defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is the Giants should regret doing this because it did help the Eagles.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Thank you, gentlemen. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
That's why I don't text people back. It takes so damn long to do it.
Yeah.
I made a mistake. Let me go back to that right there.
Edit.
Yeah. God, it sucks, man. I need the BlackBerry with the buttons on it.
There you go. That was nice.
Yeah, I need
the BlackBerry
buttons.
Bold 2.
Yeah, man, come on, dog. My BlackBerry used to. And you have it in the studio while you broadcast, and somebody will call, and you can hear it on your microphone.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's good for my brain.
Yeah, clearly. Clearly. Makes me faster. Better broadcaster. Vacated title right here because the depressed Cowboys fan, of course, he won 5 times with that Cowboys diss. You see it humbled Jerry. He must have heard it a few times. Turn it off. Turn it off. So now we got Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. They taking shots at the Cowboys after Derrick Henry broke out for 181 yards. I looked up at the TV and I said, man, that boy could have been a Cowboy. God, could have been a Cowboy. But I get it. You guys been talking about it. It probably wouldn't have worked out the same for him. And that I get. But let's go to Troy and Buck.
There's got to be a lot of teams out there that had opportunities to bring in Derrick Henry that are kind of kicking themselves for not doing it. But he has been an absolute perfect fit for this Ravens attack.
This one's batted down off the hand of Levante David. Can you think of any teams offhand? We'll just throw this out there. The offseason home for Derrick Henry is in Dallas, Texas.
Joe Buck is so messy. Wow. Pay attention. Joe Buck is messy.
Really messy.
He could be on Club Shay Shay soon. Joe Buck
run here.
Telling all the secrets.
Well done.
Yeah, Joe Buck. All right. Sympathy for the devil right here on a Toxic Tuesday.
Please allow
The
me.
devil made me do it. Let's see what else I got for you boys. You guys see Kirby Smart after the Georgia beat Texas?
He did a great job.
Did you see him talking in the postgame?
He did.
He was ripping the officiating. I
And
loved what he was
ESPN,
doing.
they all picked against him.
He said he was the underdog.
Yeah.
Call everybody out.
I'll give you a little taste real quick.
Yeah, the underdog.
Nobody gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us. Nobody believed us. And then they tried to rob us with calls in this place. And these guys are so resilient.
There you go.
Nobody gave us a chance.
He came in there ready to eat, he said.
Yeah, I like
We're
that.
the 5th ranked team in the country. Everybody's doubting us.
I did like that ready to eat line. I did like that. Stu Gotts, though, he got wind of this. He was not a fan of Kirby Smart's little post-game situation, so he defended the network and all.
No one forgot about Georgia, and everyone respects Georgia. Everyone knows how good they are, and everyone knows they've won 2 of the last 3 national championships. Kirby's smart enough, please. He's saying... I mean, seriously, he is just saying stuff to get his team riled up. I am tired of Kirby Smart.
Oh, for the love of God.
I can't help. I mean, what do you want me to do? You win 2 out of the 3 last national championships. You steal the sport from the greatest coach in the history of the sport.
Texas.
Oh, get out of here.
Everybody.
I took Texas by double digits. But what is Kirby Smart doing? He's trying to prove that to me. I didn't respect you. You care that Stu Godz didn't respect you? I didn't forget about you. I have plenty of respect for you. Please, get out of here.
Oh, please. I took Texas by double digits.
Legendary, Ray. That's gambling loss take right there.
That is gambling loss
better.
take.
Don't bleed yourself. I took the Hornets to cover, and you ruined it.
Yep, that little minus shows up in the account.
Yep.
Like, damn, it's a different color. What's going on? Let's see what else I got for you boys. Hey. This is not one. I thought it was funny. This guy's out there trolling the Little League baseball tournaments. Just out there trolling. He's like he's a fake scout. Walks up to one guy.
My son's out there at second base.
How long's he been playing infield for?
He was 8 years old.
Yeah? Little League?
Yeah, Little League all the way up.
You coach him?
I coached him all the way through.
Sounds like a typical coach's son. To be honest, it looks like it's his first day in the infield. Guy looks like a mannequin out there. PS4 with no Wi-Fi. Guy's just lagging everywhere, no instinct.
You know, I've never heard that before. You know, he gets praised for defense over offense.
Well, that's because his offense is even worse.
Good bit.
That's really good.
Man, I would have had fun as a kid with all this internet stuff.
Yeah,
I would have had fun. We were just making phone calls, not recording them or nothing like that, you know?
Got Sir Walter Raleigh in a can. Better let him out.
Only 3 guys got to laugh at it. Us 3 doing the joke. That's about it. Nobody else ever heard it. We should tell the story. Nobody even. It
Had to be there.
It'll hit. Yeah, it just doesn't hit.
That's great though. PS4 with no Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you just lagging, son. See what else we got for you, boy? Skip Bayless, the big hater on the Toxic Tuesday. Skip Bayless. He's not feeling Tom Brady in the booth. I got another clip that's going. I'm going to play with this during LA Live tonight because Skip was doing some hating. Of course. I mean, who's surprised? Yeah, I mean, that's what he drinks every morning. Listen to Skip Bayless.
I do blame Tom Brady for trying to have his cake and eat all of it too. I don't think he'll ever be a very good broadcaster. Never better than average. I've had to listen to him, watch him 4 times now on Cowboy games. And frankly, he has driven me crazier and crazier. He is the ultimate Captain Obvious. He is ultimately, aw shucks, gee whiz Tom, trying to be nice guy Tom and say nice things about players who will never be as good as he is, and he knows it. And now he has resorted to babbling and babbling more and more as he tries harder and harder to be great at broadcasting. Driving me crazy.
Driving me crazy.
I mean,
I've had to listen to him 4 times already.
Is he that bad? I don't know.
Nah.
Maybe he's growing on me a little bit because I'm seeing some good coming out.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad. And I know it's still early in the game, bro.
It is.
He just didn't hit the thing running like Romo. I get it, but it's Tom Brady. Everybody different.
Yeah, if he sticks with it, he'll be all right.
Yeah, he'll be all right. I like when he felt bad for Dak after that 1 interception. Tom was just in the middle of talking, and all Dak's got to do is,
yeah. When he doesn't know what to say, he kind of makes noises and turns away from the field, and it's weird to see such a stud player and captain not have the words. Yeah.
I don't know what made him want to go in the booth in the first place, man. You're the GOAT, bro. Michael Jordan didn't go into the booth. Leave it alone,
I think
fam.
this is a one and done.
It is odd when the GOAT is in there.
What you doing?
I see Wayne Gretzky on hockey TV during the playoffs. It's not impressive at all.
No.
I mean, he makes Joe Montana look like he's got a personality.
I believe showing up every once in a while, we got a guest appearance, but not just, this is your job? Tom Brady with a job makes no sense to me.
He's going to go turn the Raiders around is what he's going to go do. He's going to leave this gig and go and do the Raider stuff.
I don't think he's there to pass this year.
Apparently, that's what he said on that introduction deal when they walked in front of everybody. He was
Yeah.
like, his only words were, "I'm here to fix this S-hole."
Yeah.
And then he just dropped the mic and walked away.
Yeah.
Right on.
He's feeling pretty good about it. Yeah,
maybe
everybody
he's going
went
to be a
nuts.
good GM. Just an average broadcaster, though. Troy Aikman on Derrick Henry being a perfect fit with the assist from Joe Buck. Kirby Smart on the win in Austin with return fire from Stugatz. Guy trolling Little League tournaments. Skip Bayless not feeling Tom Brady. I'm going to go with the troll there at the Little League game. Chief, how about you?
Likewise.
Lucius?
Troy Aikman. The GOAT with Troy Aikman.
Zachary?
I'm going to go Stu.
He's a Dallas GOAT. Oklahoma GOAT. Was he from Henrietta,
UCLA.
Oklahoma? Henrietta, baby.
How about Little League troll?
By a score of 3-1-1, and your new G-Bag Today champion is the guy trolling the dad of the second baseman. That's a good bit. Really tapping into some strong feelings out there.
Yeah.
A little uncomfortable. Pure gold. Quick puck and around the bases combo, Wolchuk?
Hey, let's get you set for some Stars action. We got the most common World Series matchups, Ohtani ball, and how about we save our teammate from suspension? That's next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back. We'll preview the World Series with Brett Boone. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman in studio. And how did the start of the NBA season go? It's a Hump Day edition on The Fan.
Mike Bassick here with a touchdown deal. Need new.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
spreads, and more at your local lodge.
This Thursday, it's another chance for you to pick up your 2024 G-Bag Nation flag. Thanks to Tolbert Garage Door Repair. We'll be at Richardson Bar and Grill, 1411 East Campbell Road, for a full 5 hours from 2 to 7, Eric.
That's right, Wolchuk, in Richardson, Flagtober 2024, presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, Whataburger, and of course the Tolos, your favorite radio station, 105.3 The Fan. We'll see you there.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Suspension in the NFL could impact the NFC. We'll have that in the NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. Right now, it's time for a quick puck around the bases combo. Let's get set for Stars and some Rangers, Wolchuk.
Woo, let's do it. We start on the ice. It's the Frozen Frenzy returning on ESPN tonight. So they're going to have live look-in, staggered start times for every game tonight. It's going to start in Philadelphia, 5 o'clock our time, going to conclude out west in Vegas at about 10 o'clock. So it's essentially their version of Red Zone for the NHL. It was a big success last year when ESPN does this. Looking forward to tonight. And we've got an earlier puck drop with the Stars in Buffalo taking on the Sabres. That's going to be 6 o'clock here. Stars 5-1, looking to improve to 2-1 on the road against the Sabres. Sabres come in at 2-4-1. They're 1-2 at home. Looks like Otter going to be in net tonight. I saw our buddy Mike Heike of DallasStars.com said that Tyler Seguin, Matt Dumba, Sam Steele all appear to be in versus the Sabres. Jake Ottinger should be in goal. So we'll have to monitor and make sure that, Otter does indeed end up getting the start. He's looking to stay perfect on the season. He just had a 30-save performance against Edmonton. He was brilliant. They've remained perfect on home ice of the Stars at 4-0. But Otter, longest season opening win streak by a goaltender. He's trying to chase down Kari Lehtinen, who started the season with 7 consecutive wins for the Stars in 2011. So right now he's just behind Marty Turco, who opened up with 5 straight wins in 2006. He can tie that tonight. This is the second time Otters had 4 consecutive wins to start a season. So fresh off that new contract, he needs to keep playing well between the pipes. Excited about that matchup tonight for the Stars. It was a fun weekend on Saturday as Jim Lights and Brendan Morrow both got honored before the game. Former Stars captain Brendan Morrow got to drop the puck at center ice. He was enshrined in the Stars Hall of Fame. So an awesome moment over the weekend if you had to go to the AAC and enjoy some Dallas Stars hockey as they got revenge on the Edmonton Oilers. But I didn't know this. If you are a goalie or any player that jumps onto the ice, let's say there's a fight going on, you jump onto the ice, you are now subject to a 10-game suspension. So we had one of these moments. It was...
Is this third guy in the fight?
Yeah, like if anyone wants to just jump onto the ice, now we're just getting in the scuffle and the brouhaha. So we had Canes and St. Louis get into a brawl in the second period. You already had there's a 3-1 lead. You're trying to go ahead and get yourself a little bit of momentum. So now there's a fight going on behind the goal, and the backup goalie for the Canes ends up wanting to jump onto the ice, but his teammate, you see, pull him back. And it's a heads-up move. Not that I wouldn't have loved to see some goalie fight action. I think we all would have. We got a goalie goal. Give me a goalie fight any day of the week.
It's good for the sport.
This is how you go ahead and you're a good teammate. You pull him back onto the bench. You say, no. Because if he had have gone ahead and done this, skated on there is a rule. You can be automatically hit with a 10-game suspension over this infraction. First player to come off the bench illegally during an altercation for the purpose of starting an altercation, boom. 10 games, you're out of here.
Man, that's heavy.
Yeah, 10-gamer, come on, dude.
Yeah, a little bit more. 3 would serve the purpose.
I don't think we should even be suspending these guys. I think we're all in on the hockey fights. I personally am, but there's people out there that don't like the violence.
Hey, if you want to tamp down the violence, that's fine. Just don't punish my guy for wanting to jump over the boards. It's a newer rule, right? You're going to have to give some time for people to accept this new reality. And
10 games is a lot. I was stunned to see that. I was not familiar with that rule.
What if your whole team jumps? And you're in a playoff race.
Yeah, I guess they got to look and see who is the first person.
Okay.
That person. Everyone else is okay. But that first person. So maybe you just put out your worst player.
Yeah,
The Goon.
easy. Yes.
Hey,
Let's call up.
Now
some,
everyone else can jump on. Hey, you're taking
You're the
it for
designated
the rest of us.
fighter, kid.
Yeah, you get the 10-game suspension. We do have the World Series that will be starting up here. It's Dodgers-Yankees. Major League Baseball is ecstatic, but on this day, 1 year ago, this moment happened.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adolis swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
Game 6 of the ALCS in Houston. Dolis grand slam to propel the Rangers on to a Game 7, and then eventually to the World Series. You're on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, which we can still say for about another week. But I think every single day my timeline's popping up with like, hey, today, a year ago.
On this day,
And my goodness gracious, I just can't wait to be enjoying this run all over again this time next year. That's what we got to be hoping for.
I can't wait, man.
Gods, please.
The ups and downs of playoff baseball, you can't beat it day to day. The angst, the excitement.
Day in, day out, dude.
Oh, my goodness, we lost Game 1. There's no way. We're done. Oh, wow, the Astros took Game 5. It's over. There's no way.
No way.
You know,
I was feeling that walking out of that stadium, Game 5. The way that we lost that, the Rangers lost that, like I was on the diamond. But
I mean, we had Flagtober's kickoff event 2023 the day after Game 5.
Yes,
and it was like we were going into a dang funeral.
It was, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't have a voice. It was
somber day.
This will be the 12th time that the Yankees and the Dodgers have met in the World Series. Do you think that is the most matchups between two teams in the history of the sport?
Yes.
We're going all the way back to when they were.
Yeah, this is like his all-time. Where I mean,
Brooklyn
you can go back to
Dodgers.
the 40s. You can go back to however late you want to go back.
This is number 1.
Yeah, 12 times. Indeed, 8-3 overall are the Yankees in this head-to-head matchup. That's pretty incredible. So, including 2024, this is the 12th time. Yankees and Giants.
I'd like to pull that noise you just made. Save it forever.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought he was being offensive at first.
The Yankees.
This is not a
win.
football conversation, is it?
Yankees win. 7 times Yankees Giants have met. 5 times Yankees Cardinals. I mean, you get a theme here. The Yankees have been in a lot of these. Tigers Cubs would be the next up with 4 times. But we get Judge, we get Ohtani. It's a star-studded affair. Now, we talked a little while ago about this Shohei Ohtani historic 50-50 home run ball that's going to go for sale. So Ken Golden of Golden Auctions just recently told TMZ Sports this could go for $10 million at auction.
What?
It would not blow my mind, says Golden, if some foreign bidder put this to 8 figures and it topped $10 million. Most expensive game-used ball that has ever been sold was Mark McGwire's 70th home run ball from the 98 season that went for $3 million.
$3 million, yeah.
Aaron Judge, the 62nd homer, which was hit here in Arlington, went for $1.5 million. So this 50-50 milestone, I mean, the game itself was unbelievable. He finished 6 for 6, 3 homers, 10 RBIs, 2 doubles, 2 stolen bases, 4 runs.
They're saying maybe an Asian buyer?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
is that what you?
Saudi Arabia, just a foreign.
You said
just
foreign.
A foreign bidder.
I'm guessing. Okay, I would say.
But maybe it is somebody in Japan.
Yeah.
It could be somebody in China. It could be Saudi Arabia. You name it.
Yeah.
But he's believing Ken Golden is. Now, some of that's also salesmanship on his part, right? This is on his platform, Golden Auctions. He wants to get the most amount of money possible for this ball.
Could Ohtani buy the ball back himself?
He could. I mean, he could ask his interpreter to put in a bid for him. Maybe.
Could secretly he have somebody bid for this ball?
Bet he could. If he wants to. I don't think there's any rule against that.
Are the Dodgers going to bid for this ball?
You think they're going to put $10 million in for that?
I don't know. He probably brought him well above $10 million this year, don't you think?
I mean, it'd be an awesome thing to have there
him.
at Dodger Stadium.
I know he pays. I mean, he gets paid well, but imagine the money he's brought into the Dodgers this year.
Yeah, and he's really not even getting paid that well yet.
$10 million.
It's all coming down the pike.
I would think I'm going to hit more valuable baseballs than this one. You know, we're just getting started.
Ball?
Yeah. 50-50 ball is nice, but that's kind of an abstract record. I think we're kind of caught up in the moment. $10 million for that one, really?
It's a lot of money. I don't think it's ever going to be done again. I don't think he's ever due because I think once he starts pitching, you're not going to see him be as aggressive on the base path. he's going to be a little bit more, I'm not trying to risk myself and be sliding into second base, or even though he's running in a lot, but I don't think he's ever going to hit the 50-50 again personally. I think this was a one and done.
You're the baseball guy.
We'll see.
I bow to your knowledge and wisdom,
that,
old
yeah.
Chuck. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Dude, we got a lot of juicy trade rumors that are going on right now, plus a suspension which you mentioned, and Bills Mafia. Are they the best fan base? That's next.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hot...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Hour number 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a good Sports Tuesday here with us on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry was back on with Sean and RJ. Interesting conversation. You can go back and listen. 105.3thefan.com, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality. It's a great way to Tolo. NFL News of the Daytime. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, there's a lot of stuff that is breaking at the moment regarding really the LA Rams. So the Rams have just designated wide receiver Puka Nacua. He is going to return from IR. This moves his 21-day practice window open for the team to determine whether to activate him from IR. The other interesting development, according to Diana Rossini, is that the Rams have called multiple teams about trading former Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. The Rams have indicated a willingness to take on some of the 2024 salary that he's due, and they're seeking a second-round pick in compensation for Cooper Kupp. So if you're a team that wants a wide receiver right now, Kansas City certainly comes to mind. We know that all of a sudden the Jets have now got Adams.
But the Niners?
The Niners, maybe. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they would make that trade in division, but you never know. That's very possible.
Yeah.
They could. If you're saying,
the fact that they're making it available, I think they would. If San Francisco gives them a second-round pick, I think they'd make that deal.
And then the other one that's quite fascinating, Jack Settleman, who has been reporting Matthew Stafford could also be available. Now, he's the CEO and founder of Snapback Sports. He's got 56.8 thousand followers. Seems very verified.
Snapback Sports, not Ballsack Sports.
Not Ballsack Sports.
As far as you know.
But he is saying the Vikings and the Rams have been having talks about possibly Matthew Stafford going to Minnesota, which would reunite him and Kevin O'Connell, his former coach there with the Rams.
Yep.
Obviously, Sam Darnold then could possibly be a long-term replacement for Stafford there with the Rams. Sean McVay likes what he's seen from Sam Darnold. You don't have Minnesota, who's willing to give Darnold a long-term deal. They just drafted J.J. McCarthy, and I think right now Stafford's kind of year to year. So they think they can upgrade there with Stafford over Darnold for this year trying to win, and then the Rams go ahead and get their quarterback, maybe of the future in Darnold. That'd be a fascinating development. It's a very, very big switch off from several years ago before the Super Bowl. F them picks. Now the Rams have really done a great job of drafting, specifically in the middle of the draft, with not having a whole lot to work with. Now they're looking like, okay, we're still trying to compete, but we're also rebuilding. We do need picks, but maybe we could try and get a quarterback in Sam Darnold that we like, that we do think we wouldn't have to really move on for and draft a quarterback.
Salute to your the GM over there. Is it Lex? Les. I mean, that's how you do it. That's what we want the Cowboys to do. When you have a window, say F them picks, start trading your picks for superstars and try to win the Super Bowl. And then when you're down, you're like, hey, we don't have enough good players. That's when you trade your good players for picks and start drafting your balls off. And, if you can ride that pendulum a little bit, I think that's why the Rams are having more success than the Cowboys, even though the Cowboys have drafted more star players in the last decade.
It'd be amazing. I'm excited to see kind of what happens here with the Rams.
Hold on here. The Vikings, are they seriously considering, or is this just being talked about? Like maybe this should happen?
Talked about. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been able to get that verified from like a Diana Rossini or an Ian Rappaport, but we've seen some of these other obscure people end up hitting on some of these trades before. Hell, the Kyrie Irving deal was one that was floated. I think we had the guy on the show that'd been right about some of this stuff before, and we didn't see Shams or Woj. So I think that this is something that probably is being talked about. I don't know how real it is.
So this is more of an independent source saying this is being discussed. I like those kind of things. They're always juicy, I would just be surprised if you know that your quarterback situation is going well with Darnold, that you're like, hey, could we get 15% better with Stafford? I mean, Stafford has injury history. He's older. You might have something cooking with Darnold. And if, J.J. McCarthy doesn't have a good camp next year or a good start to the season, I would love have the idea of having two young players. And Darnold's a great prospect with a good arm, incredible competitiveness. It might have just taken him a little bit longer.
Yeah,
figure it out.
It could. I mean, I would absolutely take Stafford over Darnold. I think that's an upgrade, personally. Like, especially for a team that's trying to win a championship. I think you've seen Stafford go and do that. The jury's still out on Darnold in some of these big game moments. We might have just seen one against the Lions, even though he didn't play poorly, right? But that was a game that they lost. I love it. I mean, I think this is a fascinating conversation to have, especially the Rams maybe getting Darnold. Now, how does Sean McVay do with Sam Darnold? I like that fit for him, too. Either way, Sam Darnold's in a pretty great position here.
It works great for the Rams. I mean, let's get rid of our old guy who doesn't fit our time frame anymore and get a younger guy in here with upside who's, putting up a passer rating over 100 with 12 touchdowns thrown.
He's been fantastic.
I'll be surprised if Minnesota moves on from him, though.
Well, and you have Stafford readjusted his contract, so he's on an expiring deal. You had he gave up on his 2025 guarantees, and they switched some stuff around. So it was basically a 1 year, $40 million deal that he's on right now, and he's expiring. So it does make sense. I just wonder for the Vikings, what would you be giving up draft capital wise?
Yeah.
Are you really making the swap Darnold for Stafford because you have J.J. McCarthy coming up the pike for next year? Stafford's now your rental, but what draft compensation are you also attaching to Darnold to go to the Rams there? That's fascinating, dude. What a bold move that would be for the Vikings to be like, man, we are, shocking as it is, we are in a Super Bowl contending season, and we have Sam Darnold, and he's played really, really well, but wouldn't you rather have Stafford? Yes, you would.
Yeah.
Especially with the reuniting factor with Kevin O'Connell.
Right.
Like, there's already that symmetry. And
he knows
probably
the
can
offense.
hit the ground running to some extent.
Do you got my back at all on this, Brian?
You keep Darnold over Stafford?
Yeah. How old is Stafford? 36 years old.
Yeah.
But you have J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, they're not like
they just drafted J.J. McCarthy, who's a total unknown, right?
Who is a total unknown, but you selected him in the first round in the top 15 picks or whatever. You identified him as a guy that you felt like you could build around. And you now have a chance to win a Super Bowl. You think right now you're winning a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold?
I don't think the chances are that much better with Stafford.
Yeah, I would hate that. I don't think I would upset that position. I just don't. I mean, I don't think I would sit there and think that we're 5-1 right now.
I love the boldness of it.
Oh no,
I really do.
Well, it's
everybody wants to stay status quo at quarterback. Everybody just wants to pay $60 million
Tomlin.
An
it's
okay
Mike
dude.
Tomlin.
Yeah.
It's Mike Tomlin. He's 4-2 or whatever, and he makes a switch with Russ Wilson, who everybody thinks is washed, and he goes out and wins a game. They look
it could
better.
pay off.
Yeah,
Huge.
It looked better. Their team looked better, and we're all like, wow. To me, I would, if I was the personnel department in Minnesota, I would question if we really wanted to do this. I mean, do you really want to do this? Do you really want to potentially, do you really, because you've seen receivers, even Jefferson's come out. Remember how he was talking about Sam Darnold? Even before the season started, he was talking about Sam Darnold and he was talking him up. And we were all going, yeah, okay, Sam Darnold, bro, you're not fooling us. And then they get off to a damn good start.
It's strange that a guy would take this long and suddenly get good. But if he plays well the rest of the season, and we really love J.J. McCarthy, I want to trade Darnold for more than Stafford. I want picks. This is a starting quarterback if he plays another 10 games well.
I'm lining up to play a playoff game. I feel much better about Matthew Stafford starting for me than I do Sam Darnold.
We all do.
And that's the bottom line here, right?
But you wonder, like, coming in, well, yeah, you've got 11 weeks left, 10 weeks left.
I think that's what they're, like, big picture. Like, can we win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold? I would say no. Can I win one with Matthew Stafford? He's proven that he can. I'd make that change. I'd do it.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Just a player swap. Maybe it's just a player swap. Like to Dawson's point, like, hey, Sam Darnold's got value here. I don't need to attach a pick to him. We'll just go straight up.
I mean, that's another layer of that. Should we just, hey, if you want to ride it out with Darnold, I could get way more. I get a first round pick.
See, that's the thing about it is that.
Yeah, but Darnold's on a 1 year deal too.
Arnold's
so
carried
it's not like you have control over him.
Arnold's carry. I think you have to have some loyalty to him. Like, you probably didn't think, you're like, man, we all thought Minnesota was going to be trash once he played quarterback.
Yeah.
They're 5-1.
Well,
they're one of the better teams. I mean,
did the Rams owe it to Jared Goff not to move on from him? He took him to a Super Bowl.
They don't know it. 4 weeks from now, if Darnold's not playing well, they'll look back and say, damn it, we should have done this when we could, which could very likely happen.
My man Les Snead is crazy, though. He's crazy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but this would be Vikings crazy. This isn't Rams crazy. This is Vikings saying we're the contending team and we want to make a player swap in a year that we think we are Super Bowl contenders. Doing it at the most important position.
Well, that's what they're probably doing right now, then, to be honest with you. They're probably moving on from Darnold because they don't want anything in the way of J.J. McCarthy.
Well, Darnold.
That's another layer to it.
Darnold's on a one. He's expiring anyways.
But people are going to if they have success with Darnold at quarterback, there are going to be people in Minnesota screaming to bring him back.
Yeah, there'll be pressure. There'll be pressure to bring
there.
him back.
I mean, this way you are getting maybe competition out of the way for J.J. McCarthy,
and you're getting a quarterback that is also win now and has won a Super Bowl and knows that division.
2 expiring quarterbacks, and you basically just get to say, who do I want for the season?
Yeah.
There's no big picture thinking about it. There's no long term.
Your big picture.
It's just right here, right now. Do I want to snap my fingers and turn Sam Darnold into Matthew Stafford? I think the answer is yes.
Please. For me, it would be yes, please.
Me and Wolchuk just put in the call, man. We just made the trade. We're celebrating right now in the war room.
Timeout. Another
high fiving, dude.
Woo! We did it.
Next branch on the topic tree, though. How about if we don't call the NFL league office and put this through? How about we trade McCarthy in the offseason if Darnold's our guy? How much more of a win now guy do you need than the dude that beat the Niners in week 2, beat Houston impressively, and beat the Packers?
Okay, you could do that.
And then he went toe to toe with
the Lions. Here's what you wouldn't have: you'd be sacrificing the rookie window of the small pay scale because now you're going to have to pay Sam Darnold big money,
and you're picking up the unknown of McCarthy.
They
might go out there and rookie it up, and you're like, holy cow, we're horrible again.
Minnesota might think that McCarthy's not any good.
They could want to bail on that. That could be possible. I thought this was an amazing storyline, though.
No, you're right. It is.
Holy crap! I mean, like, if this were to happen, that'd be fantastic. Now we did have the suspension. Jamison Williams of the Lions is going to face a 2-game suspension as he has violated the NFL's performance-enhancing substance policy.
He was looking a little too good.
I think he was a little too fast. Yeah, don't you think? It's probably something was going on there, but he's second on the Lions in receiving and touchdowns.
Yeah, it's totally worth it. Again, this goes back to the point of Dawson. Like, this is a 2-gamer, you said?
2 games.
For 2 games?
Better Amon Ross St. Brown now.
Keep
worth
cheating.
It.
Yep, keep cheating.
Especially coming off an injury. You kidding me? We got to get this thing healed. We got to get strong around it.
Well, you talk injuries. Last night was rough for the Bucs.
My goodness.
Chris Godwin probably
it's rough for TV right now.
Yeah, done for the season.
It's rough for wide receivers. All you fantasy football players.
Dude, it's been brutal.
The image of his one foot going the right way and then the other one going completely opposite.
Yes, but
I've seen a guy laying on the field in front of me.
He kind of got lucky that it's just a relocation, a dislocation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know.
But he still has to have surgery.
Disgusting.
And it's the second time his knee's been completely just effed, and he's got to go back.
I feel for him.
I do too, because he's come back and been so good for them. And then Mike Evans ends up injuring his hamstring, and this was like mid-air. He's grabbing the hamstring like it walked up on him. I don't know what went down, but both pass catchers there getting hurt. Now, Lamar was stellar last night, as was Derrick Henry. They've had a historic start to the season, or have the Ravens here offensively. First team in NFL history to average at least 250 passing yards per game and 200 rushing yards per game in any 7-game span. That's unbelievable. Lamar Jackson's on pace to be the first player in history with 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards in a season. That's unbelievable. Derrick Henry's on pace to break his own NFL record and Eric Dickerson's NFL record for most rushing yards in a season with 2,120. They're combined, Lamar and Derrick Henry, to run for over 3,200 rushing yards this year. And Derrick Henry is the only player since the merger to lead or co-lead the NFL in attempts, rushing yards, yards per carry, and rushing touchdowns through Week 7. Last player to do that, the great Jim Brown. Things are going right there in Baltimore right now. After that 0-2 start, they got the get-right game against the Cowboys, and they have not looked back.
Yeah, man. This, they've got answers now to a lot of different things. You used to be able to just blitz them like crazy, and now you can't, because what Lamar's doing versus the blitz is pretty special. You do wonder, how is it going to, what physical condition is Lamar Jackson going to be in when it matters?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's pretty much the main thing.
Yeah, and make it
this version of him.
Yes.
Like, come on, you play the Super Bowl today, or you play AFC Championship versus the Chiefs, and you feel like, okay,
They got a shot.
He might be able to do it, but gosh, the season is long, and he becomes just a bit of a different version of himself.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like maybe the Ravens were team building in his rookie window. Like, he's so good, we just need to make a defense and give him a tight end, give him a couple outlets. And once they shifted to, hey, he's amazing, what if we give him great weapons?
Yes.
And
now
a great
it's stupid.
scheme. Like, let's open this thing up a little bit.
Yeah,
let's
absolutely.
not Greg Roman just like pound the
Todd
rock.
Monken,
And
that's who they brought in.
Todd Monken.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. He really has. Last thing here, Amari Cooper, fresh off of his first game with the Bills, took to the podium. He's played a lot of places. How's that Bills Mafia compare?
It's very impressive. I mean, you know, the fans, it has a good feel to the game. Like I said, it just felt different, the fans, for some reason. I kind of got the warning throughout the week that the fans are very passionate. I have been a part of a lot of very passionate fan bases. You know, I played for the Raiders, the Cowboys, the Browns, Alabama. But this one, it seems a little bit more heightened. So I guess that's a good thing. Yeah.
Bills Mafia.
Yeah, I'm sure it was driving into the stadium grounds
Seeing
hours
people
before
on fire.
kickoff and seeing human beings on fire with smiles on their faces, leaping off of Winnebagos, crashing down into tables, men, women, and children alike. Yeah, I believe that's probably what it was that really opened up his eyes. And then who knows what type of intimate objects were thrown at any point throughout the course of the game. As we know, the Buffalo Bills have a tendency to do that as a fan base.
Yeah.
So across the board, it makes sense.
It does.
It's a different group of folks. I love. Have you guys seen the new? They're kind of evolving this thing. So week 1 in Brazil, Packers Eagles, we saw the Philadelphia cream cheese helmet or head, like the Packers cheese heads,
making fun of them.
You saw so that was like, oh, I've never seen that before. Like, kind of tip of the cap to you, Philadelphia. I like what you did there.
Nice play.
And now I'm seeing Bills fans in the stadium with a buffalo wing, a drumstick, buffalo drumstick head, like a cheese head for the Packers. It's fantastic.
We just need to make a brisket head.
There we go. I was going to say, what do we do? I think brisket's the right answer.
What's the right answer? 877-881-1053. What should Cowboys fans be wearing on their head other than like the brown paper sacks? Because that's going to be the obvious.
Fletcher's $20.
But if you're going for some level of food, Packers cheese head, Philadelphia cream cheese head, buffalo wing head, what's the Cowboys
Like a
head?
rib?
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's a good nominee.
Yeah.
Maybe some chili? No. A chili bowl head?
Chili bowl?
No,
Yeah.
that doesn't capture Texas.
The good news for you,
horse
Dalton,
head? Yeah.
we're in the no bad ideas phase right now.
Yes,
so we're just throwing crap against the wall.
Cowboy hat's too simple.
Too simple. We got to be a food, a taco?
Brisket, a taco. We're the home of the nachos.
A pizza burger? I mean, can I get an amen over there, Broadus?
Well, that's a lot of food.
It is. It's delicious.
Maybe
as
a
well.
lemon burrito.
Speaking of great places,
Those Cowboy
to eat,
hats sort of shaped like a taco, so you can have like the taco makings in the middle of it. Fake taco makings.
I'm totally in. Jerry?
I like that.
Full
It's
of
just going to go
queso.
viral. Like the brim of the cowboy hat is like queso. Yes, dude. That I think we're onto something.
Winning. Okay, I'm ready. You could actually put real snacks up there. You could put real queso up there.
Exactly. Yes.
Start eating out of the hat.
Yes.
I like this idea.
Sad Cowboys fan dipping his taco into his own queso up above his head.
It'd be amazing visual.
He's like crying tears.
2 chances to pick up your G-Bag flag this week. Thursday at Richardson Bar and Grill on Campbell Road. Then Friday, Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie on 20. Both G-Bag and KMC there on Friday. Chief, a new segment, Sounds of the Sports Day, is going to be debuted.
Yes, Bill Belichick at the height of pleasure and manning discomfort next year in the nation.
How about men's?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com, and let's get this Sounds of the Sports Day underway.
Yes, I got some good clips for you here. Also taking your thoughts at 877-881-1053 as we try and do for the Cowboy fan what the Packers fans have done with the Cheeseheads, the Eagles have leveled up with the Philadelphia Cream Cheeseheads, and then, of course, you have in Buffalo with the Bills Mafia, they have a Buffalo wing head that their fans are wearing. So what do you got?
Just saw a Ravens fan with a championship ring hat. Maybe from their title 12 years ago or whatever.
All right.
I was thinking we could do one with 5 championship rings hats. So at least we can let people know we're flexing here.
There you go.
Might be down right now, but don't forget about them.
Yeah. Maybe like a cowboy hat with all of the rings on it or something.
Might be high priced. You know, we're going to have to get a budget version.
Kind of like the idea of a Texas-shaped Texas toast garlic bread head.
Ooh. Now we're back into the food, and I love that. I just picked up some Texas toast last night at the grocery store.
Did you?
Yeah.
I felt like you came in here with a little extra energy and excitement, a little pep.
The 5-cheese one? Oh, my goodness.
Why would I want anything less?
I feel like with a plate of lasagna or something, I can go through 4 or 5 slices of that, no problem.
Yeah, once you go 5 cheese, you never go back.
Never.
Mm-hmm. You see, like, when you see the minimal cheese ones, you're like, no, there's no
just
chance.
Butter?
Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks. Maybe a Bluebell gallon head.
Yeah. Yes.
Texas Twinkie had been texted in quite a bit. I like that.
But, like, what's the item that everybody's going to think of Texas as? You know?
Right.
Maybe like an old revolver from the West. You know, what's I don't know. That could be probably getting into the game with it. You know, is that the real thing or not? It might be a little short-sighted of me to suggest that. But there's got to be an item out there, Chief. I applaud you for looking for it.
Yeah, thank you. 817 margarita. Being that it was invented here, the ballpark nacho was also invented here. So there's a lot of different ways you could take this.
I wouldn't mind owning the nachos and letting the world know. They're going to be like, why do they have nachos on their head? Then they'll find out.
Yeah, that's true. It could be a bit educational.
Damn it,
people can open their eyes.
Tomahawk ribeye.
Tomahawk.
Yes,
wow. Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. All good ideas. Chicken fried steak helmet, $469. It's a good idea. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it. G-Bag Nation presents Sounds of the Sports Day, and we will start with the Manning cast. Listen to Bill Belichick at the height of pleasure talking about the greatness
of Ed Reed.
Ed, love all the great work you're doing in the community, man.
Ooh. I'm sorry. Not quite what you were thinking it was.
Yeah, it was just Bill B.
Bill B. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Oh, Billy, yeah.
Oh, my God, everything. Where do you start? Run force, tackling, man-to-man coverage, blitzing, disguise. He was great in the deep part of the field. Great speed, range. Then when he got his hands on the ball, he could score from anywhere. 105, 108, 100, whatever it was, yard returns on the interceptions. And then his punt blocking. When we played against him, we had a different punt protection whenever he was in the game to make sure we doubled the guy. We found somebody else not to block. We put two guys on Ed Reed. Now, luckily, he wasn't in there on every punt rush. And there were times where we played against him where he didn't rush a punt the entire season. But if he came into our game, we were double him. He had his own punt protection. Only player I've ever done that against in my entire career. So it was everything with Ed Reed. I told Tom, never release the ball without knowing where he is on the field. Not that I had to tell him that. He knew that. But you have to know where Ed Reed is when you release the ball. Because he would start 2 yards from the line of scrimmage, ended up being 35 yards deep, or he'd be 20 yards deep and blitz and get there and still be there. I have so much respect for him as a player. He was so hard to play against. And it was so unpredictable. You think you know what he's going to do, but he was good. He was really good.
I mean, he could have gone. He could have gone.
Oh my God! Everything.
He could have, yeah, I mean, just the first noise that he makes there, you can just tell Ed Reed does something to the football eyes of Bill Belichick that no player ever has, perhaps even including Tom himself.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could get any bigger compliment for a football player than what we just heard Belichick give Ed Reed. I wonder what that is. That's sports IQ combined with speed. But there's an intangible in there that you just, I don't know if you can scout it.
I'll tell you what, he was a very, very difficult player to scout at Miami. He played almost 23 yards deep every single play. He never was around. It really was difficult to get an idea. I mean, him and Troy Polamalu and those guys were such great around the line of scrimmage players, and his ability to walk up and kind of be disruptive. But at Miami, you would have never, ever believed that he was ever going to be a player like that. It was when he came to the Ravens, and I don't know who all his coordinators were.
It was Marvin Lewis.
Lewis, Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys. They had it. It's much like what Dan Quinn did with Micah Parsons. He put something out there. He took something that nobody really knew about and made him what he is. Ed Reed was a great player, but you would have never ever thought that the way he played by watching him on college tape.
Well, we do have some sound of Ed Reed, who was also on the Manning cast last night. Ravens playing, of course, and this is towards the end. You can hear Eli Manning trying to get him out, but then Ed Reed notices a player wearing a Guardian cap. And then you have this awkward where Peyton Manning's trying to defend the safety of him and Ed Reed, and then Peyton Manning does the amazing changing of the subject here at the end. But it's just a beautiful disaster.
Ed, love all the great work you're doing in the community, man.
Peyton, they got your helmet on? That's the new thing, right?
That's the Guardian cap. That's the Guardian cap. Most guys wear it in practice, but you can wear it in the game if you want to for safety. Oh, he got him. Oh, he bobbled it. He bobbled it.
Now, how much safety is that, though?
It's an extra layer. It's an extra layer of protection. Like I said, all the players are wearing them during training camp at practice, and then players are allowed to wear them if they want at the game. So it's another layer of protection. So makes sense.
You really think that protection is going to do something past that carbon fiber that's on the helmet? Usually when a boxer knocks somebody out, he punched the crap out of him in the jaw. He don't hit him in the top of his head.
Listen to Dr. Reed explain.
So
touchdown
when
there.
a person gets knocked out, their neck is going to snap quick. It's going to send a shock in their nerve, and it's going to make them go numb.
Roger Goodell's calling right now.
It's
Get
not
this guy off.
going to be just from the frontal lobe. It's going to be because of the head movement of the lack of muscle strength in the neck.
Ooh, Tua.
Or the weakness thereof that happens over time in the game is called fatigue.
Ooh.
And your Ravens are giving up some easy touchdowns here. I need a little pep talk from you, buddy.
It was watching the
I think
faces,
he makes great points.
Watching the faces of Peyton and Eli there as they're just dumbfounded. They're like, no, please, please stop talking as you go into the science and the nerve and the spinal cord and all of those things. We don't need it. And then Peyton trying to change the subject. Just a wonderful, wonderful clip there from the Manning cast, which I find myself watching more and more of.
I enjoy it, the way I'm getting it through the social media feeds and whatnot. We are getting some really good suggestions here. How about a Longhorn helmet? As a stadium bit.
Yeah.
Now, something has come to my mind that when we're going to AT&T Stadium, it's maybe less about being a crazy fan in the community and more about dressing up for a night on the town. So I don't know if people are going to want to, disrupt their game day costume.
I know this about because Eric and I are out there. Did you ever get to do the outdoor pregame shows?
Yes.
Did you see? Were you out there in the West Plaza?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
I don't think there's any dressing.
No, I don't
up.
think there was a West Plaza then.
Yeah, I don't think there was any dressing up in our area. Eric, do you feel like people are dressing up, going like? I kind of feel like it's kind of like the fan. You know, a lot of jerseys,
a lot of hardcore guys. Okay.
A lot of hardcore guys.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying because if we were in with like Raiders fans or something, you're seeing all face paint. Like we don't see enough face paint. Body
we
paint.
see jerseys, but the dressing up part of it is the ladies will wear the shorts with the boots.
Yeah, the boots.
That's kind of their.
I prefer skirt with boots, but
like
short
an
boot,
SEC
no.
game day.
Yeah, they go with the boots, but dudes dressing up. I guess there's an area you could probably go into and see a lot of people dressed up. I know walking out where we're out.
Well, let's do it.
I'm kind of like, I don't know about that.
How about a cowboy boot hat? A big old boot top of your head.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of these you have to be aware, like who's behind you. Am I obstructing views?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. You don't want it to be too vertical in nature. We got some more clips, but we can hit them a little bit later, boys. There it is.
Right on. There he is. A Sounds of the Sports Day here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 4. Maybe that's a opportunity to get some more of these cuts in there. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys, but also there's a big question I want to ask them about Jerry Jones. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Thanks to you Tolos out there for making us part of your day. A hodgepodge is coming up at 4 o'clock. Big day on Friday. 2 chances to pick up a G-Bag Nation flag. Thursday, Richardson Bar and Grill. Then Friday, Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. Not only will we be out there, but so will Mike, Kevin, and Corey, KMC Masterpiece. Here's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this, as they always are. Very nice of you.
Salute.
I have a question for you, and this kind of came from the Jerry Jones talk this morning with Sean and RJ and that crew, but also what Lucius played too from Joe Buck and what he was talking about with Derrick Henry. And it's kind of a two-parter. And first off, I would say, did NFL teams, because of philosophy of running backs or the way that running backs are treated, did they miss on Derrick Henry and some of these other backs that we've seen that have had success with other teams? Is it a philosophy? Would you put it this way? Would you feel better if Jerry Jones came out and said, we misevaluated Derrick Henry because of philosophy, that we didn't feel like he could still play? Now, they would be wrong, but do you feel like they were the only team that was wrong about Derrick Henry?
No, I think a lot of teams were wrong. But
and was it because of philosophy?
Yes.
Now that hey, we're not going to pay a guy $8 million a year because our philosophy tells us we shouldn't as a salary cap team.
On history with his age.
Yeah.
Most running backs aren't very successful at that age.
So I think Jerry would be right in saying most teams would not be able to do for Derrick Henry what the Ravens have. You have a quarterback like that, weapons like that, a line like that, 6 yards an attempt. For us, it might be in the low 4s. We can't create that kind of an opportunity for him. And at his age, the odds of him having another big year are so low. It's just a low probability. So I definitely think philosophy is the right word.
Yeah.
And it's hard to strike that right balance to get it absolutely perfect. But I think for the Cowboys, it was also to do with the reality of their salary cap situation and how much they owe to guys in the next 2 years. Really, they didn't have the extra money to throw at a running back. I think the Ravens would probably, if you gave them honesty and say how many other running backs could get over 5 an attempt in this offense, and I think the list is pretty impressive. You're not getting much more production per dollar spent at running back. You can get a lot of production for $1 million, or you can spend $12, $15, $18 million and hope for what, a half yard more per attempt? Maybe, if the guy stays healthy. And at this age, Derrick Henry's age, man, I mean, the likelihood of an injury is skyrocketing. The likelihood that he falls off the cliff in any offseason is so big. You could give me Derrick Henry in the exact same situation, and I don't know if I'd want the Cowboys to do it unless they are ready to win a championship. The draft is over. There is nobody else available at running back. That's ultimately when the team signed Derrick Henry.
I just think, and Chief, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Please.
No, I think to me when I look at Derrick Henry and I think about Joe Mixon and I think about Aaron Jones, I'm seeing all these running backs that are having they're like revival of their careers going to these other places.
Yeah.
And I wonder as a whole, did the NFL as a whole, as a scouting community, misevaluate the running backs in the Jerry's telling us he can't afford them. I would feel better if Jerry told me that we missed him. We didn't evaluate any of these running backs right. All of them.
We thought Zeke was good.
Or if you'd have at least picked up the phone.
And he's included in the misevaluation.
Sure.
He's included.
Well, from that standpoint, yes, there was. I do think there's a real truth serum Jerry. Maybe today it's different, but in the offseason, Zeke and Derrick Henry were the same player in his mind.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And that is a huge miscalculation.
I don't know if the Cowboys are alone in this. I don't know if the Cowboys are alone in this.
No, there's a lot. That's why they're not getting taken in the first round.
I just want Jerry to tell me, don't tell me about the money. Tell me about that as a pro department.
Yes.
We didn't think Derrick Henry or Joe Mixon or Aaron Jones or any of these, or Zeke. They thought obviously that Ezekiel could play because they knew him.
I want to know the light bulb came on and they decided to stop overspending at running back. Or they've acknowledged we're not good at this. We need to take a step back.
See, that's where I'm kind of looking at this and I'm going, damn, don't tell me about the money. Just tell me your evaluation didn't feel like you were talking about, Dawson, that the age, the wear and tear, all these things. I mean, we could kick Jerry in the junk all we want.
Sure.
We could also, I think the other teams too, the teams that look smart right now are the ones that maybe took a chance on these guys because those look like teams that they have running games and it's helping their quarterback.
Well, they're true contenders and they need a running back. Remember, this is a soft rebuild. Maybe they're not saying it loud, but we don't want to be throwing resources right now, significant resources, if we're not going for the championship. I'll give you this though, Brian. The question back, or maybe the thought back, I think the pendulum has swung too far. And some teams are saying, oh, no, we don't want to spend anything at running back. We're not investing at all. And I think that's a mistake as well.
I think teams got caught in that with Derrick Henry and others. Yeah. That's where I'm going here. I don't think the Cowboys are alone. I think there's a lot of guys and gals sitting in their scouting departments going, every time Derrick Henry runs with the ball and you think about, damn, what about that meeting we had in the spring talking about him? That was a big miss. Not only by the Cowboys, that's a big bad miss by a lot of teams in that regard.
The thing is, I wonder what those conversations were even like because they didn't even pick up the phone and call and just see.
Because they probably thought Derrick Henry was washed, maybe everybody else in the league.
Then I would love to know that. If you
that's what
thought
I'm
he was
saying.
washed, then cool. Then yes, I get why you didn't call.
Don't tell me about the money anymore.
Right.
Tell me. We didn't think that Derrick Henry could play.
Because they said Zach Moss was too expensive.
Well, to Jerry's credit, he did say, we don't think that Derrick Henry would be doing the same things with us as he's doing with Baltimore. I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
But Sean and RJ had to get run through the ringer by him for asking those questions.
Yeah, for a while he wanted to say that this was a media-driven
You are the general manager. All you have to do is say, our evaluation of Derrick Henry is one we missed on.
I'd like that.
You know what? Damn, we missed. We missed on that one. He you know what? He might not have been able to help us because our scheme isn't any good right now. We got an offensive line that can't block. We got two young guys. We got a declining right guard. We got a right tackle that I paid that's not getting it done for me right now. I got no point of attack blocking tight ends. That to me, as a fan, I would feel better if he said that.
Yeah.
I would think, okay, hey, yeah, we effed this thing up. They did. They effed it up.
And there's plenty of sports leaders that do acknowledge that.
Yeah.
I think he's too insecure.
See, you're
the ego's too strong.
Even though because no one has more security than him, which is.
But he wants to be known as something that he's not putting in the work for. The work gives you the confidence. He's insecure because he's not doing the work of a GM, but he's posing as a GM.
That's the biggest frustration.
Yeah,
I don't know how much due diligence is going on when it comes to looking at all these running backs you're talking about, Brian.
Oh,
I think it's what's the price tag? We can't afford them.
No, I think now I will say this. I think that Alex Loomis and Will and those guys, I think they look at these guys.
It's never a knock on them. It's the guys making the decisions.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's Jerry.
I lived this where you bring it to him.
Right.
I lived this before.
And then what's he going to do? Say, Adam, how much would that cost us? And then Adam says we can't afford them. And then is that conversation over after that?
Well, if it's a deal where your pro department says, and this is where I think, if Alex Loomis and Will McClay and those guys say, damn, he's got something left, Adam Pacifica can find ways to make this work.
Right.
For sure. The cap guy, right?
The cap guy, yeah. Adam Pacifica will find a way to say, okay, we're going to have to cut this or do this or that. But to me, I want to think that the initial evaluation of this guy wasn't one to sign. That's where I think this was. That's where I think the problem with the Cowboys were.
Not
that their initial evaluation of this guy was not. They say he can no longer play, which now looks terribly wrong. But you could also say that in Houston signed. Just pick another NFL city that is evaluating these players.
Yeah.
To me,
there's a lot of cities that have adapted this.
That's what I'm saying. When you misevaluate your own team, you're effed. And when you misevaluate others, and I think that Alex Loomis and Will, I think they do a good job on their pro stuff.
Yeah, I do think, though, it's fair to just say that not many teams were in the position of Baltimore to say, like, we could convince ourselves that we are kind of a running back away, and we would be willing to use this amount of dollars for this guy at this position at that age with that amount of mileage. There's not many teams that are looking around thinking that makes sense for them.
Yeah.
And to me, that makes sense.
Would this been one of those things that when we talked about this in April, before, after the draft or May when they signed, would this been one of those things, Dawson? I kind of have a feeling I know what you would have said because you say, man, guy gets banged up, da-da-da-da-da. You wouldn't have been on board with this, would you?
If I knew I was getting this Derrick Henry for $8 million?
No. You're just getting Derrick Henry.
I'm just getting Derrick Henry. No, I wouldn't want him. No. Coming off last year, it looked like his career was slowing down.
Chief?
Yeah, no, I would not.
See, just say that, Jerry. Just say that you guys didn't feel like that Derrick Henry couldn't play anymore.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I've been there. I've been there where I've like, damn, I was trying to convince Parcells to sign Charles Woodson. Yeah. Bill was telling me everything that this guy couldn't play. So it's kind of like watching Derrick Henry. Like Bill was like, Brian, no, he was going on and on and on, and it convinced Jerry and Steven that we can't do it. Can't do it. Now he was like defensive MVP.
Yeah, Super Bowl champion, Packer.
I think, to me, this is where the Cowboys, just say you missed the evaluation.
Yeah.
Don't say you couldn't sign him. Just say you missed the evaluation.
Or start calling people idiots.
It also just goes back to just being absent in free agency in general. All the running backs you talked about, and you can say, let's draft a running back. You can't draft every single position that you need. The draft isn't the answer for everything. Maybe if you had assigned one of these running backs, it would have made up for drafting Maris Leofau, which you needed a linebacker. It's cool that you drafted him. Hopefully he's good.
Yeah.
But
you just signed the wrong
one. You weren't
one.
able to draft a runner. Yeah, they signed the guy that they're emotionally invested with.
Right.
The rest
If
of the
they would have got Joe Mixon, or they would have traded from the guy from the Raiders, or got him, if that would have done, then they would have been better off. I still think they're better off. I mean, just hand the ball to Rico Dowdle.
I'm with you on that 100%.
Yeah, Thank you, guys. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Brian. There he is, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. That was a hell of a running back conversation. It was brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning here with the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. We move on now to his sports hodgepodge. Chief, what's cooking?
It's a back-to-basketball Tuesday here in the nation, and we ponder when Halloween decor goes too far.
Okay, let's chat window, Nate.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
That's right. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're into the 4. You know, Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up. It's right around the corner now. And Mark Schlereth is coming up at 4:40. We'll talk with the Odyssey NFL Insider about Week 8 of the NFL season and everything going on. 2 chances to pick up your G-Bag flag this week. Thursday, Richardson Bar and Grill on Campbell. That's your next one. Then Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie on Friday. Here's the Chief with his sports hodgepodge.
It's a back-to-basketball Tuesday here. I like this as a giveaway tonight in Los Angeles with the Lakers. They're giving Jerry West jerseys to the fans, so we're seeing the Jerry West jerseys in every single seat in the building tonight.
It's quite a giveaway.
That'd be like super cool.
That's an awesome giveaway.
But the gold ones, right?
Yeah, the gold ones.
Yeah.
The gold ones. Remember what number he was?
44.
44. Basketball guy of the day, Brian Broaddus. Unless I throw another fastball your way.
LeBron.
And we'll see. LeBron and the Lakers 0-6 on opening night in the King James era. So they're looking to get off the schneid that way. How about also for the first time in 11 years, LeBron James is no longer the highest annual earner in the NBA, having been surpassed by...
Shoot, Kevin Durant?
No, maybe that guy at Minnesota.
Financial success. Steph Curry. He's the 1 seed. That's right. His salary almost $56 million to LeBron's almost $49, and then the endorsements $100 million for Steph Curry, $85 million for LeBron James.
Wow.
So
I was thinking that silly ass Rudy Gobert.
He's
crazy
got a
contract like that. You know?
His contract is probably somewhere in that vicinity.
That's why I thought maybe that somehow he'd taken over, like in the, it like jumped even more.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like Shams is reporting that the Lakers plan to have the LeBron and Bronny moment tonight, making history, first father-son duo to be on the court at the same time. And apparently, according to Windhorse, it'll be that like start of that second quarter. That's the plan. So looking forward to seeing
So we stand up at the rally,
all the
Jerry West rally jerseys and wave them.
Let's go. Yeah, it's no doubt going to be emotional for all involved, and I'm just hoping I don't shed a tear tonight.
Have we already lifted our banner for the mid-season tournament win?
They did.
Yeah,
we've already done that.
Yeah.
Okay,
they're going for it again this year.
I don't blame them.
Repeat.
The internet is suggesting that there is a separate team group chat that doesn't involve LeBron or Bronny in it. I kind of think like, yeah, you know what? That feels like a guarantee. There is a separate group chat with Laker players, but there is no LeBron or Bronny.
Which player's going to F up and put one of them in it by accident?
Yeah, it's a dangerous game.
I've seen that happen before.
Very dangerous game.
Yeah.
You also, I do wonder with the JJ Redick stuff, and I'm still getting used to the fact that he actually is their coach.
It is weird.
And we were talking about like what is Bronny calling LeBron, and LeBron suggested like GOAT or whatever. It's pretty funny, but I don't think LeBron is calling JJ Redick coach. He's just calling him JJ. They'll be on a first name basis all the time.
Is LeBron older?
LeBron is, I believe he is older than JJ Redick.
You would be surprised the number of players that call their coaches by their first name.
Okay. All right.
Doc,
maybe I would be
I think they all called him Doc.
Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of maybe the younger dudes kind of say, well, coach, hey coach, if they don't know their name or don't remember their name. Because we learned that Nick Saban for 3 years didn't talk to Amari Cooper.
That's true.
I mean, Amari just kind of went by. Just probably went to school, no problems.
Never had a conversation with him the entire time he's been here.
Yeah. JJ 6 months older than Lebron, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So it is his senior, but yeah, I guess that's a no-brainer then. If players are doing this in general, then LeBron is definitely not calling him coach.
There's a lot of that coach gets called by the first name bit.
Okay. All right. Now we also have people texting in about the Mavericks banner
Yeah, it was raised. Yeah, we had one already.
Yeah,
went
there's a
up.
video of them putting it up
they
there.
put
So
it up.
first home game there, you'll be able to see the Western Conference champions.
That's a worthy banner.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I
yeah,
saw Boston Celtics fans like crapping on it, and I'm like, okay, I
No,
guess
no,
they're
we
just
won
showing
the
my
Western
job.
Conference. We deserve to have a banner.
That conference championship banner you put up.
You get a ring for that.
Yes.
You get a ring for winning your conference.
Now the Brad Davis
I didn't know
banner
that.
on
Yeah,
the
you
other
do.
hand. Yeah. Back to you, Brian.
Is there a Brad Davis?
There is a Brad Davis
There is
banner.
one. There is one. Yeah, number 15.
I wouldn't say all banners up there are well placed, but this conference
So you
final.
didn't like the Bill Goldsworthy one from the Stars?
I just it's sacred ground up there in the rafters. That's all I would say.
Well, we know that there will be a rafter banner situation going down in Boston as they get opened up here.
How many is this for them?
Wasn't it
20?
18?
Is it 18? I think it was 18.
I think this was number 18.
Yeah, I think this was 18.
Joe Mazzulla, their head coach, here he is responding to a question about some type of pressure to maximize the current championship Boston window.
What kind of pressure do you feel to kind of maximize this opportunity that you have with this group?
Zero, no pressure. We're all going to be dead soon, and it really doesn't matter anymore, so there's zero pressure. You're either going to win or you're not. And when you win, you try to forget about it a week later, and when you lose, you try to forget about it a week later. And so it's not pressure, it's an opportunity.
It's a healthy mindset, I guess. Good luck actually pulling that off. Right? If you can walk that walk, salute to you, sir. That is an elevated consciousness.
We're all going to be dead soon. It really doesn't matter anymore.
Words to live by, really.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Make the most of it.
Yes. His perspective is pretty amazing, and the mental toughness factor of it all. I love me some Joe Mazzulla, man.
Let's just kind of walk through for a minute or two the challenges of doing a coaching show with him, asking questions.
You're right.
Yeah.
Could you just go completely wild off topic and just talk about
Might be the only thing to do, right?
and just try and just like he'll answer anything you ask him, kind of a thing?
I think maybe you want to drill down to specifics on, what guys are good at and what they need work on, or, what kind of game plan you're looking at. If you ask any broad philosophical questions, apparently none of that matters.
None of it matters. We're all going to die.
Wow. I kind of feel like that if you take him off like...
Is that called a nihilist? Nihilistic?
A nihilistic
Nothing
approach.
matters. We're all going to die.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
How about that?
I'll Google it.
I don't know.
I think it'd be a challenge to ask him questions.
Yeah, I think so too. He doesn't seem like the easiest guy to deal with.
No.
I mean, in a good way. I mean
it in a bad way.
Well,
he kind of seems like he thinks he's the smartest person in the room at all times.
He is with me in the room. Yeah.
I respect the fact.
Much. I mean, come on.
I'm just giving Joe Mazzulla some credit. He
deserves credit. He did win a championship.
He and I both win championships before. We're champions.
You got them rings. You're champions.
We're both champions.
That's why he should respect you if you're in the room together.
There's no pressure.
Just go ahead and flaunt that Super Bowl ring at him.
Yeah, we're going to die.
Joe Mazzulla definitely not a nihilist.
We're going to die.
Now that I've looked it up.
What is a nihilist?
Oh, man. I just clicked away from that page.
Oh,
it's the belief that all values are baseless and that nothing can be known. It's often associated with extreme pessimism and a radical skepticism that condemns existence.
Damn.
So it's not what Joe's looking at. He's just accepting reality.
I'm proud you came
trying
up
to be
with
his
that
best. He's more stoic.
Proud you came up with that word, bro. That's pretty.
He is very stoic.
Yeah.
I really love that he's never cranking up the excuse machine for anything.
That's true.
All that stuff. It doesn't matter. It's like just take everything in stride there. I'm a big fan of his. There's also the disaster. I mean, to be a Sixers fan would just suck so bad as Joel Embiid and Paul George are going to be out for the opener tomorrow versus the Bucks. Embiid is progressing well and ramping up, and he will be scrimmaging this week. But he will not play this week. Paul George will be reevaluated later in the week. So just par for the course there for both of those individuals and for that team.
If there's a curse for tanking, they definitely got it. And I think that's probably the most miserable that a fan could be right now is Philadelphia, where you've tried so many different combinations. It's all failing. Your star player is always hurt. All I know is free Tyrese Maxey. You know what I'm saying? Garland zone. Get him out of there.
Absolutely. I wonder what the over-under is on games played. 15?
For Embiid?
For Embiid and Paul George together.
Oh, at the same time?
That's a
I mean,
great
this could be
We
like,
ain't playing the back-to-backs, he said.
Yeah, so
ever again.
And that's 15 games. That's what Ruben was telling me. So he's got at least 15 games. Embiid's not going to play.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then you add in the health of both of them, because this could very much be like Paul George and Kawhi.
20.
They just never ended up playing together. That could happen with the Sixers.
Tough place to be.
It really is, man. Okay, speaking of tough place to be, I found myself in my own neighborhood feeling like I was in a tough place because I was scared out of my britches with some of the really one specific Halloween decor.
I'm looking at it right now.
DM'd it to all of you guys.
Yeah, I'm looking.
How quickly did you see what it was that freaked me out?
It took me a second.
Did it? Okay.
To notice it.
I mean, we're at the point now where we're in the midst of the Halloween season, and I'm really blown away with the amount of Halloween lovers in my neighborhood. Like, I feel like in growing up, I don't remember there being a ton of Halloween like decor necessarily. It was kind of some basic stuff. Maybe you had the one house that really went all out. But my neighborhood, I got a lot of people going all out. But most of it's like pretty innocuous, whatever. But then
the girl in the garage.
Yes, dude.
It looks like the girl from The Ring.
The Ring, yes. It's like The Ring exorcist chick on the garage door. They have like this black sheet that hangs down in front of their garage door.
Yeah.
And on it, Lucius, do you see this, dude?
Yeah, I think it's dope, man.
I love it too.
Yeah.
But I love haunted houses and all that stuff. Like I'm into it.
I love this season right here, bro.
Yeah.
Looks like the garage is empty.
I'm with you, Lucius.
And the ring girl standing in the middle of the garage.
With like hair covering her entire face. This is clearly a girl that is dead, but she's coming back to life, and she is haunting you at every turn.
This is your neighbor, right?
Yes. This is across the street. I'm like, dude, looking at that, and now I'm used to whatever, but the first time, come
It'll
on.
get ya.
Yes. When it's still dark outside in the morning and you're going, because now it's so dark, like even into the 7 o'clock hour now, it's dark all morning. You open it and you're like, what am I looking at here? And then on top of it, do you see that spider there?
Yeah.
In the bottom corner? That spider, if you walk by it
moves.
It jumps out.
No way.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, a little motion detection.
But again,
the first time, it'll freak you out.
Did you run?
I jumped, and my kids all started simultaneously crying.
Oh, no.
Because it's like family walk, boom, oh, look, there's a spider, boom, and it leaps out at you like a good...
I hope they have a Ring camera for their own enjoyment, you know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
We got 6 neighbors today, huh? Look at this guy.
Great
He dropped his apples.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I haven't seen something that scary as it pertains to that chick on the garage there, clearly dead. And then that spider deal. I don't know where we draw the line on these things. I guess there is no line. I guess just keep pushing the envelope as it pertains to some of this stuff. I did see that the best city for Halloween is
Salem.
It's New York.
Okay.
And then it's Jersey, then it's Miami, then it's Vegas and Chicago.
Like Salem, Massachusetts, like the capital of Halloween.
I think it was the
There's a whole lot of murders went on up there, right?
The witch hunt. Yeah.
Poor ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Walchuk. And
Hocus Pocus.
I don't know how
what
much
city's bar has the best Halloween stuff. That's what I want to know.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Which city's bar?
Bars.
So Denton's doing it big. Denton's trying this year.
Because I think that people that give really nice effort for their Halloween.
That's the Gayborhood.
Oh, is it?
Cedar Springs right over here.
Oh, do they?
Amazing Hollywood. I mean, Halloween parties.
Yeah.
Well, you feel like you're in Hollywood. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Number 17.
Where they get all this money? Right around full robot outfits and everything. Transformer outfits, 12 foot high.
Well, I saw from Wallet Hub $11.6 billion projected Halloween spending in 2024.
I'll tell you what, if you're a failed restaurant, you become one of those Halloween stores. Like they take everything out and make it a Halloween
Capitalize,
store.
man.
Yeah.
Only open a couple of months, pay all the bills.
Yeah.
What percentage
It's like
of
a fireworks stand?
What age do you think is the old enough to go trick or treating by yourself age? At what point do you just like, I don't have to go with you? You
12.
can handle this.
12 for a girl, 10 for a boy.
Okay.
I was 13.
13.
I went.
It's a weird world now. I don't know.
12 and 12 is what I did.
Yeah, and 100% of parents dip into their kids' Halloween stuff, right?
100%.
Oh, absolutely.
Wallet Hub says more than half, but I'm thinking it's got to be 100%. Maybe 95%.
You always got to check the candy.
Yeah, I'm checking for that bad guy to put the weed gummies in there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to beat my son to him. Mine.
Yeah, I do.
Claimed.
I am already awaiting those stories from the day after Halloween
It's
to see
funny.
who went nuts with it.
Man, I cannot wait. It's a great season. My 3-year-old already knows which candy she likes, and she has decided she's going to be nice by giving me all of the other ones. Like the hard candies, the taffies, the stuff that she doesn't want.
You're
She's
getting the
coming up-
paydays.
She's coming to me like, Daddy, here you go. And she's expecting, oh, thank you. You're so generous. But she's getting over, man.
That's great.
She thinks she's doing a favor and getting rid of the candy that she doesn't want. This one's special.
That's brilliant.
Top 10 at 420 coming up. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Well, it is, of course, the return of the NBA. The top 10 NBA players that could play in the NFL. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 here on The Fan. Brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck in DFW, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's a Wolchuk. Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
All right, 877-881-1053. Give me the NBA players you think could play in the NFL. We'll get to this in just a moment. Do need to shout out happy birthday to Jackson today, who's 14 years old. 469 said they watched the Rangers win their first ever ALCS, and moments later, their son was born. So that is incredible. What an amazing story. Happy birthday, Jackson. We love you here with the G-Bag Nation. I did see this, Brian. This is an answer to one of your questions. Who are the Shanahan stoppers among defensive coordinators? I'll give you 3.
Spags for sure.
Kyle Shanahan 0-5 in his career against Steve Spagnuolo. 0-3 against Brian Flores.
I was wondering if
that was the next one. That was the next one.
1-8 all-time versus Jim Schwartz.
Oh, Cleveland Browns.
They all run similar schemes, and those are the 3 that have had the most success. In fact, 1 win out of the bunch there versus Kyle Shanahan-led offenses. That is stunning.
I remember Jim Schwartz last year. We were watching San Francisco was down personnel, but I was curious because they had mauled Dallas. And then the next week they played Cleveland. And I'm watching Schwartz, and he runs like what they call the robber, too high, and then they drive the safety.
Clog the middle.
They drive the safety, and they didn't let any crossing routes develop.
Which is what they love to do.
Yeah.
The numbers on the press man stuff. It's like it's not just the man-to-man coverage, but then it's the really pressing you, and that's what the Chiefs have done at a huge rate versus him back to the Super Bowl and just the other day, and other teams that have had success being able to really disrupt the receivers at the line of scrimmage, because so much of that Shanahan stuff is the timing and everything.
Absolutely.
So the teams that can really play press man against you or against them are the ones that have had the most success. The numbers on it are pretty interesting.
That makes a lot of sense. And I saw the numbers on Spags in that coverage. It really worked to perfection. And look, that's a team that's also turning over corners, but they seem to just find a way to get it done. Shout out to Daniel and Forney, who is a longtime bleeder. Happy birthday to Elizabeth, who's 1 year old today as well. All right. We also did get an update that Deebo Samuel out of the hospital. He was in the hospital yesterday dealing with pneumonia. He has been released from the hospital today. So still not sure how he's going to develop during the course of the week, if he's going to be able to play on Sunday, but good news for him that he is out of the hospital. Well, let's get to the list. 877-881-1053. Which NBA players do you think could actually play in the National Football League? Went ahead and I knew this was a conversation that had been taking place for a while now, but Anthony Edwards spiced it up a little bit as he had this to say.
Yeah, I think it's easier, yeah. Football players can't go play basketball.
You crazy.
No way. I told my buddies, I said, if I win a ring in the next 3 to 4 years.
You're not going to football.
I'm going to play football.
No, you're not.
If he gets himself a ring, and I'm sure Minnesota Timberwolves fans are looking like, well, it better be with the Vikings if you're going to do this. But we don't want you to leave. But yeah, you go ahead and win a ring. I'd like to see if this actually ends up happening.
I think Anthony Edwards says some things every now and then for effect without thinking it through, and I just think this is an example of it. I want to salute the fact that at least he makes it entertaining. But there's no way you walk. He's going to be making $50-60 million a year in the NBA. There's no way
this for sure. Absolutely, yes, it's not happening. I would love to see it. It would be wonderful. Entertainment through the roof. And it's understandable that a guy with his athleticism, and I wonder what type of football player he was, how much of a football background he has. Maybe he was nasty in high school or something like that. But like when you are as big and athletic as he is, it's fair to think that you could probably do just about anything.
There's a grit factor, though, that you got to have to be a football player.
Right.
And I think that's what we wouldn't know. But there's plenty of guys that are strong enough, fast enough, athletic enough that they could do it, physically.
But the grit factor is part of the reason why for this list, Wolchuk, I've thought about this for a long time. Russell Westbrook as a football player.
And Westbrook's an honorable mention on this list.
Holy smokes,
6'3", 200 pounds, ability to change direction on a dime, accelerate quickly would also make him a valuable asset as a receiver out of the backfield.
He sounds like
as a running back.
He feels like the kind of, see, to me, I'm thinking he is an athletic all-around safety,
Okay.
ready to
I can
take
see the
people's
safety.
faces off over the middle of the field, but also athletic enough and fast enough and quick enough to be a center fielder, basically, at 6'3" or 6'4".
Yeah. Or he just run through a mofo's face over.
Could be an incredible corner.
and over again.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he's a good one.
if Westbrook wanted to play football at 8 years old or whatever, I think there's a handful of positions he could have been great at in the NFL.
Looks like Anthony Edwards did not play high school football, as he had already switch over to basketball.
He says,
he played Little League, and apparently he was dominant in Little League.
that does not surprise me. They just did the reenactment of the Justin Jefferson and Anthony Edwards just did the Kevin Garnett and Randy Moss photo,
which is awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. And Carter has it. He can throw it on the fan cam there, but there's a video and there's a sit down, a whole ESPN like interview conversation with Justin Jefferson and Anthony Edwards, and one of their interactions involves Anthony Edwards telling him like, dude, I could meet Derrick Henry in the hole. He's like, I don't even lift weights. Anthony Edwards basically, I don't even lift weights, dude. He's like, if I did, I would be as big as Derrick Henry is.
That's unreal.
Because he is 6'4", 225. He's like, if I actually lifted weights, I would be 250 pounds as well, just like Derrick Henry.
Wow.
I just want to be born again with that kind of athleticism naturally. Just let me live a couple of days like that.
Yes, exactly. Let me just give me like maybe one calendar year. Of just what does this feel like, dude?
214 says would love Steven Adams on the Cowboys O-line. Okay, he's an honorable mention on this list as well. He comes in at number 13, NBA players most likely to make it to the NFL.
A 7-foot tackle, could that work?
I feel like he'd be my edge. He'd be my first and
skipper.
he's my first and second down and fourth and inches edge.
Yeah. Massive frame, powerful blocking, could create running lanes, and as a defensive player, he certainly would be difficult to block when you look at the arm length. I mean, it'd be tough to throw over him.
You got to have twitch and bend, though.
You do.
So
The majority
he's a
most
rundown
of these guys not going to be able to
I'm going
do
to bulk him up and play him at defensive tackle, Brian.
You got any names you want to throw out there, Lucius, any NBA players?
Yeah. I wrote some down during their break. How about KG as a wide receiver? Kevin Garnett?
Yeah.
See that?
Trash talk.
Yeah.
Red zone threat for sure.
Yeah. Super tall.
Throw it up.
Karl Malone? Put him on my defense somewhere.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley, I want him on my defense too.
Oh my gosh.
Especially good young Charles Barkley. He's strong as hell, man.
He was
Fast.
strong.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Last one, Nate Robinson.
Yes, he was a great player at
Yep.
Washington.
Yep, he was. 11 on the outside, just looking in, is Jaylen Brown. They've got him as a wide receiver, 6'6", 233, explosive athleticism, physicality, can make him an intriguing prospect as a wide receiver in the NFL. He's got elite vertical leap and ability to attack the rim in the NBA, can translate well to the football
This is
field.
basically Calvin Johnson. This is Megatron. Like these guys are huge, man.
Strong body allows him to absorb hits and maintain possession of the ball. I mean, we've got like full-on breakdowns here. I love this.
Who did this? Who put together the list?
Fadeaway World.
Okay. Did they put Colin Sexton on that list?
Colin Sexton.
He's 6'3", he's 6'3", 190.
Receiver.
And he's
okay.
His nickname is Young Bull.
All right.
So I'm thinking maybe
Colin
he's got
Sexton
some.
isn't in the top 10. He might be one of the honorable mention guys.
How about Banchero from?
Banchero's on here.
Banchero is
Banchero's
tight end.
on. He was an honorable mention as well. Yeah, they've got him as a tight
6'10",
end.
255, I think he is.
Yeah.
It's got to be Giannis in there, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think Giannis in the top 10. So number 10 is Tatum. Now, I don't think Tatum, I'd go Brown over Tatum because there's a little bit of more of like a dog physicality with Brown over Tatum. But
Tatum would be like a good aloof quarterback, maybe.
A little Eli Manning.
Yeah, or Jay Cutler. Yeah.
9 is De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, so quick. Yeah.
At 6'3", 185, you can play him at receiver or running back. As a running back, the speed and acceleration could make him a dangerous weapon in the open field.
So fun to watch.
Donovan Mitchell?
Donovan
6'3",
Mitchell,
250.
I like too.
Oh yeah. That dude's a running back or
Just a powerful guy.
Damn, Donovan Mitchell didn't make the top 10.
strong safety.
Yeah.
Strong
There's
safety.
a lot of guards, though. But I think Donovan Mitchell's a great pull.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
Number 8 is Jimmy Butler. 6'7", 230. Could play receiver or corner. Combination of size, toughness, work ethic.
Let's be real. He's not playing corner.
No.
You're not a 6'7" corner.
Well, I mean, the reality is all of these guys are
maybe defensive
probably
end.
too freaking big to
He
play.
might
the
play
position,
in. That would
but-
be
well.
in
No,
would be
he's
good.
got
I
the
mean,
mentality to play corner. I could see that.
He couldn't pedal and turn like you probably wanted.
But
him
yeah,
to.
I could. I mean, I don't think we've seen a corner that's taller than what 6'4". It's kind of the cutoff.
Yeah,
there.
it's
Like
kinda-
Pat Watkins at safety was way too damn tall.
You get leggy guys, it's hard to turn.
7 is Draymond Green.
Okay.
6'6",
Toughness.
230. They got him at
Toughness.
linebacker.
Yeah.
See, he's a blocking tight end is what he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
6, we've got Ja Morant.
Ooh.
That's explosive.
Quarterbacks, dual threat.
Always the one.
Slot.
Got great vision.
Receiver, running back, 6'3", 174. You could use him as a Jason Tatum type of guy if you want at quarterback, but speed, agility, the quick twitch that he's got there, they think that he could be really elusive.
And with all
skills.
the leadership factors, well, that's a quarterback for sure.
No doubt.
He likes to work out of the shotgun.
He loves the shotgun.
I don't know. I think he likes the pistol.
Number 5 is Zion.
He should be number 1.
284.
This guy's so fast.
Yep, tight end, defensive end.
284?
He's lost a little weight, hadn't he?
He has lost a little
This
bit
guy
of weight.
could play next weekend.
Now he's 284.
Well,
I think
it
Zion
might be a deck chair off the Titanic.
Zion could do this thing.
His deck with an E, by the way. How tall is he?
They've got him at 6'6", 284. Yeah.
6'6", 284. Yeah,
unreal.
That's an offensive.
That's a
O-line,
3 technique.
D-line. Yeah, either way, dude, tear it up.
4 is Jalen Suggs, 6'4", 205. They've got him at quarterback. He actually played high school quarterback. Apparently was really damn good. Natural athlete. He was ranked as the top 15 dual threat quarterback in Minnesota.
Charlie Ward's not on
as
this
a high
list,
school
right?
player.
I think Grady Dick was his receiver.
Really?
They were on the same high school team.
Suggs and Dick?
Yeah,
Right.
you just. Yeah.
Number
one
3
of the
is
greatest duos of all time.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards. I see what you're doing there. Fell right into that
Yeah,
one.
you absolutely.
Brian,
did.
so inappropriate.
That's not me.
You guys are just
Anthony Edwards is number 3 at 6'4", 225.
Mm-hmm.
2 is Giannis. This guy's a pterodactyl.
He
My
is.
gosh, what are you going to do with Giannis out here?
You block
6'11",
field goals?
242. Yeah.
I think he could be the first guy to throw a touchdown to himself.
Remember Margus Hunt?
Yes.
SMU.
Cincinnati SMU. Yeah.
He would be like Margus Hunt there on special teams.
More athletic.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But just, my gosh, a blocking nightmare when it came to field goals. Number 1 player to go from the NBA to the NFL is indeed the king himself on this list, LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
Played tight end, wide receiver, safety, put him wherever you want. They say 6'9", 250. Could have played any sport if he wanted to, but obviously chose basketball. But, I mean, hey, at his age, I think there's others you could rank ahead of him all
Chose
time.
basketball.
I get
You ever
it
seen
with
his
LeBron.
highlights from high school?
He's a freak.
Nasty.
Yeah, quarterback trash.
Oh, were they?
My God, the quarterback
Was he a
trash.
bad ball catcher?
Oh my, yes.
He was the BBC.
Just setting him up just to get exploded in the middle. Pause.
How did you not have him at quarterback? How could LeBron not be good at passing? I guess it's a different motion. You might not have the whip on it.
But in high school, that's often the thing. You put your best athlete at quarterback.
Yeah.
And LeBron had to.
We don't have to pass. We have LeBron. Maybe he didn't play quarterback to not get hurt for basketball. I don't know. Thank you, Wolchuk. Thank you. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. Pick up your G-Bag flag this week. Thursday will be at Richardson Bar and Grill. Friday will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off 20 there. Hope you can join us. Mark Schlereth brought to you by Hellman's Mayonnaise coming up next right here. A Week 8 NFL discussion for you on 105.3 The Fan.
I think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is time now for Mark Schlereth to join us, our Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And here he is. Good afternoon, Stink. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. You know, had a very eventful week here at the Fan. You know, I think the big question right now is, are the Niners banged up enough? Like, how bad are they? Could the Cowboys actually beat them?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And I don't know who's going to be available. You know, if Jawan Jennings comes back, he had a hip injury. I don't know where Debo, it doesn't feel like he's in the hospital right now with some form of pneumonia, so it doesn't sound like he's going to be cleared to play. Obviously, they're trying to get Christian McCaffrey back after the bye week. But, you know, the big thing that you would lean on, obviously, if you're a Niners fan or, you know, if you're Kyle Shanahan, is we got to get our run game going. Dallas has been a sieve when they played against really good run teams. So can we get that run game going, and can we create some play action with some of our young wide receivers, some of our young players? To have some success in that, you know, in that fashion or in that aspect of our offensive game plan. But yeah, the Niners are beat to a pulp. There's no question about it.
Can the Cowboys run against them like the Chiefs got loose on the other night?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, you know, again, nothing. You always look at kind of what comes out of the bye week, right? What can you do in the bye week? And you know, there used to be a time like when back in my day where the bye week was like, go back to training camp practices. Let's work on the crap we haven't worked on. Let's work on the stuff that, you know, that we need to get better at. Let's work on technique. Let's work on all the different things, the nuance of blocking and some of the schemes that we're lacking in and stuff. And you just don't do that in today's game, right? I mean, you don't put on full pads and go beat each other up and try to get better at that stuff. So, you're not doing that. You haven't changed personnel last time I checked, so you're still, you know, lack the personnel and the execution of that personnel to be significantly better. Can you get better? Certainly. Can you have a little bit better technique on some things? Absolutely. But you know, the issue with the game to me is you don't work on those things. So I always it's funny. I was at a game, calling a game in Detroit a year ago, and just bumped into Roger Goodell, and he talked about, hey, what are we going to do to protect the quarterbacks, and how are we going to, you know, fix this quarterback injury situations that we have right now? And you know, my response to him was, you got to practice. Running the football that's a skill. I always say, offensive line is the most skilled position in football. It always pisses me off when people talk about, skill position players. Really? Really? Because I can line up and, you know, we could go out and play catch. I could throw a football to you and you could throw it back to me. If we did one-on-ones, I'd whip your ass. Yeah. There's no way, you're going to be able to compete with me in that, because there's a skill. And then you talk about offensive line and the run game in general. Collectively, we're the worst athletes on the football field. And we're expected to, you know, we're always playing against a guy who's a better athlete than us. And we're expected to win 100% of the battles. And if I give up one sack or I make one bad play, you know, after I could whip your ass for 65 plays in a row, if I give up one sack, you go to the Pro Bowl and I'm a piece of garbage. Mm-hmm. So there's an unbelievable skill involved in running the football. There's an unbelievable skill involved in protecting against guys who are better athletes than us. And ultimately, we no longer work on it. So we go out there and say, hey, man, make sure you block these guys. But we're not going to actually work on the fit. We're not actually going to come off the ball. We're not actually going to do the things that are required to be really good at that when you're a lesser athlete. Like it is mind-boggling to me. And a lot of the things that we do as a league in general, it's the unintended consequences of stupidity. Like we take all these things out to make the game safer, to make the game this, or make the game this, or we think we're going to avoid injuries. And ultimately, the game gets worse and more guys get hurt because they're not as skilled as they used to be. So, I know I'm an old guy standing on, the porch yelling at clouds, but that has a lot to do with the with some of the just some of the bad play that is out there and the bad execution that is out there right now as we watch this product.
It's Mark Schlereth with you, and you yelling at clouds is some great content, Mark. We absolutely love your football wisdom. The Insider Call is brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season.
Stink, I saw Breakfast Ball. You kind of gave your colleagues there at FS1 some love when it came to you're never picking the 49ers to beat the Chiefs again as long as they've got Reed and Mahomes. But how much credit does Steve Spagnuolo need to get when it comes to that as well? Never been beaten by one of those Shanahan offenses. We talked to you about this a few weeks ago. Defensively, what is it the Chiefs are doing to just give the 49ers so many fits?
Yeah, they are really, they are really good, and they're playing exceptional football. And, ultimately, they're defending the run. They've got a couple of guys that are really stout. I think they play with an aggressiveness, downhill aggressiveness. Spagnuolo's just got them coached up, and they read it. They understand what they're looking at. And then they've got some guys on the outside that can play man-to-man. And so they get to the point where they're like, hey, man, we're going to commit guys to the run game. We understand this run game. I think they do a really good job of not getting off their marks, not getting out of their gaps. And so part of the beauty of the Shanahan offense, when you look at what Shanahan does, what Mike McDaniels does in Miami, I'm studying the Miami game right now because I've got that this weekend. Or you look at LaFleur with all the motions and the shifts and the different ways to attack an edge, they just basically get leverage and they get kind of position on you with those motions. And I think Kansas City does a really good job of not overreacting to that stuff and understanding like the scheme and what they're doing. And, one of the ways, and I always look at kind of the edge and how they do this with personnel, like you can line up on the edge and let's just call it 18 handoff. And you can block 18 handoff. You can get in two tights west, right? And you can block that edge with those two tight ends, and you can roll off to a safety that's rolled down, right? And you can block it that way, or you can keep a tight end out there. You can arc release that tight end, make it look like you're blocking that defensive end, and then have a fullback load him, right? So it's still 18 handoff, but now you've blocked that edge two different ways. Now I can get on that edge without a fullback, and I get tight end to tackle to block that guy. And so we're still running 18 handoff, but now it's a whole different look that you're looking at as that defensive end. So I just gave you one play, 18 handoff, and I give you three different ways to block that defensive end. I could come up with another three just as sure as I'm sitting here in 2 seconds. And ultimately that defensive end now has defended one play, but he's defended 6 different schemes against him. And so for a defense, it looks like 6 different separate different plays, especially to the edge of that defense. But for the offense, 2 guys exchange what they're doing. And ultimately 9 guys are doing the exact same thing they do every time you call 18 handoff. So it makes it really confusing to the edge of that defense on what this play is, how am I getting blocked, and ultimately how many times are you going to run that in a game? 5 or 6? Well, I just blocked it 5 different ways or 6 different ways. So it really becomes one of those things that for an offense is pretty easy, but for a defense it's really confusing and it really looks weird. And ultimately, Kansas City does a really good job of not having bad eyes in those situations. And then because they do such a good job, they make San Francisco play a drop-back game, and that's not what San Francisco's good at. They're just not really a drop-back team. They're a run-the-ball first team, set up the hard run action, play action off of that, and occasionally some play pass stuff, which is the deeper 7-step drops where you're keeping 6, 7, 8 guys in and running 2-man routes. So that's what they do exceptionally well. And maybe it's just because they've seen it a lot. Spags sees it within his own division, or has seen it within his own division. But the guy's just really exceptional at getting his players to play fast and hard and just really smart football is the biggest thing.
Hey, Mark, what locker room reaction would you have had as a player if your head coach called you soft in a press conference?
Yeah, that is the dirtiest four-letter word in football. And, there's a difference, I think, when you talk about Gerard Mayo, there's a difference between saying we play soft and then calling me soft, right? Calling me soft those are fighting words. And, hey, we played soft today. That there's a difference because, as much as that pains me to hear, and as much as it, pains me to even think about, there's some games certainly where as an offense and even individually, I played soft. I wasn't what I wanted to be. And those are the films, when you see those films, those are the films that you just want to destroy. Can we bury that in a pit and never bring it back up? I don't ever want to see that again. It's embarrassing. So those are things, man, that really hurt you as a player. So, but the bottom line as a player also, is it true? I always think about it from that standpoint. Is it true? Did we play soft? And I remember saying it on the radio in Denver years ago. And I got a phone call from Derek Wolfe, who was a great player for the Broncos. And, I was doing radio. He was playing. So it's right after the whole no-fly zone. It's a couple of years later, and after a year or 2 years after they won the Super Bowl. And I called their defense soft on the radio, and he was livid. I got a call from him, and I was like, let me just ask you a question. You guys gave up 220 yards. I agree, you have 220 yards on the ground, 220 yards rushing. And I go, I don't know what you call that, but in my day we called that soft, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, we're tight, but he was mad. But I was like, dude, is it true? Did you guys did you guys get run through? And, ultimately you can't defend it, right? And so if it's true and you played collectively, you played soft, well then guess what? The truth hurts, and you got to wear that damn thing, and then you got to go out and correct it.
Yeah, go fix it. Well said, Mark. Appreciate your thoughts. Enjoy Week 8. We'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Salute Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. I know football's finest is delicious every afternoon. Chief, what's in store for us?
We got a couple of podium coaches. What's right with the Chiefs and what's wrong with these Niners next in the nation?
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Expressway is just 20 minutes away now. It's time for Eric Chiafalo's Football Finest. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Wolchuk's on the phone right now. I hope this isn't the conversation with the poo defecator that's bailing on the 620. I hope he's not bailing on the 620. That wasn't a 620 bail call, was it?
No.
Okay,
in fact,
good,
the couch has been cleaned.
Couch has been cleaned.
Couch has been cleaned.
It's official.
My wife says it smells great. It looks
She
very
smelled it?
clean.
Did she put her nose up to it?
I don't know if she put her nose up to it. I'm hoping the fresh scent is just radiating the entire room to where it's like, obviously it smells better.
You got people knocking on your door going, hey, man, did you get your couch cleaned or something? You guys, it smells amazing.
So, yes, it got taken care of. Shout out to the Tolos that helped me out with that. He has also paid for it, as he should.
Okay, so he did pay for it.
He came in through and paid for it. Shout out to him.
Is there a reason why he shouldn't pay for it?
Not at all. I'm just glad that he did. I'm glad he's taking ownership. He's not lashing out, pointing fingers. He could easily blame the ramen place, saying, hey, they should be paying for it. You know what I mean? Because that clearly was a backfire.
You pooed on the couch. You pay for it.
Build the ramen place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we also, what else did we find out, Wolchuk? Did we find out that he's having to go private on social media now because Tolos have slid into his DMs and let him know that he's officially the couch defecator forever?
Yeah, there was a Tolo today. I actually woke up to a text from him in one of our group chats that somebody had reached out, found him on Instagram and said, you made the radio for being a couch sharter. LOL. This is somebody that he has no idea who he is, nor do I know who this person is. But it's Tolo did their due diligence, and now he's had to go rogue.
All right. We have a couple of clips that we're going to play. We have the Bama OC on the infamous now jump shot failed quarterback sneak at Neyland on Saturday. So we'll have his explanation. And then we also actually have a great Mike Tomlin clip that is also involving a quarterback sneak. I did want to show some of the advanced metrics on the Chiefs offense right now because they are basically the best from a success rate standpoint. They're the best rushing attack in the league. So I know Baltimore's rushing attack teams fear more, and that's totally fair.
More explosive,
the explosive nature of it, and that's really the one place where the Chiefs offense is struggling right now when it comes to the explosives and getting big gains that way, particularly through the air, is difficult for them. But they are they're a well-oiled machine when it comes to getting first downs when they need them, and they run the ball extremely well right now. And that's the beauty of having a quarterback who can adapt the way he plays and a coach that knows how to, based on the personnel that he has, what style to play. So to me, their offense is still to be feared. I do think the added dimension of an explosive passing game would obviously go a long way for them, but their personnel just doesn't allow for it. Everybody wants to crap on Mahomes right now, but how many quarterbacks could get away with being able to win when the skill positions look like they do right now for Kansas City? It's really bad. And then he's able to, in the 4 or 5 moments a game where he needs to be a stud, and oftentimes it's on the ground now with his legs. His scrambling right now is like all-time stuff. I'm about to pull up some numbers on it, but his scrambling right now is just insane.
Yeah, I don't think he gets enough credit for how good of an athlete that he is. He might not have top speed, but as far as a running quarterback, it doesn't get much better than Patrick Mahomes, the power that he can run with. But I kind of compare what he's doing, with his defense and running game to what Troy Aikman was able to do in the 90s. And you look at the stats, especially in history, and you're like, well, this doesn't add up. How's Troy Aikman great? It was for the throws that he didn't make. It was for taking care of the football and being able to elevate his game when the game needed him to do it.
love everything you're saying there because I agree 100%. What Pat Mahomes is doing is he's not having to have this offense be super explosive. He's got a defense that might be the best in all of the National Football League, and he's got the best closer in the sport over there with Chris Jones, too.
Right.
So he doesn't have to necessarily be taking these risks where I'm pushing the football down the field. Now, when the time calls for it, he's able to pull through and make a huge play, 33 yards with his legs, right? So it's all about playing the quarterback position in a masterful way. That's what Patrick Mahomes is doing right now. If that offense had to be better, I think maybe those numbers could go, even with a limited skill set at receiver right now with all the injuries. I think those numbers could be higher, but they haven't had to, and he's not doing anything that he's not asked to do right now.
Mahomes has picked up a first down on 63% of his scrambles this season.
It's amazing.
Which would be a record if he keeps it up all season.
Oh my goodness.
That there. I mean, it's 88% success rate on his scrambles this season. So he's on pace to have the best success rate of any scrambler ever, and he's doing with a high volume. 45 times he's on pace to scramble.
He's just so big. His hips, his upper legs, his body, obviously. He's got a dad bod, but a lot's made of the hit that he put on going into the end zone the other night. I think he's 25 or 30 pounds heavier than that dude that came over.
Yes.
That's why he sat him down like he was Big Brother.
Dude, still can't get over that. We'll hear that and many more wonderful TDs and TD Tuesday coming up in the next hour. Looking forward to that. Yeah, but we discussed this a little bit earlier, but kind of trying to figure out what's going on with this Niners offense this season. And, of course, the injuries are starting to really stack up on them. But all season long, this has been a different version of the Niners offense, not something that we've been accustomed to. And they're middle of the pack in rushing, the advanced metrics and stuff like that. Purdy's throwing into a tight window at the second highest clip in the league, trailing only Dak. So the two quarterbacks going toe-to-toe Sunday night are the two quarterbacks that are having to throw in the tightest windows in all of football. And last year, that was certainly not the case for Purdy and the Niners. Things were much more open for them. And the press man coverage is giving them some serious fits here. And that's something that I think if you're defenses in the NFL, Spags totally has this down, and Flores does to some extent for sure. You mentioned Jim Schwartz earlier as a guy who defensively has given the Shanahan tree fits, but disrupting, having secondary players that are like that's their game, get up and disrupt things, be physical at the line of scrimmage with the receivers and stuff, and that's been the move. I mean, last season's Super Bowl, it was 64% man coverage. Over the weekend, it was 50% man coverage, and that's more than the Chiefs usually do. But it's like, okay, with Purdy in town, that's what you're going to have to do. So I'm interested to see what Zimmer has, if anything, up his sleeve on Sunday.
Yeah.
Doing some press stuff.
The red zone efficiency numbers are also crazy heading into this game. We know the Cowboys are really bad. They're 31st in the NFL. You'd think that San Francisco's red zone efficiency numbers would be pretty good. They're sitting at 27th in the NFL this year. So two teams that are really struggling in the bottom portion of the league when it comes to red zone.
Yeah, it's very, very weird. It's very, very weird. And we're obviously, it's going to be a lot of game time decision stuff, I would imagine, when it comes to the Niners, really Niners and Cowboys, the status of Micah Parsons and Bland and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know what's going to be the case, but obviously that's going to go a long way in determining things here. Now you have Dexter Lawrence of the Giants. We know how much of a just monster he is in the middle of the defense. No one's being double teamed more, and no one has more sacks than him.
Yikes.
Wow.
Talk about a menace.
I mean,
wow.
That dude is worth every single penny. Sure he has just been, he's been so good, and he continues to just get better. His pressure numbers being that big. I mean, he's 350 pounds, dude.
Yeah.
He's supposed to just be like a first and second down player based on his size. And so he's being double teamed at an extremely alarming rate, but he's getting home and he's having kind of a historical season. And on the flip side, you have Daniel Jones, who the jokes just keep stacking up. I mean, the last time Daniel Jones scored a touchdown at MetLife, Tom Brady was still in the NFL.
Oh, my goodness.
Aaron Rodgers was a Packer. Kevin Durant and Kyrie were teammates on the Nets.
Oh, my goodness.
LeBron wasn't even the NBA's all-time leading scorer at that point.
Is he the guy they were calling Danny Dimes like 4 years ago?
That's him.
That's Danny Dimes.
Big Danny Dimes.
I mean,
what has he done?
What a massive blessing to have the Giants foolish enough to give him the big extension, lock into more years of that. I'm shocked at how far this organization has fallen, from the nightmare that it was towards the end of, the 2000s and into the 2010s. It looked like they were going to be the toast of the division. And then they lose Coughlin, and the next thing you know, they lose their way. Yeah, Jerry Reese.
Man. Yep. And they are, weirdly enough, when you look at the next team odds for Cooper Kupp, if he's leaving Los Angeles, you have the Chiefs, the Steelers, and then for whatever reason, according to Bovada, it's the Giants with the third shortest
I don't
odds.
think the Giants are as dumb as
landing
the Jets. Like
Cooper Kupp.
We got to trade for a receiver. It's going to help everything.
Cooper Kupp. If you're the Chiefs right now and you're going to get a receiver, who is the receiver? If you're kind of like not thinking about the assets and what's involved, but just the player, who would you want them to go get? Because I still just keep going back to Deontay Johnson.
I would love Deontay Johnson. It would be Cooper Kupp who won, though. I mean, what Cooper Kupp can do, him and Mahomes could be absolutely filthy together.
When you watch Cooper Kupp play, the style, the underneath stuff, the ability to, the crossing stuff that he does, his ability to escape, it'd be perfect for that offense.
The screen game.
Yeah. I mean, the way that his damage majority of the time is him playing on the move, and they would absolutely figure out ways to get him on the move, and then have Mahomes just kind of sling it to him, sidearm or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
around the back,
that'd
or whatever.
be terrifying.
That right there, that they want a second round pick, sure, because you know what, that second round pick is going to be like a third round pick when it's all said and done. Because we're going to take Cooper Kupp and we're going to win the Super Bowl again.
If I'm drafted for Cooper Kupp, he's not playing, very much at all. We're going to get you a half in late December, and then we're good to go. I mean, we're just going to knock the rust off and be like fresh out of the box, uninjured Cooper Kupp for playoff time, right?
Yeah. I think that you definitely have to have a serious type of plan, like Romo Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah,
for a good chunk of the season.
Yeah, we'll see. Right before Christmas, buddy. Get this thing wrapped up, get the rust knocked off, and be ready to dominate. But I think that's about the only position or the only situation that makes sense. You do have DeAndre Hopkins. Could he help the Chiefs right now? Could Treylon Burks help the Chiefs right now? I know the Titans are still looking to get rid of him. Mike Williams, I think, could help a little bit.
Mike Williams, that would be interesting.
Yeah, there's some teams that you just feel like, gosh, dude, you gotta do something. I would feel like even with all the things that the Chiefs are able to do right now and what they proved last year, I still feel like, man, go get somebody. Yeah. And for Detroit, go get an edge rusher, whoever that is. Just go do it. I think they will. All right, a little college football for you here in the finest. Let's go to Alabama. And their offensive coordinator, Nick Sheridan, was asked about his receivers doing a basketball jump shot during a failed quarterback sneak play.
Okay. TV broadcast showed Ryan and Jeremy pretending to shoot a basketball on the other side of the field. Is that part of the design of the play or just something spontaneous?
Yeah, you're talking about the quarterback sneak. Yeah, there's nothing on the field that we're not coaching. So that's how I answer that.
Okay, so it's kind of a distraction, like maybe a little eye candy, like, wait, what's going on over here?
Yes,
It also kind of looked like maybe they were dropping back to get a screen or something. So I just thought maybe it'd be a way of distracting the defense.
I just don't know why you wouldn't just do that then. Like, just fake the screen. You don't have to do the jump. You don't have to turn into another sport here.
It's kind of making a mockery of it a little bit. It looks silly.
It looks totally silly. And there's a part of me that wonders, is this a coach who's trying to defend his players and not call them out for completely stepping out of line and doing something that they would have never coached? But
either that or trying to get fired, maybe. I like these buyouts. It's kind of stressful over here.
What a one of just the weirdest, goofiest plays ever. On the flip side, you had in Pittsburgh on Sunday night, you had a really nice quarterback sneak that converted for a touchdown, Russell Wilson.
Yep.
And listen to this reporter try to really get Mike Tomlin to see something that just wasn't there with it, try to take an emotional angle to a quarterback sneak touchdown. Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited. Mike Tomlin's having nothing to do with it.
What does it say that Russ kept the ball and pushed his way in for that 1-yard rushing touchdown? I mean, what did you learn about maybe his resilience and his strength in that moment?
It was just a sneak.
It was just a sneak. Let's not overdo this.
So wonderful. Thank you, Mike Tomlin, the gift that keeps on giving. Stat of the day, only 2 quarterbacks since the merger have 500-plus pass yards and 5-plus passing touchdowns through their first 2 career starts. It's Dan Marino and it's Drake the Snake May. Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, can I raise you stat of the day real quick?
If you got the balls.
Oh, I got the balls. I saw this from Kay Adams. Shout out to her.
Oh.
James Conner. He has entered the Hall of Weird Records. He became the first player in NFL history to have 100-plus rushing yards, 50-plus receiving yards, and get this, 1 forced fumble.
Bravo.
It's a hell of a stat line.
I don't think that's ever going to be broken.
You just outstat of the day'd me. That's for sure.
Wow.
Didn't have that on my bingo card.
I didn't either, man. You just completely, flushed it down on me.
All right. Football's finest every afternoon, most afternoons, 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Time to hit the expressway. Did you hear? Jerry made his return to the Fan this morning. We'll give you highlights of that, then get you over to LA Live, which is coming up at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about a different nation with you, though, because I know if you want or need new windows at the house,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time now to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. The G-Bag Nation presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. You got LA Live with Lucius Alexander here coming up in about 17 minutes. LA Live 540 every night. Okay, Jerry made his return to Sean and RJ this morning. If you missed it last week, some name calling, some threatening of their job, and it went on into the week at the owners' meetings. He was asked about it on multiple occasions and continued to fire away. And it really looked like, for the first time, Jerry had become sensitive to the things that we were saying, and maybe the tone of the conversation, the interview series, was going to have to change. So it was all ears this morning as Jerry jumped on, and they talked about how it went down last week. Here we go.
I don't have anything to say about last week. I'm happy though that I must tell you I'm surprised that last week got the attention it got, but really when I think about what we try to do on this show, for me, is I think we give you 2 shots a week that I get on, and Stephen gets on once or twice, and Mike, I don't know if Mike gets on or not, but those are really a privilege. It's kind of like pillow talk. You get some inside stuff, as you know. I don't go before the normal press conferences during the week usually.
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of thing that I would expect and how I would answer it relative to many of your questions. You're going to ask me today because Henry had a big night, Derrick Henry last night. You're going to ask me again how come when Henry was available and right here in Dallas said we didn't get him. And I will tell you, the same kind of question is one that my wife might ask me of 60-something years, why did you do that?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I really don't know why I did that. The devil made me do it. And so my point is, those kinds of questions are pointedly toward putting you on a spot to make a certain kind of answer.
Yeah.
I've obviously been asked that Derrick Henry question almost every day since we started training camp. And so that's a get in your ass type of question.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I see that coming, and that's real good. Mm-hmm. But when you do it several times, and of course, I keep up with what you guys say when I'm not on the show. And so when you do it several times,
yeah.
I know that when you're asked about a question such as one that you might have at home, why did you do that? And you do it several times, then you really know what the situation is, where it's coming from. So those are the kinds of things that this show, to me, can and be about. For instance, if you ask me how I make a decision, I would say I'd maybe go back to a story of when I was buying the Cowboys. And we got down to where there was a $300,000 difference. And we couldn't get by it, the man that sold the team to me. And so he suggested we flip a coin. And we flipped that coin, and I lost. I really got screwed. I ended up with the Dallas Cowboys. My point is, I don't know why I called heads rather than tails, and I couldn't explain to you why I called heads rather than tails. But some of this stuff works out, some of it doesn't. That's the kind of thing and the kind of answers I would expect us to be talking about on this show.
$140 million purchase. They were haggling over $300,000, man. That must be... Bum Bright was the owner. You might want to
him and Bum Bright.
Hit that button over there. What was your takeaway, Chief?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you still have to acknowledge the Cowboys thing has been, buying the Cowboys is ended up being pretty good for you. We're seeing in real time now the decisions from Derrick Henry to anything else haven't worked out for you. So we're seeing them
not work out in real time. And to the wife analogy, it's like, yes, okay, sure. Sometimes I tell my wife, I have no idea why I did the stupid thing I did or said, but I still have to acknowledge the mistake.
Yeah.
He just wants to just act like, hey, I don't know why I did it, and nobody should care, and blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like I still have to acknowledge to my wife, I am sorry I did the stupid thing. It was still a stupid thing. I have to take ownership of that stupid thing. I don't have a great explanation for why I did it.
Yeah.
Or said it or whatever.
And that's what we want, the damn explanation.
Yeah.
Well, I think you just want the acknowledgement as well of like, yes, a lot of these decisions we've made have sucked.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily have a rhyme or reason why this or that, but it is a problem, and I can acknowledge that.
He doesn't want to change, though, because when you get held accountable, you got to change your processes of decision making. You got to do a hard evaluation of why aren't we winning, and we want the light bulb to come on for Jerry and have him be like, oh my goodness, maybe you guys do have good ideas, but he's treating it all like an affront to his football expertise.
Right.
You don't have any football expertise we should be respecting anymore, Jerry. It's 3 decades in without much success. You are in a position to be held accountable and to be asked why you aren't changing. I think throughout his answer, though, there was acknowledgement of that. Like when he's, was saying these are the kind of conversations we can have here. He's not trying to shut it down. I think in a way he's kind of showing his soft underbelly like, my bad. I don't know why I do some of the stupid things that I do. And in a way apologizing, or at least, letting the guys know, I know you didn't do anything wrong. I was having a bad day. We're getting our butts kicked, and I didn't do a good job making the football team up. But, that's Jerry's likability shining through. That's why, people, even when Jerry does him wrong or the contract doesn't come out the way that they like it, almost every single player that leaves here still likes the guy. But yeah, I think what it comes down to is an inability to admit that he was wrong because his ego's so strong.
Yeah, it's just to me, there's never anything of like major substance there. I did like, I agree with what he's saying in terms of the Derrick Henry having the career year in Baltimore. I don't think that happens here in Dallas. It could help though. I don't know that I necessarily fall in line with the line of thinking of like, oh, well, you're not a running back away, XYZ. Like, what does this team need? They need to be able to control the line, much like they won in 2014 and 16. Your defense is wounded and not very good. You need to be able to play ball control. Running the football does that for you. We've talked about how that alleviates a lot of issues that your quarterback has when you're able to run the football. Derrick Henry, I get your offensive line is having issues too. He'd be a better runner than anybody you have. And the fact that he compared Ezekiel Elliott to him a while back is extremely concerning, and it's got to remain concerning for Cowboy fans. So, I mean, hey, I like some honesty. I think we got some there.
Yeah.
But I agree everything with what you're saying there, Eric, where it's like, but why? Like, that's what we need to flesh out. That's why we want to know, because all of this is not, like, you can go back to 30 years. We'll go back to 30 years of ineptitude and no substantial winning either. We need to figure out, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? And have those conversations instead of just, it's a fluff piece here. It's a lot of talking that'll tune a lot of people out.
Indeed, man. And I hope that this morning was a good, finalizing closure statement, even though maybe some people were wanting more. Maybe they were wanting more follow-up and more introspection into it. But I don't feel like Jerry wants to be painted into a corner, I think powerful people resent that. Like, they're just not used to it.
And I respect him resenting that. I mean, I don't think any of us really want to be put into a corner. I don't want him to feel that way either. But at the same point, it's like the fan frustration is something that we see. You've got to see it. And we have a responsibility then to ask that and try and get a response from it.
Yeah, I do. I think the biggest takeaway, though, from all of it was just kind of the way he was calling out McCarthy.
Yes, the McCarthy stuff was eye-opening. And I appreciated him saying that.
Yeah, it's clear that Mike McCarthy's days are numbered, and there's no getting around it. Panthers quarterback Andy Dalton involved in an automobile accident today in Charlotte. Team spokesman confirmed his wife, 3 kids, and a dog were traveling west of Sardis Road near Providence Road in Charlotte, about 7 miles from B of A Stadium. No one in the vehicle was transported by emergency medical personnel. According to the spokesperson, Dalton was being evaluated by team and medical personnel. Team also said no further info available at this time on the accident or Dalton's availability. Most recently, Coach Canales had said Dalton will continue to start despite losing 4 games in a row after winning the first, after replacing Bryce Young as the starter. Man, how bad does Young have to be if we're still rolling with Dalton?
Yeah, to me, now they're making a mistake.
Yeah.
Just play the kid.
Yeah.
Just, let him go out there and, the damage has already been done. Expectations are really low. Andy won the first game. You got that. You're fine fine with that. But your future's not Andy Dalton. Find a way, tailor a game plan. You're an offensive coach. Find a game plan for him.
Yeah.
Find some way to, make sure that he has success, that he can make some easy throws. Simplify the game plan. Go pretty basic if you have to. Find out what he can do and what he can't do.
Mm-hmm.
Learn along the way and just kind of make adjustments if you want to from series to series. Now it's ridiculous.
I wonder if they're trying to wait till the trade deadline and just see if anybody's going to bite on
That's what
taking him.
Diana keeps floating out there.
Really? Yeah. I mean, I think
So
that's
they're-
on the table.
So you're saying that just wait and don't play him.
Don't lower his value
Okay.
any more than he's already done. And then if you don't trade him, then then it's like whatever. Let's go with it.
If that's the case, sure, I understand what they're doing. Then you don't want to injure the kid or hurt your trade value for sure. But if they have no intent of trading that kid, just go ahead and play him. Your season's over. You know, play him. Find the coach. Obviously, I don't know. Carolina could fire their coach after a year. They've done that before.
It's true.
So maybe Dave Canales is thinking, oh, I don't have a lot of security here. But if he does, find out, learn about the kid. Like, okay, hey, this is what I'm gonna do for you this series. This is what I'm gonna do for you the next series. Just try and win series to series with this guy. Don't focus so much on the scoreboard. Focus on positive plays for him. That's where you need to get this done. Don't focus on the score. Focus on you every time having a positive play. And let's see how many we can have a game. Try and build this kid back up. This kid didn't forget how to play football. Watch him against Texas and Austin, take a game and win it with everything, ducking guys and running and throwing and all that. This kid's got a winning pedigree to him. Figure it out for him, though.
Indeed, man. Wise words. Mavs are going to host the Spurs Thursday, 6:30 on TNT. Tonight, you have the Knicks and Celtics starting in about an hour on TNT, and then it's the Lakers and Suns in the late one. Is that right? Lakers and somebody in the late game there with LeBron James.
Not Golden State, is it?
Timberwolves.
And Bronny. There you go. And Bronny expected to appear in the same game at the same time. First time in NBA history. Luka Doncic says he feels perfect in the wake of his calf injury, and with Thursday's opener against San Antonio looming, that's great news, Brian.
Yeah, the problem that the Mavericks are in right now is Luka. They don't have any. All they have is practice stuff with him and Clay and all that. They don't have any type of game action, which the preseason and stuff. They really don't know what they have in Clay, and they really they don't know how it's going to work with the others because Luka doesn't get to practice like he needs to practice. So they're in a little bit of a bind right now with trying to get their team together, but really no time on task working together. They're going to go into this opening game kind of feeling like, what, we're just going to have to see how this thing flies as we go.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, the good news is Clay's going to be open on the perimeter, and Luka knows how to find 3-point shooters. But he's at a stage in his career where you can't be sure it's going to be the best winning option to play Klay Thompson.
Yeah, well, Luka doesn't practice with Clay.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem, and they don't know. I mean, they're thinking, well, a couple of pros here. This could be very much like watching the Olympic basketball when you get all-star dudes together for the first time.
Takes him a while.
It takes him a little bit to kind of get that thing feeling right.
Aaron Gordon agrees to a 4-year deal with the Nuggets worth $133, a player option and trade kicker later on in the deal. Joel Embiid out for the first week of the season. Paul George out for the opener. So things are par for the course in Philadelphia. In New York, they're getting ready for the World Series. Would you risk big injury to pitch? That's the situation facing Nestor Cortez, who was hurt in late September. They didn't think he'd be back for the postseason, but they made the World Series, and he now expects to be on the Yankees World Series roster for Game 1. It is a risk. After conversations with team officials, trainers, his agents, and his family, he's decided to take it. It was a flexor strain a month ago, often a precursor to a serious elbow injury, and could cost Cortez, a free agent after next season, millions of dollars. I think I'm pitching, guys, because Tommy John's normal, and they'll pay me even if I'm hurt. It's like all of baseball is like the Cowboys right now. You had a career-threatening injury, that's fine. We're going to give you market value. LA Live's coming up in about 90 seconds, which allows me the opportunity to look up at the clock and decide we do have time for 60 seconds on soccer. Woo! That is right. Christian Pulisic continues his sensational start to the season on Tuesday, scoring directly from a corner kick in AC Milan's 3-1 UEFA Champions League victory over Belgium's Club Brugge. The U.S. star opened the scoring 34th minute at San Siro for AC Milan, sending in an in-swinging corner from the left that deceived the goalkeeper and defenders, missed everyone before bouncing into the net beyond the despairing attempted clearance of the goal line from a defender. The effort was the first Olympico goal of Pulisic's career, took him to 10 goal contributions in his past 10 games for club and country. The 26-year-old now, second goal in 3 Champions League games this season after scoring Milan's opening defeat to Liverpool last month. I think we have a full-fledged international star on our hands here with
26
Pulisic.
years old now, right?
Do it right smack in his prime.
Yep.
Perfect timing. Just stay healthy for the World Cup, and could be glorious. Probably not winning, but, make the quarterfinals or something would be as good as it does.
Get out of the round would be good, yeah.
Time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander standing by with LA Live.
If you are in the Colorado or Nebraska area or planning on visit, don't get a quarter pounder from McDonald's.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, look like a whole lot of people are sick with E. coli.
Uh-oh, Chief, you were talking about this, huh?
Yeah, I think it got me, dude.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
I had a bad day last week.
Really?
And it all went back to a double quarter pounder with cheese I had after the show. So I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say E. coli because I feel like that's pretty extreme, but it definitely tore me up.
E. coli.
Yeah, you probably built just stronger than E. coli.
Wow.
Dang, yeah.
Thank you for that.
Watch out, man. 49 people, including Eric.
One person DEAD.
Oh, my God. All right, let's
E. coli can do that to you?
You say DEAD.
Yeah, it was an older person, more susceptible, I guess, to the coli. No, I'm talking like 90s.
Oh.
I'm not talking about you 80s.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go have a burger just to prove a point over there right now.
It's a toxic burger, man.
I'm just going to walk over there. I'm going to have one and just to look at it right in the face.
Do you have your help I've fallen I can't get up button?
I do. I do. It's in my scouting bag.
Good.
Next to my Depends.
Yeah, you can just go ahead and crap yourself in the car.
Your life alert.
What's
Yeah,
that
Life
place
Alert
that?
paid
What's
you,
that
Lucius.
place you get the cushions clean?
Oh, the cushions clean. You need some of them?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, my friend crappedonmycouch.com.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's called. No, it is high-end cleaning services. Shout out to them.
Congrats.
All right, well, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Like I just felt like, like women's intuition was telling me that you cheated on me. I was like, bullshit. Because women's intuition ain't real. It's fake. It is. Okay, if it's so real, if it's so real, how come it couldn't warn you that I wasn't in the beginning?
I'm just saying.
That's a good point.
I'm just saying. This is LA Live for Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in the LA Live, and I'm just going to jump right on in. America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani.
Oh, no.
He owes 2 Georgia poll workers $150 million. Remember I told you about this?
You did.
And the judges on him wanting to liquidate assets and whatnot because, who's got $150 million cash? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was trying to protect his World Series rings. Well, the judge has ordered Giuliani to come up with some more money and valuable possessions to pay for this debt. Giuliani was ordered to turn over several watches, including ones given to him by a European president after the 9/11 attacks. Damn, took my ring, they took my Rolex. A signed Joe DiMaggio jersey and other sports memorabilia they didn't name. A 1980s Mercedes. Once owned by a Hollywood star, Lauren Bacall.
Yeah.
Let's see. Giuliani must turn over his television. Bro, they took his television off the wall.
Wow,
Oh my God, they took his television off the wall. It's just like a little dusty area where the square used to be now. Damn.
Just sitting in there looking at the wall.
Got him. They took his furniture out the crib, bro.
Wow.
Hair dryer?
Is he lawn chairing it now?
Yeah. They took his hair dye, dog.
Hair dye.
Yeah, took his hair dye.
Yeah, hair dye.
I'm telling you, Rudy Giuliani got some hits.
Yeah.
If I collected all the hits, I remember this man. Oh my gosh. Okay, you got the hair dye situation.
Yeah.
You got him farting on live television.
Yeah.
I think he went and peed while he was on Zoom court. Julie got some hits, bro.
I loved his work in the latest Borat.
Yeah, there was a weird moment in that Borat film.
Wow, yeah, when he laid down with old girl.
Yeah.
That weird situation. Yep, and the biggest one right here, brothers. Rudy Giuliani must give up control of his luxury apartment in Manhattan.
No,
to break that bread.
No.
Yep, line of them poll workers.
They took the bar.
Yeah. Man, what a long fall, bro. This was America's.
Are they
man
taking away
right
his sleep app machine too?
No, they giving my man. Gosh, don't play out here in these streets, y'all. Don't play. Speaking of toxic and money and whatnot, on a Toxic Tuesday, American businessman, real estate investor, equity fund manager, author, influencer. He's got so many names. Grant Cardone. Y'all familiar with this cat?
Haven't heard of him.
What?
No.
I have heard of this guy. He's a TikTok type guy.
Yeah. He's on the influencing tip all the time, telling you how to get you some money.
Yeah.
Why you just sitting right there, man? You need to get up, getting some money for your young man right now. Which
Exactly.
I believe something. I believe his motivation behind it. We do need to get some paper.
Is he alpha male coach guy? Is he that? Is he
Borderline-ish? Not
Okay,
really. He's
okay.
more the money man. But he said earning $400K a year is embarrassing as a human being.
Yeah, I said that.
You heard him say that before, dude?
I did.
This is wild. He says, how do you make sense of $35K a month? You cannot live on $400K a year. What?
Try me.
I mean,
we can give it a go.
Yeah, just try me. Yeah, here we go.
Grant Cardone is toxic. He said, we're nothing.
yeah. I guess 99% of the world is an embarrassment.
Yeah.
According to him.
That's a wild statement. Just want to put that out there for everybody knowing about the Grant Cardone situation. Get you guys' reaction to it. G Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is this fake scout guy. He's walking around. He's at a baseball tournament. He's talking to a baseball dad, and he's a fake scout, but the dad has no idea. And he thought he's maybe scouting his son.
Your son? My son's out there at second base.
How long's he been playing infield for?
He was 8 years old.
Yeah? Little League?
Yeah, Little League all the way up.
You coach him?
I coached him all the way through.
Sounds like a typical coach's son. To be honest, it looks like it's his first day in the infield. Guy looks like a mannequin out there. PS4 with no Wi-Fi. Guy's just lagging everywhere, no instinct.
I've never heard that before. He gets praised for defense over offense.
Well, that's because his offense is even worse.
If you're the dad, you take a swing at that dude?
No, I'll probably just walk away. You don't want to be fighting at a youth sports game.
It's not a good look.
No?
You don't want to be throwing hands
Lucius,
at
your son was baseball player. A good one?
Yeah.
If somebody came up to you and said all that, how would you take that?
Well, I'll definitely be flabbergasted by it, but I won't be throwing any hands. I won't.
Broadus would pop off.
I would.
Yeah. I hear you, man. I just hope
Who
my
do
old
you
lady
scout
don't hear.
Yeah, I would get back in, as Jerry would say, get into your ass about that. That's what I would do.
There's different kind of parents, though. Like some parents would be like, oh,